Did you even see me? Welcome back to the Open Chest Anime Podcast. I am your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me on time and very straight, as always, is RHYS2753.
Howdy.
And my connection... What? Oh. My connection is terrible, so I'm just going to go ahead and stop my cam. How you guys doing? It's been a very interesting week for me. I would like to let you in on it while I wait for literally anybody else who's going to join us tonight to show up, namely FDDNM and perhaps Lance, who are always welcome. But we didn't do our Snyder Cut. For the record, I have watched the first 60%. Welcome, FDDNM. I have watched the first 60% or so of what is Dawn of Justice? Is that what it's called?
Batman versus Superman. Dawn of
Justice. Batman v Superman director's cut.
Yeah.
So I did start watching it, and I have given it my full attention, despite it being agony for those Superman bits. So here's what happened, guys. So I had an opportunity pop up where I'm actually going to be editing professionally for a client that is paying me roughly half what I made pre-COVID in my old career.
14 hand jobs.
What the fuck?
Hold on. I'm trying to even recall what I said that prompted that.
I'm trying to remember.
The amount of pay is what prompted it. I'm very delayed, apparently.
No, you're not delayed. I just had to think about it for a minute. No. So to Brand, highlight Ramblin's comment real quick. I'm trying to get the noise dampening wine shipment containers to dampen my noise. Highlight Random 11's comment. Okay, I'll do it. So when I say my full attention, I mean that I sat down, I opened up VLC, I watched it in full screen, and I threw my phone across the room. Me not finishing it was not a factor of losing interest and giving up. It was a factor of I need to stop now before I fall asleep, because it's I only have time to watch it at night when I'm going to bed.
And that wouldn't be your full attention if you were dozing off.
Basically, yes. I fall asleep. I do this thing where I'm watching stuff where I wake up and I'm like, oh no, what did I miss? And then I rewind it and I'm like, I saw this. Did I only fall asleep for a half second? But I come out of falling asleep in such a it was so deep. I must have it's like when you're watching a movie and you get to the DVD menu and it just loops. You're like, oh God, how long have I been here? But it's actually only just started.
I've witnessed, my dad would fall asleep or something, and I'd just hear in the other room the same loop over and over, and I'd be driven insane.
Yeah.
My dad falls asleep watching a movie and then complains that the movie was terrible.
Yeah.
Feels like you fell asleep halfway through it.
It's the movie's fault that he fell asleep. It was boring.
My dad fell asleep twice for the last Star Wars movie that came out. We were watching on TV to see how terrible it was. And quite evidently it was that terrible.
All right. So anyway, what I was trying to say is basically half my hourly rate from before COVID when I was doing my VFX career, I'm getting that back. Which is outstanding because that's about 3 times what I'm making right now. So that's great. And if it becomes full time, that's even more great, because the client is probably not going anywhere for a long time. And it could be the first step towards me kind of rebuilding my life. So that's fantastic. The problem is, dear God, things are so hard when you're effectively working 2 full-time jobs and trying to do a podcast. So please forgive how exhausted I am tonight. How you doing, Lance?
I'm doing pretty good, and you guys have no idea how relevant this conversation is to my life the last 4 hours.
What, the 14 hand jobs for your
Yes,
half your
exactly.
rate?
Was it all to one guy, or did you have to move down the aisle?
My freaking landlord.
I think it was nuns, wasn't it?
Offered me. My freaking landlord knocked on my door earlier and was like, "Would you like some tacos?" And I'm like, "Sure." And my tired ass.
I see where this is going.
Right where I was, and I passed out right then. And I just woke up, and I was like, "Hey man, what'd you come to my door early?" He's like, "I was like, you want tacos?" And I'm like, "Well, it's too late now, isn't it?"
See, I'm so tired that I was waiting patiently for the hand jobs to come into the story.
No, dude. Those all happened those all happened with the nuns the other day, but I don't know if that's safe for YouTube.
All right, guys. I want to jump into this. Well, I mean, you can feel free to talk.
Go right ahead. Get on.
I did a bit of an audit of the doc, and I threw out a bunch of shit that I'm too tired to talk about. But I didn't get to the part where like the majority of the stuff I should take out is. So I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I was going to join last weekend, but I didn't get any notification. No one told me the stream was going.
Oh. You know, I must have sent the link because Greenline and Random 11 both joined. Hey, speaking of the devil.
I know.
How you doing, Greenline?
I really wanted to be here for the punch one, but oh well.
Okay, well. It's good. It's good to see that now that I've got just my avatar, my connection is still ass. That's good. Hope you guys can see this. Okay, so I love how you can see the spelling up here in the URL, but it's all borked down here. Okay, so if you guys would like to support the Open Chest Anime Podcast, a great way to do that is liking the video, sharing it with your friends, or donating to us on Patreon. Oh, it looks like... Oh, no, that's right. This is the appropriate way it's supposed to look. Anyway, it's because I'm logged in. Whatever. Moving on. The Anime Collector Patreon also exists. I'm too tired to think these decisions through. And then there's Stealth Weeb, which I have ideas for and screenshots saved, but no time, sadly.
Fantastic.
Continuing. So April Fool's Day was this last week, and I hate that holiday. It's my least favorite day of the year.
I got pranked mercilessly all day long. It was awesome.
Well, the thing that I hate the most about it is that April Fool's Day happens a day early in Japan. So all day on March 31st, I'm just seeing shit that's like, wow, we got to talk about that. Oh, hold on, wait, it's March 31st, you know, because it's April Fool's Day in Japan. So I thought this one was worth sharing, and I just confirm that the source here says April
It's all
Fool's.
one big joke.
So yeah, don't even take it seriously. But it was funny enough for me to not toss it in the audit. So Japan's
this isn't
Olympic
news;
Stadium,
it's debunking.
This is entertainment. Japan's Olympic Stadium to fill thousands of empty spectator seats with waifu pillows. Not sure if creative or cringy. Right, that's why I wanted to share it. Right. Due to the coronavirus pandemic, the Tokyo Olympics has suffered setback after setback ever since the postponement last year. Between a majority of Japanese people thinking the game should be canceled, the top officials making embarrassing remark after embarrassing remark, it's been a bumpy road. even recently, it was declared that the Olympics will not allow overseas spectators, resulting in a huge financial loss and thousands of empty seats in the stadium. However, in an unexpectedly smart move, the Olympic Committee has announced that they'll tackle this problem in an unconventional way. Rather than having the seats between the... I just remembered why I kept this in here, and it's not this paragraph, but it's the next one. Rather than having the seats between the few spectators stay unfilled, open seats will instead be occupied with body-sized waifu pillows. Will this be the average audience member of the 2021 Olympics? While anime girl pillows might seem like a strange choice at first, Spectator Safety Committee Chairman Mr. Yome Oreno explained the situation. Quote, "We took inspiration from other countries using cardboard cutouts of their own sporting events." Oh, my wife is calling me. Hello there.
While he's doing that, how bad is the noise from my desk? Is that coming through pretty bad?
Okay.
That's the way
Okay, guys. So apparently, Grandma just called my wife to tell her there's a kangaroo in the backyard. So I'm going to go find out what that's about.
Okay.
Talk amongst yourselves. I'll be back.
All right. Wow.
So Greenline, since you're here, that 5 centimeters per second watch club, we're working on making a standalone segment out of it, and it's shaping up pretty well so far. You have a lot of good takes, in my opinion, on it. So yeah.
Oh. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, because honestly, I thought my takes were just like really fucking mean. Honestly, I thought I was a little
That's
bit
what makes
too
them
hard.
so good. No.
But I was just like, I wanted to make it clear, like maybe they're just over
I think
exaggerating.
the presentation, I guess you could say, or the articulation comes off really entertaining. So I think we have a good product in the works, so to speak.
Okay.
I'm also cleaning things up, so there isn't gaps of silence between all of us and stuff. So it'll be more streamlined.
Okay.
Lance, share your One Punch Man thoughts while we wait.
Okay. Well, of course, everyone else. I loved One Punch Man. That show is one of the shows that I spent several days just marathoning after I picked it up, because I didn't get to see it till after it.
The kangaroo yeeted Brad.
The kangaroo kicked his ass. Look at him. He's so haggard and beat up, and bruised.
Yeah.
He came in looking nice and clean, but now he's kind of starting.
The money you could make though off of a kangaroo in California.
Dude.
It started working when he left.
All right. But I spent the first few episodes when I first watched One Punch Man thinking, all right, this is either going to be incredibly dumb or incredibly entertaining. It was both.
Yeah.
And the fact was that it was an idea for me to finally get my head wrapped around the idea that, okay, he can't be stopped, because regardless of what he came up against, it was like, all right, I just can't. The little premise of the show is he can't be satisfied. And for those since I didn't get to join that podcast for reasons, not that I wouldn't.
Oh, we're talking about One Punch Man. Jeez, you're talking about somebody who can't be satisfied. I'm like, how many hand jobs do you give out?
I mean, green line's here, so the thing is that I had an entire plan for that show. I was going to come in, and my name was going to be Edgelord 9000. If anyone doesn't get that joke,
I guess I don't.
Nope.
I get that 9,000
yourself from getting off. I was Edgelord.
Oh,
Okay.
And I was going to come in as no one gets off while I am here.
Okay. Well,
I had a long intro prepared, so.
While I have also made that faux pas, Edgelord is completely different from what you're thinking. Yeah. So I would just like to point out for a brief moment in my sponsored segment, I'm drinking another G Fuel.
Well, I'm glad we saw that in 420p.
For like half a second.
Yeah.
Well, not even
Those
half a
were
second.
like
Like a
one
quarter of
second.
a second.
Damn, they're
It was
good.
like a
You know,
slideshow.
I'm not-
You
I'm
showed
not
us a
sponsored,
PowerPoint
but,
of your
Sunrise
sponsorship.
and Raisins.
Okay, so let me power through this so that the timestamps aren't just us coming back to the same article 1,000 times, which is my
Yeah.
biggest fear in the world. So while anime girl pillows might seem like a strange choice at first, Spectator Safety Committee Chairman Mr. Yome Oreno explained the situation. We took inspiration from other countries using cardboard cutouts at their own sporting events. The spirit of the Olympics is all about cultural exchange. So this is our chance to show the world the Japanese take on the idea. Additionally, the costs were minimal since we were able to purchase used, unwanted pillows from secondhand shops. Examples of discounted forgotten waifus include Faye Valentine from Cowboy Bebop, female Ranma from Ranma 1/2, or half, or however you always correct me, and perhaps most ironic, Naru Segawa from Love Hina. I guess we didn't keep our childhood promise to never forget her after all. Here's where it gets good. This is the paragraph that made me decide not to skip. One concern that's been raised is the possibility of lewdness from the human spectators sharing neighboring seats with the pillows. Thankfully, those worries have been addressed. Select pillows have been installed with microchips programmed to scream "Kya hentai" when touched, aiding Olympic staff in dealing with perpetrators. While actions of up to class 2 lewdness will be permitted within the stadium, anything class 3 or above, including hand-holding or accidentally tumbling into pillow cleavage, will result in the offender being thrown into horny jail for the duration of the Olympics. Originally, perpetrators were simply reassigned to the piccolo pillow section, but when everyone started getting in trouble on purpose to be sent there, but then everyone started getting in trouble on purpose to be sent there. Hold on, this didn't load.
I mean, after those 14 hand jobs, neither can I.
Oh, it's because this tweet is unavailable.
Oh, fuck.
That's unfortunate.
Good job, Twitter.
Damn.
Burning things.
Well, let's see if we can snag it from like way back machine. Oh.
I was talking to a friend once, and it was before
So,
I understood.
is this a
them.
Twitch emote?
Yep.
That's
able to
so
see
cool
that?
that you can actually see them in StreamYard. That's neat.
Someone use that banned poggers one or whatever it is.
Oh, God.
See, bueno.
The moment of truth failed. Okay, whatever. Yes.
Random 11 is joining us on Twitch as well.
Sure.
Hello, Random 11. How are you doing, my friend? It is me, Lance.
Is he still there?
I don't think so. I think he got
He's
pulled
lost.
away by the wife.
His wife found the kangaroo.
Second.
Oh,
Can anyone guess what horror movie I watched about a week ago?
OMG.
Master Jung Gaming says, "Oh my god, anime."
Master Yun Gaming.
Yoon?
Yun.
It's not Jun.
Nope, Yun.
June.
Yun, like a Y.
Trick of the light.
Some of my friends
But
have been
why?
joining in and
probably
watching
Dan's
this
brain.
podcast,
Like a
guys.
Y.
Probably was a trick
And
of
I've
the
been
light.
given a couple complaints, and one of them I'm actually going to tell because it seemed not, but also relevant. And my friend home asked me, like, he's like, you know, you guys talk about everything but anime, right?
You're a normal sized kangaroo.
He's like, isn't this the Anime Collector podcast?
These are two ridiculous options.
Okay. Well, it was on two legs.
I was trying
Big
to
as
talk
my, like as tall
to,
as
you
my
know,
waist.
override
Tell your
their
grandma
privacy.
Pixar it didn't happen, right?
What do you mean?
She's got a camera phone just like the rest of us.
Well, I
Okay.
was just thinking, if it's somebody who was just like passing through the backyard, I'm gonna call.
Look, dude, you need to put a jacket on that kangaroo, damn it. Probably a red one.
I wish I could
Alright.
see a kangaroo in my backyard. Maybe we should take some
Yeah,
kangaroos.
so-
And go out there and
Yeah,
tell
no,
him to hip, hop, and hippie.
Remember, we didn't believe that with that other thing.
Let grandma
Solid
join in too. She might,
fingers.
no, she might
Yeah,
break
I'm
her.
just kidding.
But
Yeah,
Okay.
but we weren't, so we didn't know.
Okay. All right. Well,
I love how
So
you
there's
call it
either-
a camera phone instead of a phone camera because you're basically paying that money for a camera that has a phone on
I am,
it.
yeah. That's what I'm doing. I'm ready to go back to a Nokia as soon as they put a 4K video camera on it. So yes.
I mean,
Anyway,
why don't you just
yeah,
get a 4K Kodak and then get a flip phone and bam, problem solved. Two items do the job of one thing.
All right. So mystery solved. It is either a kangaroo or a werewolf. I don't know. That's what
Oh,
Grandma
good.
believes. I don't know. So that's the mystery solved, I guess. All right. Anyway, I don't remember where. Oh yeah, the Piccolo stuff. Okay, so Dragon Ball Heroes is literally why I made this Dakimakura like this in 2018, and yet I've had a few people express to me that they weren't happy I made Piccolo's stomach like this instead of how I usually draw it. You know, on second thought, I'm kind of glad that we can't see this image. Okay. While anime waifus will make up a majority of the filled seats, there will also be idle pillows, Shiba Inu pillows, and sentient vegetable pillows as well. When asked why, Mr. Oreno had this to say. The main purpose of the pillows is to brighten the athletes' moods, to make them smile. And frankly, it's impossible not to smile when you're looking at Carrot-san. I mean, just look at it. Isn't it so cute? I just want to rub my cheeks on it, gaze at its smooth orange body, peel it, and put it in a salad. Okay, well. Toss
Are you
Those
sure
are
it's not
some
Mr.
innuendos I've
Oregano?
never heard before.
Mr.
And that's saying
Oreno
something.
then swiftly bonked on the head and taken. Mr. Oreno was then swiftly bonked on the head and taken away to horny jail. Okay, so what do you think? Will the body pillow strategy protect spectators and breathe life back into forgotten waifus, or will it end up another government gaffe like last year's Council on Self-Quarantine Strategies headed by Hikikomori? Yeah, well,
Ooh, that's fire.
legitimately wish they would just do this because I think it'd be absolutely hilarious.
Hypothetically speaking, would you get in trouble if a ball comes in the stand? Would you get in trouble with grabbing your neighbor's waifu pillow just to block the ball?
Well, would that make you would that be that? I don't think that would register as lewd. I think that would register as you an everyday hero or a hero for fun. You know what I mean?
Hypothetically, I mean, the real question is: would you get in more trouble if you grabbed a body pillow to save yourself from getting beamed by the ball?
That's what I'm saying. Like you grab it.
Yeah.
And
So
put
like
it-
you're not protecting the body pillow
Yeah.
from the ball. Okay, gotcha.
the body.
Yeah.
You're using the body pillow
No,
to catch
that's
the ball.
that's a crime against otaku. I think they would.
Reese.
face it.
Reese,
All right.
that right there is the thought process of a true evil mastermind.
All right.
Why would you do that?
So this was published on Crunchyroll on April 1st. And I really hoped that it was an April Fool's joke.
Yeah, that would have been great.
So Love Live Sunshine and Korean Shin-chan team up for 5th anniversary collab project. So you think about it, you're like, oh, that's funny. That's a funny joke. And then you scroll down, you're like, wow, they put a lot of effort into this. Like, wow, a whole lot of effort. Oh my god.
God.
Oh,
So much
That
effort.
was funny.
I'll see it next week at the store. Oh yeah,
I just think because the art styles are so drastically different, and
right.
like Shin-Chan, you probably associate with an older show, and Love Live is
Wouldn't it be-
a newer show. That the juxtaposition feels so cool.
Yeah, is it freaking Love Life Sunshine's 5th anniversary or?
I don't think so.
It'd have to be-
It doesn't make any sense. This isn't even the 5th anniversary. June 2015. I don't even understand this.
Oh no! Love Life
I don't get this at all.
Sunshine.
Son,
I don't
Love
think
Life
Sunshine's been
Sunshine,
out that
that's-
long. has
Okay,
it?
so maybe whatever. I'm not gonna waste any unnecessary time on it.
Sure.
But I'm starting this podcast very confused. Continuing. Okay, so Femboy Films, who you might recall is a digital restoration organization that I am a member of, has put together.
You're a femboy?
yes.
No, that's just the name of the. Just the name of the group. They put together this thing to show the remaster that they're putting together after spending all that money on the reel, so that they could do 4K scans. And it's hard to tell in the podcast, but it's supposed to look like ass. It's got the English dub. Piccolo's green is all weird. It's
'It's
16 by 9.
oversaturated.
Well, it's not just oversaturated. It's a weird colored green. Like, it's not Piccolo green. Anyway, but yeah, it was an April Fool's joke.
It's
But
not Piccolo
it
green.
is cool to see.
The ultimate pickle?
It is cool to see the
Not my
what
language.
the
Raw
actual
4K.
film looks like. Yeah, the 4K.
I believe
over
he
here.
said there was they acquired a handful, but not all of the Dragon Ball reels.
No, not
Like,
all of them. No.
I wouldn't expect
No,
them
it
to
is.
get all.
It has cost us a lot of money so far just to get the episodes we've gotten.
So a handful,
so-
but not a little more than a handful. Gotcha.
But having any of Dragon Ball, like any episodes in 4K scan, that sounds awesome.
I don't know.
Anyway.
I think Dragon Ball's charm was in the fucking film grain and
But that has
Well,
film grain on it.
Yeah, there's going to be a ton of film grain. We're scanning it in 4K from the film.
Like you'll see 4K grain now.
Yeah,
oh god.
yeah,
it's
you're going
over.
to see all the pubes and scratches and everything. All right.
I like to
So,
imagine each animator just like dusts their pubes on top of the
Well, the
cells.
animators don't have anything to do with it. It's not about the taking a picture of their pubes. It's the hair that gets stuck in the film
In between the sheets.
in between the, like when they shoot it, like on the camera, right? I guess you could say the animators. I get what you're
Yeah, I just
It's
like
too
to think
thick. It's
that
kinda
guy
hard
just
to keep
deliberately
your hair in.
scratches his pubes on each and every single frame.
I mean, I'll tell you right now, I having gone to school and having a degree in animation and everything, I can say with full certainty that if a guy was tasked with anybody I went to school with, if they were tasked with making it look older by having a hair show up every once in a while, I guarantee they'd drop a pube in there. All right, so I wanted to share with you guys the 5 Japanese sign language phrases with interesting reasons behind them. Please let my highlights have stayed. Of course they didn't. Why wouldn't they? There they are.
So
Is
the middle
this an
finger's one of them,
April
right?
Fool's joke?
Oh, well, some of them are gone. No, well, it's not. It's not, but it is funny. Okay, so the first one is arigato, and it's supposed to be, it's a sumo bowing, right? Saying thank you, right? Then there's konnichiwa, and it's 2 people bowing to each other,
Excuse me.
right? Then there's konbini, or convenience store, right? Open 24 hours, right? 2-4, right? Then we've got Oni-chan or Ototo, older or younger brother.
No.
Older brother's up high,
No.
younger brother's down low. It says the sign is referring to the finger family. Otosan Yubi, or father finger, which is the thumb. Akasan Yubi, mother finger, which is the index. Middle finger represents the brother, with the ring finger for sister and pinky for baby. Oh, and then here's ugly. Your face is bad. Anyway, all right. So
Can someone please just acknowledge that I just called that
called what?
middle finger?
Oh,
Never
I didn't
mind.
know you
It's
did.
okay.
Good job. All right. So
I'm
pickups.
glad. I'm so appreciated. Please continue.
Oh,
What?
You're disrespecting him by
well,
not continuing.
I am continuing. Did we get an update on what the king? I have no idea. I'm going to chalk it up to insanity. Maybe stuff escaped from. I don't know. I mean, maybe.
Random. Look, man. All right. Here's the
My
thing.
guess,
Me and you are going to be
and
part-time hero on this one. Grab your cape. We're
My
going
guess
into our dreamland.
My
Open
guess
up the
is
book of dragons.
Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah, the giant mouse and king. Yeah. Okay. All right. So here we go. Let me. Do you guys have anybody got any pickups you want to share?
Yeah.
Oh, I do for one.
I'm gonna go first since everybody's got the same thing as me. That
You're
way I can
frozen.
cut you.
What is that? G Fuel? That's your pickup, your G Fuel?
My pickup is the Megazone 2-3 Kickstarter arrived finally after all these months. And because Robert J. Woodhead knows me by name, he always mixes my accounts. Oh, my shrink wrap is torn.
Cool.
No. You see my torn shrink wrap? Now I can't protect it as easily. All right. So anyway,
now you can't
so
sell it
apparently,
that you won't do anyway.
Yeah. So apparently I've got 2 copies of this because they're both also in here, which is cool. That's why I do this. So now I actually get to read the book, which I wouldn't have otherwise. So there you are, my friends. Maybe I should do it this way. Megazone 2-3. Oh, I should have pulled up the hard online. I said that to you guys, right? The hard online in the movie.
That one?
I'm glad that my no
Oh.
no. I should have.
You want to show
the
us your
game that they
hard-on, dude?
play in Megazone 2-3 is called Hard On.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so he's like, I'm the best hard on player that there is. Maybe so, but not this hard on because the new hard on's coming out. I'd like to see you try to beat this hard on. Like it's like actual English dialogue. All right, so who wants to go next?
I'll go next because mine won't take but just a second. I picked up Dot Hack Legend of the Twilight complete.
Bandai 28mm.
It's the old DVD, the pink one. I don't know if it's Bandai 28mm.
You mean like the disc, like the black case?
The DVD box set.
Pink.
I think
It's pink. Isn't it blue?
The box set is pink. I'll send you a picture of it if you'll look at it.
Are you? Yeah, I mean I will. Are you talking about like the art box or the like Anime Legend set?
It's just the DVD case. It's just a DVD. Hold on.
Well,
go about y'all's day. I will. Now I'll send Brad a picture and I'll get a response in 4 days.
that's how I roll. Anybody else?
Reese, do you want to go next?
yeah, I thought FDDNM was going to go, but he's muted, so I guess
muted.
he's...
So it's a reliving. Well, never mind. Go ahead. Continue.
So I picked up
nice.
all of these.
Got enough slime in your life?
Yep, I got all the light novels. Kind of had a fun little adventure going after these because I ordered these like 2 weeks ago. Well, not all of these. I ordered 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, and 10 from RHYS because at the time 7 and 3 were not in stock at RHYS. So I managed to find 7 at my local Books A Million, but 3 I could not find anywhere. I had to go out of state to get it.
Has the FBI come to talk to you about 3 yet?
So I went to Wisconsin to pick it up from a Barnes and Noble.
Oh, is that why you were out of town?
No. It's literally when I say I go up north for
You went
it
across the
was
street?
literally an hour away from us
Yeah.
there. So and we have family in that same town. We have family, so I was like, oh, let's go visit them. And like, let's go stop by Barnes and Noble too. Yeah.
Yeah, just ulterior
and
motive
now
right there.
now that I'm home and I got back on my computer or get back on, I double checked Right Stuff, and the only ones Right Stuff have in stock right now are 8 and 10.
Huh.
All the rest of them are out of stock. So I was like, yes. So I read one
Jeez.
this last week, and so I'm going.
I'm real eager to watch the show, but now having seen book 3, I feel awkward bringing it up as a potential watch club.
Right.
I'm gonna
I don't
get
think it
swatted.
should be
by
anything to
random
worry
11
about.
at some point.
No, wait. Okay, FDDNM. He's just like ghosted us. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I'll go next. If he's gonna be, I picked up
Yeah.
Air Gear,
Face cam.
Smut,
Nice.
the ADV collection, and
Very
then
nice.
against my better judgment, I picked up Ikitosen, more Smut.
Against his better judgment, more like he went with his gut.
So
I wouldn't call
The Finn-
Air Gear
the
smut.
Finn- I wouldn't either until I rewatched it, and I was like, oh,
Wait a
this
minute.
is.
There's a sleeve on that.
Yeah,
That is an
And
old
then-
set.
I think I have the fat pack one. The
case
Anyway.
closed. Movie 1.
I hate
Nice.
saying this now, but you probably would have been better off waiting because Discotheque.
I know, I was impatient. Okay, Reese. I was like, I can't
Well,
wait. I have to wait
you know
on
what?
2
You know what? I have a
years.
feeling that Discotheque isn't going to give you the Funimation dub. So
Oh,
I bet
really?
they will.
They
I bet they-
would. They would.
They
would
give us
they?
all the Funimation dubs for the Lupin stuff. Why don't they? Why wouldn't they?
well, if they do, then they have absolutely no excuse for their terrible decision not to continue with the English localization name
No,
changes. Right?
that's it. But
I
I
see.
Well, that
I
was
say,
perfect timing there.
I
Dude.
say, what?
The Green Line got his camera off as soon as that door started to open in the most horror movie way possible.
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure Discotheque it's getting closer because apparently the first 10 Case Closed movies are now on Crunchyroll in Germany.
Huh.
So
Well,
Anyways, yeah, I just didn't want to wait. That was my whole shtick of
oh no,
buying the
I've
first
got
film.
I've got all 6 of them and the whole show from Funimation. I'm not going to judge you. Although I do think that those have been bootlegged. The movies.
Which ones?
I'd have to
Probably.
confirm.
This one seems legit. It's got a Funimation Entertainment, the anime source. If I want to turn the camera back on momentarily,
Well,
it's got like this little booklet for I mean, they really went to.
Yeah. Well, I'll just say,
The
you know the
extra
little
effort,
mail-in
then.
thing? You know the little
see, we've
mail-in
got-
thing that's like, this like send
Genon
your
had that.
yeah.
Yeah,
But you know the mail-in thing that's like send your
Yeah.
survey. Yeah, the bootleggers are duplicating those.
Really?
They're actually
wow. 'cause
sending. Yeah,
Genon-
I've got.
if you'll
proof that
allow me.
they're-
the Genon for Ikitosen had the
I've seen that collection. Some of that might not be safe for YouTube.
had it. The
Yeah, the little art. Yeah, the little
Yeah.
card thing. Exactly. Yeah.
yeah. What do you order that the ancient old ass like the
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, I could show you how to check later. But
Yeah.
since I don't have mine
feel
on
free,
hand,
yeah,
they're all,
definitely.
well, they're all packed up. So I was like, what can I really help you with? But
Definitely. Yeah.
anybody else? Footnum, did you have? Thank you for your.
he's still muted. So
That nun got him. She's on the loose again.
He's doing such a great job helping us to not have screwed up timestamps. Okay, all right. Anyway, Christopher Barker says, "Hello, AC and everyone. Just sat through 4 hours of Snyder Cut cringe. Well, that's great. I'm glad to hear it's cringe.
Dude, I am
which is
so
probably
sorry.
actually pretty good.
I've been
Make it
so. I'll just
4 hours.
say, I mean, I'd like to have a dedicated discussion to this at some point. I'm really enjoying Ben Affleck as Batman. Like, no joke. I think I kind of wish he was Batman instead of Christian Bale in the Nolan films. I think he's doing a much better job.
I want Adam West, but you know what?
I'll
I want
save.
Alan Huntswater.
I'll save it for the discussion. He's the only thing I've liked about the the Justice League movie that I've seen so far. So I'll throw that out there. Anyway, all right. So I guess we're gonna move on because Foodnum is giving away those hand jobs. He owes people.
Decided. Yeah, he was jealous of you. That's why.
He was jealous of the 14
hand job you got.
That was awkward.
Guys, 14 in one day is too many. I'm just gonna say that right now.
Okay, so 7 days to
You
go.
didn't know you had. I'll continue.
Life Force mostly. So 7 days to go on the third edition's essay for JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. So what do you guys think? You think it'll make it? I'll recall that the stretch goal for the last one that we backed, or that I backed at least, didn't make it. Hey, look, Gundam 128 is a backer. I won't dox you, but I know you're backing it. Somebody in the audience. Anyway, I wish my stupid thing would load, but internet troubles and all that. So I'm gonna come back to that one. Girl from the other side.
Pay for you to get better internet.
So I don't know what's going on with the internet right now. I have no idea. I'll tell you this much. I haven't upgraded my internet yet because as soon as it got real bad, it got real good. And then it just like, oh, I guess I don't need it yet. But I'll tell you this one.
You want to talk about thinking you need to upgrade your internet? Ours has been garbage, like off and on, and then the times will just run great. But I was talking to the media, to their provider here, and my landlord to this place is getting 300 megabytes a second. And on a brand new device, plugged straight in, we were getting about 60 megabytes per second was our download speed. And the guy was like, yeah, that ain't right.
Oh, here we go. Oh, so it does look
another note in your relocation, AC, that the internet in Iowa is pretty damn good.
Yeah, well,
RHYS just wants everyone to move to Iowa for reasons.
So look, here's the thing. If things go well with the new potential career change here, like if I'm getting okay, hold on one second, guys.
Hey guys,
I did the
11.
I did the math, and in order for me to have 40 hours worth of work every week, then this client's going to need to provide me with 13 hours worth of footage per week. And I don't think that seems unfeasible to me. It might happen, but it doesn't seem likely. So if it does, though, or even if I'm just getting, half of that, that's still better than I'm doing now, right, with my other job. Then I'm gonna, I'll have money in the bank and in the savings and in the crypto, that'll start growing because I'll be making enough that it's more than I need to just sustain, right? So anyway, this job is remote, which means I can leave California, hooray, and go somewhere else. So I'm open to suggestions. I want a place where I will be able to buy a huge ass house because the anime collection overflowed my last place, and it needs room to breathe. Damn it. Anyway, so back to this. It looks as though that it's trending in a direction where they think it's going to get there. I'll be honest, I kind of don't want it because I won't have time to read it like I would have had if I had still in Arizona. So I kind of don't want to back it.
I don't think it will.
I saved it, right? So hopefully, anyway.
I don't think it will.
Yeah, but I kind of want to have it just so I can sell it with the other ones when I eventually sell them. Just because I'm not going to have time to sit down and read them. It's just not going to happen. Because that was a once in a lifetime career where I had all that time to sit in the car and read, and I was getting through those books, and that was really awesome. But I don't think it's going to happen again. Unfortunately, that career didn't pay a lot, so there's that. Anyway, so this is like 4 times higher than its goal. I don't remember if they had any stretch goals. Do you guys remember?
I don't think they did. We asked this question last podcast.
Yeah.
Unless they've added some. Unless they've added some, but
well,
which is kind of oh, wait, what's that? Nope, that's just the
A
tier.
plate, a commemorative plate. Anyway, it doesn't look like there are. Wait, actually, maybe. Wait, tier 12. No, these are just the cost you pay, what you get. Nope, nothing there. Okay, moving on. Okay, guys, Revenge of the Shogun Women in 3D.
Money.
Don't think it's actually Japanese, but it's from the guys who did Dynasty, the 3D restoration of Dynasty. So I've backed it. Oh, wow, it already passed its thing. Okay, well, Bob Furmanek, I hope you enjoy all the money you're making. So some interesting stuff here. They've got some interesting things like that are available if you want to give them way more money than it's worth. But I'm going to move on. I saw this. This is pretty cool. FDM, it'd be awesome if you were here. His internet's probably suck though.
Dude, wouldn't
So
it be
I found
awesome
this-
like if he has completely been cucked, but the internet's like, no, we must leave his image in this podcast.
So what's funny is that we're going to talk about something on this podcast that I looked up the last time we discussed it, and I got cucked off the stream. And for some reason, FDDNM was exactly like he is now, where he was just muted for hours, and poor RHYS was stuck trying to entertain the audience while he was all by himself.
Oh no.
So I hope we don't have that happen again. Luckily, we've got quite a few hosts tonight. So anyway, Vocabulantis, or however that's supposed to pronounce, it is a stop-motion platformer. So it's a video game.
A stop.
Pretty
motion?
cool. Yeah. So like
Nice.
back in the day, the way that they made what do you call it?
Video games.
Donkey Kong. They actually used 3D models and rendered them in poses to create the sprite sheet. So this is kind of, I think, the same sort of idea done in what do you call it? Stop motion. Or it's like a, choose your own adventure every step of the way. Like, what are you going to do next? And then here's like the different variants of what could happen. I'm not sure. I just thought it looked cool, and I wanted to share it with you guys in case you wanted to look at it. It's in the doc. Check it out.
Sweet. Some Mario Circus up in here.
Christopher Barker says, "Oh, sure, good casting choice. I just wish he was putting better DC films." So you want to know something kind of funny, actually? When I was tasked with watching the director's cut of Justice League and the Snyder cut, I promptly went upstairs and instead watched the director's cut of Daredevil, which Ben Affleck is also in. And
Sending that point home. Huh?
I got to tell you, that movie really sucks. That director's cut is not an improvement at all. I think the only thing I thought was a nice touch that I saw was young Matthew Murdock playing with his cane while he's like sitting in the hallway when his dad is about to
he's waiting for
box.
his dad to get done with the fight.
He's like throwing the cane so it like extends, and then he's like breaking it apart, which is kind of like, you just kind of get the idea that he's been toying with it so long that of course he became a superhero and made like all these mechanical things for his. Anyway,
Yeah.
I thought it was a nice touch that I don't think was in the original movie. But holy shit, when Jennifer Garner shows up and she's got Hulk green eyes.
Okay, so you're telling
worst
me
movie.
that playing with your cane is a key to becoming a supervillain?
Only if you do
So
it
for all
14
those
times a day.
out there who jack off daily, you're well on your way.
I really like the director's cut of like the case
Oh.
that the rape case with the Wesley and like the rape murder case that
You're
they
talking about-
added in.
You're talking about the woman that he says, like when in the original movie, when he hears the guy's heartbeat and everything, and he says, "Are you aware that perjury is a crime?" You're talking about
No, the murder case that was added into the director's
murder case. So I'll tell you, I didn't finish the director's cut. I got to the part where Elektra's dad got killed.
cut.
So I didn't get to see.
By then.
Really?
Where they're representing this black guy who got framed for murder. There's like,
Yeah, I do
you know,
remember
they're
it.
talking to him like, you know, just
Yeah,
I
yeah,
didn't do it.
I do. Yeah.
That whole subplot is exclusive to the director's
Yeah,
cut.
yeah. So the thing is that I'll just say the director's cut felt like it was adding a ton of stuff that wasn't beneficial to add. And oh my God, dear God, the fight in the playground is such cringe in the director's cut. And it makes me worried that it's also cringe in the regular cut that I just haven't seen in years because it was so bad. Oh God, it was the most 90s thing I've ever seen. In the bad part of the 90s where it's just super cringe. Oh man. Anyway, so Christopher Barker says, I'll have to watch the rest of it. So I hear the High Republic show The Acolyte will also connect with all the novels coming out. Yeah, cohesiveness. Well, that's cool. Footnote, would you like to regale us with your 14 jack-off sessions or whatever happened?
Someone called me.
Okay.
So
damn it.
Boruto, Shadow of the Cursed Mark. Guess which set this is?
7,
Guess which set this is?
8,
5?
No,
I stopped counting.
9.
it is 8. No, it is 8. I only bought this because it was $17 on Amazon, despite being relatively new, and I paid too much, probably. And you know, I was skeptical. I'm like, $17, but it's so new. How could they make a bootleg already? And then from the same seller, I bought JoJo, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 5, Part 2. It was the best price available. Like, it wasn't even a good price, a steal. It was just the lowest price available. It was like $75 or something. And I don't have it on me, but they packed this thing so well. They put bubble wrap around it and a sleeve. Compared to Amazon,
what you're telling me is
we'll just shove it in a bubble
set.
packet.
Third-party sellers pack
What,
things
did
better
you?
than the Amazon
Yeah,
does.
I feel like, I don't know now. I luckily, it's not in the storage unit. I could check because I bought it since I moved here. But I think I bought the standard edition.
What, you didn't
'cause I
get an
bought it
art
at
box
Best
with
Buy.
yours?
No,
You
because I'm pretty sure
There's only-
that there's only one version.
Yeah,
I did not spend $75 for it. I
Oh
spent
yeah,
like
that might be
$49.
true.
that's what he said. Is not it was the best price, but the lowest.
Well,
price
mine's
you could get.
75 Canadian, so mine's actually the
yeah.
equivalent of
A
nothing.
million.
Okay, so Fruits Basket. This is actually the Cancer AIDS edition, but I have the box over there. They sent this without shrink wrap after I got my replacement because the first one they sent was all banged up, and so they sent me one that was clearly a return from someone else. And while there's a couple dings on it, I'm okay with the condition. It's much better than the first one I got. So
Are the discs all right?
I'm not gonna return it, but they should be. Why do people act as if the discs are gonna be so scratched and scuffed up?
No. Like are they even in there?
Because the thing is, discs are just. You'd have to be intentionally negligent with them to damage them that quick.
What I was trying to get at was if somebody returned it, like why would they return it like that? They must have is like the digital copy not with
They'd
it?
return.
Or they probably used.
Oh
digital
god! I
copy.
just showed the number.
Let me see it.
It's okay. It's okay. You're not enough Pete.
That seems like the stupidest. I'm going to spend like $60 so I can get a free digital code and then send it back sneakily. I don't know
And
if
get
people would
my
be
money
that
back, like-
elaborate.
People
But,
do shit like that, dude. As crazy as it
Yeah.
sounds.
But like
The
why else
digital
would they-
copy, you have to have a Funimation account and then input it.
All you have,
Um,
you can have.
But man, the thing is, this has cardboard dust all over it. I don't know
Oh,
if
God.
anyone can see that in my 360p, but there's like cardboard dust still in it, and there's some behind the plastic. But where was I going with this? Do you think I can contact Amazon and say, "Hey, you sent this not new, bruz. I'll accept it, but you'll have to compensate me." And they're likely going to give me like 3 months of Prime free or something.
They don't do that.
Because that's what they always do.
They'll never give you anything. They just tell you.
Yeah,
to
they do.
send
They
it
do
back.
that all the time with me when I complain.
Really?
They say, "Oh, we're so sorry to hear that. Here's a free
The
month of
footman
Prime."
has called.
And I'm like,
We gotta make this right.
"Okay."
Man, they're gonna just
Now,
send you a box of
the
14
final one
hand jams
is Black Clover: The Blackening.
Oh God. The darkness.
I want that.
I don't know what you were saying,
how many
Brad. You
boxes
cut
of-
out, but
How many of those
right now
boxes
there's
are there
3,
now?
and they're gonna make a 4th one for the 4th season.
Oh, I want them.
3. I don't. What timeline am I on? I'm hearing you. Okay. There's gonna be 4 of these, and in case you
Not
didn't
the
notice,
same size.
I'm currently filming the collection. They are not the same width, no, but they are the same height. I'm filming my collection video. I'm currently on the shelf that has the black clovers on it, so I'm gonna have to reshoot this shelf and be like, "Whoops, guys, I have more."
Yeah.
That's my pickups.
Well, I'm happy for you.
Let's just sit on me for 7 hours.
All right. Are you filming at Gorilla Rough or? But okay.
Honestly,
so real
by
quick,
my standards, there are some parts that are kind of guerrilla rough, but it all ultimately is
Random 11.
pretty nice. I'm satisfied with it.
Random 11 says, excuse me, there were no bad parts of the 90s. Yes, there were. They were called the early 2000s, which is when that movie came out. I don't see. For me, I don't know. I don't have any recollection of 2000 to 2005. They're just part of the 90s. Anyway, so Christopher Barker's calling you out. The blackening sounds racist. LOL. No, he's not calling you out. He thinks it's
So
a
what
joke.
about the
All right.
whitening?
Okay, guys.
That's white
So-
supremacist.
Here's 2 conventions I don't care about. Animazement and PAX East are canceled due to restrictions and whatnot. Animazement 2021 will automatically roll over 2022 in terms of registration. Boom, moving on. PAX East, they're cucked in an online event now. Moving on. Here's some live action anime news. So the Resident Evil reboot movie has been delayed 2 months. Was supposed to come out September 3rd. Now it's coming out November 24th. And September 3rd is also when Disney's upcoming Marvel outing Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings is set to open. So clearly they just don't want to compete with that. If you were smart, you'd release earlier, even though nobody's going to see it. You know what? If you were smart, you'd release it on that day, because then you'd have an excuse for why nobody wanted to see your terrible movie. All right. Also, Hideaki Anno is writing and directing Shin Kamen Rider.
Ooh, that sounds interesting.
Here's some streaming news. Okay, this is just a reminder that there's a new Spriggan anime. Also, Spriggan for Watch Club? Question mark. The old one.
I don't own it, but I think there's a
Okay.
Blu-ray in Japan.
So yeah, that's really all I wanted to say. It looks crazy, not good, and Netflix CG'd. But the old one was completely forgettable. But people talk like it was good. I don't know. Don't remember it. Would love to see it again for that reason. Black Lagoon is going to be rebroadcast on YouTube. So this is an interesting concept here. It says the 2006 anime series Black Lagoon is being rebroadcast on the Sunday DX YouTube channel, according to the Japanese new blog AV Watch for adult videos. Wait, no, anime. Black Lagoon will be re-released on YouTube for free every Tuesday. This release follows a recent trend of anime producers making their older content free online, such as 1986 Oishinbo late last year.
Is Black
question
Lagoon
is-
the guy on the right?
Yes. That's Dutch. Is that his name, Dutch?
Yeah, it's
I believe
Dutch.
so.
Yeah. No.
Ready to rock. I love
Revy
that show.
Rock Dutch and what's his name?
Hey, God,
Ben-
Nick
I
Mignogna's character from
Benny.
Full Metal Panic.
Benny.
All right, so
I'm
so
wrong,
what do you guys think
roast
about
me.
this concept of old shows just going up on YouTube for free?
I think they're
Like,
genius.
It'd be nice.
Well-
It'd be nice if it was the English dub and not in Japanese with no subtitles at all.
I think it's a good model, but the problem is doing one episode a week just makes the people impatient, and they're like, "Well, this
Yeah,
is an old show, so we'll just deal
it's
with the
going
rest."
to be available afterward, the whole thing. I don't think it's only going for like a day.
6
or
months.
whatever. Yeah. So, but the thing is that what I'm thinking about this is that this kind of sets a bad omen for physical
Crunchyroll,
releases
Funimation.
of older shows,
I don't think so.
right? If anime studios and production companies or whatever in Japan are starting to just throw this stuff up, then are they even going to want to license it for physical release anywhere? They're going to be like, "That's already on YouTube."
No,
They're gonna
it's
make
up
any
to
sale.
I think Funimation and Crunchyroll to approach them and be like, "Yo, we want to license this," and then they'll be like, we'll sell it to you for like 14 hand jobs."
Also, AC,
Boy,
you need to add this for
I
the
don't-
Watch Club.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Fuck yeah. In fact, we should probably do this for the one after JoJo because Dan's getting cucked out of JoJo for a while, and he would love to talk about this.
Yeah.
In fact, I have fond memories of the. Did I take Dan to that? I think I did. I can't remember. I think I did take Dan to AX 2007, and there was a girl hired by Geneon to dress as Revy and hand stuff out. Dan liked that.
I was when I was rereading. I was rereading volume 10 and then reading volume 11 this last week. I was like, God damn, I missed this so.
So good, right? So good. I can't wait to rewatch it. I'm on board. Where's my list? Where is my list?
Like I was literally while I was reading that, I had the one guitar song from when Roberta goes nuts in the bar for the first time. That Spanish guitar song, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I had that playing in my head the entire time. I was like, oh fuck.
All right, here we go. Black.
Roberta's blood trail was good too.
So
There's my list. Black.
That'd be a
Sounds
three podcast watch club.
I'm down. Anyway, so I'm just going to move on. I think we got out of this what we needed. Incentive to watch it. Karate Master is getting an HD remastered broadcast in Japan. So,
Well, I'm glad I
Previously, this
didn't
was
buy the
released on-
Wait, no, I do have the DVD. I got it from Hunter. Damn it.
so previously this was released on DVD by Discotech. So it'll be interesting to see if Discotech puts out an HD one. Although I wonder if HD remaster means anything besides I don't know, like they just called it that and upscaled it in Photoshop or something. You know what I mean? Like didn't even really do anything to it. Who knows? I couldn't find information.
I know. Just like Justice to Vegas says, we're not gonna do a Blu-ray if it doesn't like isn't noticeably better.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I agree, and also already knew that. But what I meant and didn't phrase well was that the I don't know if their remaster is good, but if it is, maybe we'll get it anyway. Kamen Rider W sequel manga Futo Detectives gets web anime adaptation. This is the first anime series in the Kamen Rider franchise. Yes, I know what you're thinking, Futo Detective. It will be a shirt at some point. I don't know.
God.
I need that to be a meme.
Do they put like a magnifying glass underneath the bulge?
Yeah, I did notice this bulge here, right? It's hard to ignore, right?
So we can see by the way her stomach is inflated, it was definitely not through the bulge. That's the fucker over there. All right, ladies, line up and drop your drawers. Bam, do you recognize the one who took down your son?
Christopher Barker, I read your comment on. I read this one, didn't I? Yeah. Cohesiveness. I definitely did. You said a Resident Evil reboot series sounds terrible. Nothing about no. For all the reasons. Also, you didn't.
All the wrong reasons. And all the right reasons.
Oh, and the Acolyte is said to be told from the Sith's perspective. That'll be interesting. Jotaro Kujo's here. You're in the right place. You're. I think he meant Daze, but I auto-corrected it.
It's whatever that quote is from Stone Ocean.
Seems like everybody's really excited for Stone Ocean, and then I look at the top comment, and it's always like, "Oh, one step closer to the scene where Jolene masturbates."
What?
What the fuck?
Okay.
All I've done is I've accidentally spoiled to myself that apparently has a very terrible thing that happens.
Well, I don't know. So all I know is that we're actually one step closer to Steel Ball Run, which is what I'm looking forward to.
You want to make a steel
Yeah,
ball
I've heard
run?
nothing but good things about Steel Ball. Run.
Oh,
Okay,
so
hey, Brad,
good.
you got to
Premise
pontificate
alone.
this for me, buddy. How the hell does
Steel
a ball
Ball
run?
So Steel Ball Run was an unofficial JoJo title that retroactively became a JoJo title about a race across the United States in like the 20s or something.
Mm-hmm.
What's the time frame for that?
1800s.
Is it 1800s? Okay.
Yeah,
So
late
like you've got
1800s.
people, some of the people are like in a freaking chariot, some of them are on horseback. One crazy mofo is running on foot. Like
So it's basically Rat
I
Race,
can't
but anime.
yes, sounds good, right? All right, so Evangelion
That sounds
3.0
very
plus 3.0 plus 1.0 becomes the highest grossing anime film in the franchise in 21 days. Granted,
That's remarkable considering the amount of showtimes that can be shown because it was super long length.
yeah, not only that, but the fact that, like the other things have been re-shown so many times, it's a beloved franchise, blah, blah, blah. It says here, though, the box office gross was helped by its release on premium formats in Japan, while Evangelion 3.0 was released on standard screens in 2012. 3.0 plus 1.0 released on standard screens, IMAX, and 40X, giving it an edge. Though beating its previous film is just under a month is no small feat, and it'll likely outgross 3.0's worldwide gross in Japan alone.
So Random 11 says, while we're on the topic of spoilers, the Godzilla spoiler last week was uncool. Yeah, I saw that too, how Godzilla is actually a guy in the suit. Like, that really crushed me. I thought it was an actual dinosaur.
Did I spoil something from Godzilla last week?
Did he?
Wait.
Was that us? Was that a reference to us? I don't
No,
know.
well, I don't know. It could be just online last week, but
Yeah, it could be.
maybe it is.
I think it is on us.
Dang, I'm sorry.
I don't know. I don't know what the
Well,
spoiler
I don't
was.
remember whatever it is.
Me either.
Well, I haven't seen it, so I don't know how I would have spoiled it. Mamoru Hosoda's Bell anime film reveals the July 2021 premiere with a new trailer. So as expected, it is Summer Wars 3 / Digimon the Movie 3. It looks pretty obviously like that.
I'll watch it. I don't care.
I'll watch it.
Yeah,
I hope it's better than Mirai at least.
Yeah,
I didn't
that's
even
probably
see
my
Mirai.
expectations too. I just think the bestiality is the thing that worries me. You saw that beast guy in the trailer, right? Who was like grabbing her. And I'll just make a quick comment on the thing I messaged you guys. I didn't realize that Mamoru Hosoda was such a massive simp that he made an entire movie dedicated to Belle Delphine. Like, oh my.
Fuck.
Wouldn't that be funny if they got her to dub it?
No.
I don't even know what she sounds like, but I
don't
can
even-
kind of like picture her voice, and it would be really.
It's like that'd be like that one cosplayer voicing Supersonic on Sentai.
Oh,
Jessica Nigiri.
Yeah.
She did a
Jessica
really good job
N-word.
as Sonico. I'm just gonna go ahead and say that right now.
I'm just gonna
I don't know what
reiterate for
Belle
those who
Delphine
forgot.
sounds like, but I picture it as like the kind of high pitched. Every word she says has that like twinge of trying to get you a boner. Like I want that to be the voice. I think that'd be really funny. Just you know what? I'll say this: if this comes out in 5.1, and there's a good scene for it, I will contact Belle Delphine and I will pay her to.
You will simp just to get her voice. But Brad, I'm just gonna say this. For reference, for the future, movies in Japan are typically made with 5.1 all the time. If it goes into theaters, 5.1. But Japan doesn't really do 5.1 for TV series, which is why I was talking about how Funimation is the only company that goes above and beyond to add 5.1 tracks. Netflix might be different because I think they request 5.1 tracks. But yeah, so if it's a movie coming out, you can be sure that it's going to have 5.1. But yeah.
So where this is coming from is I'm trying to I want to do a podcast clip about that time when we learned that Crunchyroll had put the wrong subtitle track for Fruits Basket and JoJo Part 5. And I really want to splice the audio and switch them. I think it would be really funny to do that. Like at the appropriate times, but the problem is that JoJo's not in 5.1, so I can't put like, but I can't put the Fruits Basket like really soft kind of like a cappella music behind it or whatever, you know. I thought that would be really funny
that would
to
make
have
it even more awkward.
We can just like have the JoJo soundtrack and then sync it up. I
think it'd be really funny with like some of the lines in JoJo, like the bit that I was just watching today about what do you call it, jaunty jiggle sacks. I think that would be really funny to have like Toru saying that to somebody or something. Anyway,
so basically, you're gonna make a parody, but not a parody. Gotcha.
I just think it would be funny, and I wish I had access to it without the audio split. Anyway. So the Deer King anime film teaser trailer announced blah, blah, blah. Okay, so Deer King, we talked about this a little while ago. This is how it looked back then.
Is this that deer that got into the Japanese high school?
Based on the novel or whatever. So I was really looking forward to this back then. I thought it looked pretty cool. Not so much now. Very production IG, which is, not a terrible thing, but has lost all the appeal. So that's sad. I don't know. Maybe I'll still watch it. Who knows? Original anime film Hula Fula Dance postponed its release date. It's amazing. I didn't even know it was getting made, and it's already postponing.
I thought we did cover this at one point.
Did we? See, I didn't even know if it was actually an anime because the entire damn trailer is live action. So I don't know. I have no idea.
It sounds familiar. Like I'm pretty sure we did cover it at some point when it was announced.
It looks cringe. I'll click on the thing. We'll see what the website looks like. So good. Just like loading all slow. Who cares? Didn't care about it. Almost skipped it. There you go. I talked about it. There you go. Black Clover anime film officially revealed. So Black Clover, the anime is ending. And then it's going into the film territory. So enjoy your 3 boxes and a terrible looking side little DVD or whatever, FDM.
I literally kept up with Black Clover for like the first, give or take, 100 episodes, I think? And then all of a sudden, like, they were in a fight scene, and I was going to say this earlier, and I get this out of the way. They were in a fight scene to where all of a sudden they just cut from actual animation to it's like someone took a brush and was just throwing shit on a main canvas. Oh. And I looked at the screen and all I could think was, damn, did they just not animate this? I mean, don't take me wrong. Has anyone other than me seen Dragon Ball Absalon? Those guys did a better job with their animation than they did during these fight scenes.
Oh, that's really saying something.
Well,
so I'm like,
I find it funny you say I only watched 100 episodes when that's a bit more than half of the show.
Oh yeah, no, I liked Black Clover. It's just it was started to, how do I put this in my
Go
mind,
downhill.
derail itself because they were trying to push the. You know, I won't go too far into it and derail Brad's
So,
podcast. As we usually do, but
When I
just
look
give
at
you an
this image here, I see like a cringe RPG. Like he's got the big Final Fantasy sword. He's got the one wing little thingy coming off like in Kingdom Hearts Cloud.
idea.
He's got this like magic-y red pouch thingy. I don't know. I mean,
Okay,
I've never seen Black.
this isn't a spoiler. This is the opening. In the fourth
Oh.
leaf lies good luck and blessing. I'm not perfectly quoting it, but in the fifth leaf lies the devil. And guess who's who?
Is that a
So
spoiler?
they're trying. That's not a spoiler. That's his fucking. That's the opening.
That's his
Okay.
book. Lance
his-
is referring to his book. It's
Yeah,
it's on a
book-
pouch
his book
for
is
more.
the devil. It's there. It's in the opening.
It's the evil.
See
dead.
a random
So that's
11.
why he looks like that. He is literally becoming the embodiment of anti-holy bullshit.
Wow.
Classic.
Random Lone says got a piece. Improper use of piece. We'll catch video on demand. The last season of JoJo was bad.
What does he mean? Like the latest one that got animated or part
The one
8?
we're watching. The one we're watching.
I'm sure he means part 5. Well, we'll discuss it. We'll address your bad takes. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. I'm okay with it.
Random 11, join this and defend it with everything you've got, regardless
Well,
of what anyone says.
We're only covering episodes 1 through 13 tonight, if we cover it at all. So,
Oh God.
so if you want to join us for the total whole end discussion the week after next, then you are
Apparently, Lance doesn't watch JoJo.
Oh, who said that?
Me, because I don't think you've commented on it ever.
Oh, JoJo? I haven't seen a ton of it, but I've seen some of it. Like, I know more than enough about Tio Miranda.
So how much have you seen exactly?
I've seen all of seasons 1 and part of season 2, and then I watched a ton in Japanese because I was hanging out with friends. So I have no idea what season I was in, but
100 episodes.
I watched I was just hanging out and it was playing in straight up Japanese with no subtitles for like a day, constantly.
That's the best.
So I have no idea where I was or what I was watching, but I was loving the hell out of it. I can tell you about where I was. There was a car scene where they were like dealing with this yeah, it was where they were like fighting in and around a car, and this shit was awesome.
Are you talking about the part where Dio was in the car and the helpless senator had to drive him around?
God, I don't know.
Was
that
Dio in
context.
that
I'm
season
sorry,
at
it was
all?
Okay. Anyway, we can drill down and find out the precise moment later. Let's talk about part 6, Stone Ocean.
Hooray! It's
Also,
confirmed
Jason
now.
says, yes, Black Clover, the Jackson Pollock of anime. I'll have to watch it. It sounds appropriate the way you're describing it. I'm glad that I clicked that twice somehow.
When I saw the key art for this or whatever they call it, I looked at what?
I'm telling AC to scroll down.
Oh, I thought I said what's going on because I didn't quite hear it. I looked at her outfit. I'm like, God, how do they animate this sufficiently?
You know,
That's a lot of
David
line work.
Production has done a remarkable job with JoJo and adapting.
Well, yeah. I was paying attention to the latest season. And I'm like, insert guy here has a lot of details on him. Ooh, that would be annoying to animate.
Yeah, my wife is having trouble getting through the boob windows on Giorno
guys?
and
Wait, what'd you call them?
I'll tell you this: the boob
window.
windows,
Oh,
like the
okay.
cleavage, the male cleavage windows. Although I'll tell you this, my wife's having an even harder time getting past the Italian.
Because
She'd be
she
like-
can pick up on the nuances.
Yeah, well, Giorno's name means day. It's part of buongiorno, right? Good day,
Oh my.
right? Bruno's last name means I got you. Like I've got you, Lupin, right?
Bucciarati?
That sort of I got you. Yeah, Bucciarati is Italian for like, I've caught you, like the police, right?
Mhm.
Anyway, all right. So anyway, so Stone Ocean's coming. Follows Julene Cujo, who apparently spells her name with a C.
Yeah, I don't know.
Pretty sure that's not canon.
No,
And
no.
feel kind of
I
betrayed
looked.
by her.
I looked up the family
not
lineage,
liking
and it was
this.
spelled that way. I think.
So, but Jotaro was spelled with a K, right?
Yeah,
I know. That's why it's weird.
Kujo and then Cujoh.
So
I think she's just being rebellious.
You know what? Just gonna say, I'm probably gonna regret opening this tweet and scrolling down to see all the thirsty comments without proofing them first. People really like Jolene, and I'm not sure why yet because I haven't seen it. Obviously,
I saw insert big YouTuber here talking about how she was. I don't know. It was just like, oh, she's got the best fashion or whatever, and it's like, let's be real. None of these characters have fashion taste because no one would actually wear this stuff. It's just Araki is really good at art.
Yeah. You know who else
Who
is
was the
good at art?
YouTuber?
Go hands.
Go hands.
We'll talk about that in a minute.
Go with
Put it in
hands.
the chat, FDDNM, if you remember the YouTuber, because I'm curious if you can't say it publicly.
I can. He lives in a certain location.
That
Are
one.
you thinking of who I think you're thinking of?
He lives in his mother's
YouTuber
basement.
that has some serious.
Maybe
swag
he
in his
might.
outfit?
One might say.
It's funny to think that a guy who lives in his mother's basement also sleeps with an e-thought. Oof.
The e-thoughtless lives in his mother's basement as well.
Hey, AC. AC. That might have been uncalled for, but damn, was it funny?
Yeah, that was.
No, it's clearly his e-thought's basement. So you listen now.
Look,
Wow, his
Maybe
e-thought-
it is his mother.
Let me
Let me
I don't even know what she looks like, but it would be really funny if everybody
his
always
mother?
commented on her post like, "Is that Jeff's mother's basement? Are you taking these photos from a basement?" Anyway, all right. So
Jason
I came
South
out of my
says-
mother's basement. Well, so did I.
Oh God. Jason South says just waiting for part 7 and 8. Those are great. 8 so far is great. I'll just say some guy in the comments on my anime list of Stone Ocean said this will be the last JoJo that's animated rip or whatever because and then people in the comments were like, the hell are you talking about? They haven't officially said this, and someone's like, it's because of all the horses or whatever, because apparently Japanese people can't animate horses good ever, which I can attest to. Almost.
Is this true?
Being animated bad is fucking.
I don't think it's actually true. It's just a fan just saying,
no.
"Oh, they're not going to animate it."
So my wife has a folder on her computer called Horses, where she puts
Is it a pic?
all the
Is it a waist down pics of you?
No. It's pictures of badly drawn horses in manga for the inevitability that
in my head. Goddamn. Fuck off.
for the inevitability that we're eventually going to make like a YouTube video of her showing me all of these terrible horse drawings of bad anatomy. So yeah, apparently that is a thing. The Asians can't draw horses well.
I like to think it's because in Japan they don't natively use horses or have much horse experience, so they just kind of approximate what they think a horse looks like and moves like.
You've watched most
What do you
of
mean they don't? They don't have horses in Japan.
FDM. You've watched most of Silver Spoon, haven't you?
I've watched half of it.
Yeah. Well, how are the horses in that show?
I don't remember.
Well,
I'm literally sitting here trying to figure out what seasons of JoJo I've watched because of the whole Japanese.
like that's the one that immediately came to mind. I thought it was. I remember not thinking they were ass like the CGI horses.
Listen,
in
Reese,
Butler.
when I make a statement, I don't mean
The horses
absolutely
in,
100%
Attack on Titan
of
look pretty
all.
good.
Right.
most of the time.
I'm not saying 100% of every single horse
let
that's
me
ever
just
been
say-
animated.
Well, let me just say that I have seen enough bad horses to agree with you. Just throwing that out, you know.
Bad horse? Isn't that a form?
Okay,
Isn't that
so-
never mind.
I'm trying to find. Come on.
The thing about part 7 and 8 that bugs me is that it's not like
Boy, they are so thirsty for Jolene.
oh,
I
I
don't
saw
keep saying
I saw another
but
awful
you-
post, but I don't think I can even talk about how bad it was.
Well, you know the thing that's kind of annoying about I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but the thing that's pretty annoying about the YouTuber who lives in a location is that he doesn't actually watch most of the stuff he talks about.
Really?
Oh no! You mean he is a fraud?
He is a anime YouTuber that is successful. That is.
Are you gonna
that's
talk?
how
Are
it
you gonna
goes?
say that he just reads ahead in the manga and then preempts when it comes out with this anime is the second coming of Christ, and then when
Look,
Promise
I'm
Neverland
not
2
gonna-
happened, he's like, oh crap.
I'm not gonna accuse anybody
Oh,
of
that
anything,
was well done.
but I think that a lot of these anime YouTubers are pulling a Matt Pat. They are
What is
reading
that?
Reddit opinions and then making videos based on opinions that belongs to other people. Anyway,
So that's why stuff like Tanya the Evil's Lolly Hitler spreads so rapidly when she's not even remotely Hitler. What?
Perhaps. Prince of Tennis new 3D CG film to be released in 2 editions. Weird. I'm guessing this is going to be a direct-to-video.
Standard and limited.
Confirmed that the film will be
This
released
is
in 2
this is the
different.
King Kong versus Godzilla thing. Like where focuses on one or focuses on the other.
Decide and Glory are the 2 versions. The Decide edition features the appearance of Kunimitsu Tezuka and Seiichi Yukimura. Meanwhile, Keigo Atobe and Kuranosuke Shiraishi will be featured in the Glory edition. So enjoy watching the same movie twice with minimal improvement or difference.
That sounds like the greatest medium of all time.
Also, the voice of Edward Elric in the Japanese version is voicing this woman, I think.
That woman.
Those
Yep.
are the
Digimon
oddest
confirmed.
voices I've ever seen on a lady. This is like when you do a what do you call it? A caricature of what's her name? Serena Williams, and you emphasize the wrong parts. Okay. Anyway, moving on. She had
I
nice
some
things
real
to say
quick
about the
news just to
Roman
update you
Park.
about me and my JoJo watching. I think I've seen a lot of shit out of order because I had to find that specific fight scene to tell what it was in. But I'm looking through
Oh, the
this and I've
car.
seen a
The
lot
car
of
is
this.
part 5. The car is
Okay,
part
well,
5 with the plane.
Yeah,
The little
yeah.
plane scene?
The
That's part
little
5.
plane guy. But the thing is
Yeah,
like
that's Naranjo
I've been looking through this. Go ahead.
That's the character Naranjo and the guy who shrinks himself.
Yeah,
Shrinks
yeah.
Naranjo. Yeah.
We just
And-
watched. We're going to talk about those episodes tonight.
The thing is that I've been scanning through some clips of JoJo's, and I'm like, I've seen this, I haven't seen that, I've seen this, and it's.
I would recommend
it's-
starting over from the beginning and watching it straight through.
So I'm
Yeah,
like,
then you'll actually know what you're talking about.
Watch it dubbed.
Absolutely.
The only
Yeah, that would
problem with
help.
the dub is not using the proper stand names.
You keep
I just got to the part-
as a crazy bitch.
King
I just
Crimson.
got to the part with what's his name, Fisherman instead of Beach Boys, and the Thankful Dead instead of the Grateful Dead.
Thankful Dead, Jesus.
All right, so 2 more heroines revealed for Mystic Spirit Chronicles. Adorable. Like, what is she? Is this what animal is this? Like a raccoon? What is this?
Two more heroine.
Adorable, whatever she is. Anyway, and then also the isekai character. I don't care. I mean, she's clearly
into a world where the only thing they have for medicine
Anime collector is a furry confirmed.
Well, I mean, I didn't actually notice the furry until I started talking about it on the podcast tonight. But adorable, reminds me of my daughter with the blonde hair and the big smile.
I'm worried for her future. Please do not give her fursuits.
Won't. Yes, agreed.
No mink coats, apparently.
So, Wonder Egg Priority. Everybody's talking about this, and I'm not sure how we never talked about it before, and it just like aired and it never ended.
The name of it sounds so stupid. Wonder Egg Priority. I like the design.
Finished airing before Easter. Like, great job, guys. Yeah, I like the designs too, actually.
That's about it, though. I don't know anything about it.
That's all I can say, because everything I know about it are the 3 images here. Moving on. Okay. Heaven's Design Team TV. Oh, actually, there was something specific about that I was supposed to announce. Special episode coming in June. There you are. Also, Heaven's Design Team anime gets a bonus episode in Japan. So there you go.
I feel like that show would be like Cells at Work. Like, it sounds really interesting to watch on paper, but then when you get into it, you kind of get used to it, and you're like, okay, I get it.
I don't know. That reminds me of that one show where it's about all the good people go to heaven, but then this guy who was definitely supposed to go to hell ends up there, and everything starts breaking down.
What is that show?
I can't remember the name of the show. It's an actual TV series. Go. Continue.
We got here. Sorry. Jason South says, just waiting for part 7 and 8. Those are great. 8 so far is great. What's WAWW?
It could be wow.
Is it the initials for part 8? Part 6 is still.
No, that's Go Leon. No, wait, that's not it.
JoJo.
Yeah, JoJo.
Oh man, there's so many.
Or just Joe Leon. I don't know.
God, I'm really good.
Silver Spoon manga ending was disappointing. Oh well. Reese chimed in with, yes, I thought it was sad how rushed it was. That's unfortunate. Barely anything for Hachiken and Mikage. Oh no. It's characters I don't know. We'll take your bets, people, with JoJo Part 6. What shitty takes will CBR or similar post?
It's 100% going to be something about allyship and stuff like that. Yeah,
100%. You know how I know? Because I've already seen those in those Twitter threads with the thirsty boys I didn't bring up. All right. Anyway, continuing here. So Shaman King remake looks actually pretty good. Happy for that.
I'm both excited and concerned because I love Shaman King.
Well, it'll be nice because they'll dub it and it won't be censored and changed for children's.
Be funny.
I'm covered up. Anyone who saw the original Shaman King will get that joke.
They just make every single character fully nude with full depictions of their genitals. We're not for kids anymore.
You tuned into this thinking you were at a kids channel. We're quickly proving you wrong.
Yeah, Netflix is the kids channel.
Dark.
I'm going to end it here. I don't know. There's a lot of. I was still way up here in the scroll. Penguin Drum anime film announced for TV's 10th anniversary. For the TV anime's 10th anniversary.
There was really trippy stuff in that anime, but man, that was a dumb ending.
I haven't watched it. Own it. I haven't seen it.
Probably. Yeah, I haven't seen it either.
Also, I think Monica Rial is the penguin there.
Well, that's unfortunate.
I'll just step on her. I'll buy a plush of the penguin.
So, I know we've covered this before.
Son of a bitch, it says Blu-rays.
Well, coincidentally, we talked about the existence of this show when I looked up the last time we talked about something else we're going to cover in a second. How did we not make the World Star hip hop joke about Talia World Stars? Like, can we edit together just people in the background of the scenes going World Star or whatever? Can we do that? I want that to be a thing. Moving on. Devilish dating game Obey Me gets a summer 2021 TV anime. So it's about dating demons. And this one is doing the fusion dance, I think. Yes.
Dating demons.
Haruki Kuo's Liar Liar light novel series gets an anime adaptation. I think we didn't talk about, we talked about the light novel. We did not talk about it in the anime adaptation. So there you are. It's getting an anime adaptation. All right, here we are. Tokyo Babylon 2021 character designs appear to reference K-pop group and Volksdoll. Hokuto's outfit mirrors promo photo of Yeri from Red Velvet. The character design materials from Studio Gohan's anime adaptation of Clamp's Tokyo Babylon manga appear to reference a promotional photo featuring Yeri from the Korean girl group Red Velvet. The photo was taken to promote the group's Red Velvet, I guess, festival EPs released last year. So the outfit is worn by character Subaru's twin sister Hokuto Sumeragi and appears in key visuals. Hokuto, like many Clamp heroines, was fashionable in her own right. She was often drawn in couture-style outfits in the original manga artwork. There they are.
Does anyone else, when they hear the word "Go Hands," they think for a classic fight movie? It's time to go hands.
No, I just think about the 14 handies that is the typical wage.
You know what? You know what's funny?
That's the kind of language that we use to start a fight.
I grew up around a lot of people who are very homophobic. As you've noticed, I'm not. And the thing is that when everyone says the word Andy, I just immediately think Andy Man, and my mind goes from there. Just because I am an asshole and willing to do it, willing to go straight to that. Why are you talking about that? Because it's awkward and you're freaking out.
So it says here, ironically, Red Velvet's management group, SM Entertainment, unfortunate name, was accused of plagiarizing Paris 99 brand designer Paris Starn. The outfits worn in the teaser image, which are a completely different look than the one shown above, for Red Velvet's album, The Revi Festival Day 2, closely resembled Starn's work. So it's just a circle jerk of plagiarism, apparently. Hokuto's brother Subaru often appears in the manga and earlier anime adaptations in religious attire worthy of an onmyonji. In the past, his robes were white with purple or lavender accented tassels. Studio Gohan's reinterpretation seems to be modeled after a Volksdoll and outfit. So the thing we need to be paying attention to here is the posing. Little secret. You get away with a hell of a lot if you don't pose your characters in the exact same goddamn pose. If you don't trace the work, people will be less inclined to notice you stole it. If you don't sample the exact color from the image, people will be less inclined to notice you stole it.
Actually, Magic the Gathering just had one card art was caught stealing some deviant art person's art. So that's cool.
So the outfit was sold as an onmyoji accessory online and appeared in catalogs in 2017. Anime News Network attempted to reach Studio Gohan's for comment, but was unable to locate official contact information for the studio.
I was going to say, that seems to be the most accurate situation. That how do you begin contacting any studio in any fashion?
Well, if you're Anime News Network, you should be able to, you know.
But you're
Like, you
white
should
man
have
country.
context.
You can't speak
Yeah, but
Nipponese.
they've got people in
What
in
the
Japan.
fuck?
Kanapa's written articles for them, and he lives in Japan now. You know, they've
Why
got
lives in
contacts over there.
Japan now?
Yes, they're in contact with him. They could easily get people who are in Japan. They should have connections to different studios. Anyway, but the thing is that I think Studio Go Hands has probably like scrubbed all their stuff from the internet. Like, oh, don't notice us. Anyway, Tokyo
don't
Babylon
want your
2021 is actually this is all the stuff. So Makoto Furuta is listed as the character designer. So far, he has character designed K7 Stories, the Idol K movie, Setokai Yaku Indomo, and Tokyo Babylon 2021. So he'll never do that again, ever, seemingly. Now, there's more stuff here, though. I want to share with you guys some more. Lactate on Losers. No, wait, hold on. Lactate on Losers says, Go Hands, C's Fashion Magazine. It's free real estate. So here's some more comparisons.
Huh.
Oh, actually, this might be K. I think this is a character from K.
Yeah.
Wow. So Go Hands is getting found out.
Someone's going hands on Go Hands.
What a
Man,
dynamic
Go
pose you
Hands
got
is
there.
just like the best anime studio. Like, flawless.
Yeah, here's another one here. You thought adding a sword would throw us off?
Ha!
Anyway, moving on. So here we go. So this is what they had to say. So this is from the
Damn it, dude.
production
I
committee.
I wish I'd have completed that. Continue. No, you said
I'm
you
gonna come
think
back to these
adding a
comments in a
sword
minute.
would throw us off, and my mind immediately made a joke.
So here's a translation of the cancellation announcement detailing the copycat plagiarism found within the project from the production committee. After the recent discovery of copycat plagiarism by the animation production company, the committee has been reviewing all of our products to ensure compliance and to prevent a similar situation from occurring again. As a result, unfortunately, we have discovered that there are many other imitation plagiarisms in addition to the 2 character costume settings that were pointed out to us. The production committee sincerely apologizes for this inadequate management against the production company. As a result of repeated discussions with the production committee, we have decided that it is impossible to continue production due to the lack of trust with the current production company, and we have decided to cancel the production of the Tokyo Babylon 2021 project. After discussing with Clamp and the production committee, we have decided to start anew with a completely new production system.
Okay, thanks, Satan. Because I was gonna
Yikes.
say, wait, what? Yikes.
Well, yikes. Having to start all over?
Well, how do you not start all over? Because every single
Yeah.
design comes in like thousands of
Yeah, pretty
frames
much. Yeah.
across
No, I
the whole
agree.
thing. But I'm saying yay because at least we still got that reboot. And it won't be in Go Hands hands. And yeah. But interesting though, there's going to be some bootleg version that has all of these characters.
Exactly. That's what I want to see. So here's some more stuff they had to say. This one is from.
I want to see that 60 FPS CG in my Tokyo Babylon. Okay.
Wait, is this the same one? No, it's down here. Here's what they had to say. We wish to offer our deepest apologies to Clamp, everyone who loved the regional. That's got to say the original. Yeah, the original. Okay. Yikes. The original Tokyo Babylon, who had been looking forward to Tokyo Babylon 2021, who had been rooting for its success, the voice cast that was scheduled to be involved, and all other partners who were contributing to the project. I love how like they have to give their apology press conference, you know, and like we're sorry for the victims and the victims' families and the friends of the victims' families, kind of thing. Anyway, the production company will make sincere efforts to deliver a newly produced version of Clamp's wonderful work, Tokyo Babylon, as soon as possible, and we ask for your continued support. I love this. Starting over from scratch means that there's likely little chance of the series debuting this year. So if and when it does debut, Tokyo Babylon 2021 might need a numerical adjustment to its title. like they'll have to call it Tokyo Babylon 2022. And then we've got so I looked up when we originally covered this, and here it was. This was back December 24th of last year. Tokyo Babylon 2021 TV anime delayed due to character design plagiarism. Right? So this was like something that has been going on for a while. The news now obviously is that they've canceled it. And then the original one we covered was 90s anime fans not happy with new character designs as Tokyo Babylon gets a reboot. So it almost seems like everything's coming up Millhouse. Why you gotta fail this bad? Come on. Do you guys remember when we talked about this? It would be worth it to let it load. Come on.
Yeah,
Come on. Come
15 out of 14. Okay, I feel like my jokes have gone from decent to degenerate. You're welcome.
Well, you know, when the podcast starts out with jokes about 14 hand jobs, it's hard to move up from there.
I mean, that's what she said.
Here we go.
It's a pretty high standard to set.
So you guys remember when we covered this, like the original one, and then they did this thing here with the.
I love how I hold on. I've got to say this real quick, because it has to be in context. You literally posted on Facebook because I had to get on there to check something because a friend of mine posted something, and I had to check it out. And I saw your post of watch with the whole family, and I was thinking maybe I shouldn't join this one.
What?
Watch with the whole family?
Your Facebook post, AC. It said watch with the whole family, and all I could think was maybe I shouldn't join this.
For this podcast?
Yeah, go look it up. Go look.
Oh,
it up.
I will.
The name of the podcast?
No, it's. I'm gonna go screenshot it.
Oh no, I think what it says on the thing is watch with the cool kids over on YouTube. Yeah, there's a link at the top of the one going to the Facebooks, so that people will come here instead of watching it there, so we get the watch time. By the way, the watch time that I gained on that one fateful Sunday that saved us, YouTube just decided to erase all watch time from that day. I have total watch time from that day of 0 minutes. So there's that stress I didn't need. Anyway, so you guys remember we covered this?
Yeah.
I hate fucking
Yeah.
Facebook.
But I forget, are people complaining that he doesn't have the Turbo Chad shoulders or what?
Yes. That's the
I don't
thing.
want
So
his Turbo Chad shoulders. They look terrible.
I'm hoping that when GoHands is given the boot and they get the new studio, that they go back
has
to
7 heads wide.
Yeah. Anyway, all right.
Hey,
This is just so you
Go
know,
ahead.
real quick. Let me just power through this one.
Go for it.
Cyber Squad Last Angels promo teases more of Vuji's Angels reboot. So you might be thinking to yourself, "Huh, I have a DVD of Vuji's Angels." Yes, you do. This is crap though, and it looks like ass, and it's like a CD, a voice drama with terrible, bad animation. I probably started at the wrong spot for you to see how bad it was. Cry! It's like a motion comic. Anyway, go ahead, Lance.
Oh, I was just like, I'm trying to find the the podcast Facebook thing, and I don't use Facebook enough to know how to.
All right, I could pull it up right now and show you exactly what it was.
Oh no, it's not the thing linking to this video. It's the pre-post.
Well, the thing is that I can click on it right here in the window up here. It says I am live, and I can go like this, view on Facebook, and then I can grab it and I can pull it over here to where I'm already screen sharing. We're gonna have a weird Oh, actually, it's gonna do the. Are you sure you want to leave StreamYard?
Okay.
Boy, my internet sure is good.
When I saw it was a still frame and it wasn't a link to the video, but oh well.
I didn't post anything like that though.
What the hell did I see?
Probably an old post.
It's very possible.
I like the idea that somebody has hijacked my account to just promote my show, though. Anyway, so while we're waiting, I'm gonna go through and address Take Your Bets with JoJo Part 6.
You already read this.
That one, yeah. I'm just trying to catch up.
No, you're not.
WAWW is something from the Part 6 manga. If you know, you know. Thought you guys might have read it.
I think that's an acronym for insert chapter here, which I'm pretty sure I spoiled myself for that, and I want a KMS every time.
Okay. Well, thanks for. Here's the thing. So this is what I wrote. Make sure to watch on YouTube with all the cool kids. That's what I wrote.
Okay.
So that's the one I have.
That's the one you wrote. What I saw is we'll just pretend that happened and just let me know you were.
I like the idea that there is a post out there that says to watch this one with your family. Unless you're thinking about the Twitter post I made where I said wake up feeling like Evanito.
Guess what app I don't have installed and haven't looked at in months.
Twitter?
I can't believe you did that.
I can't believe he didn't comment.
That too.
I think he's giving me the cold shoulder. And just a few weeks ago he was saying if I was reading his tweet that meant he wanted to kiss me.
Oh God!
Sure, he says that to all the audience. Anyway, let's see. Yeah, so I'm not reading JoJo. I'm watching it. I don't have.
So this guy in the comments is a complete pleb.
Reese. Yeah, we have to clarify. We're talking about Reese and not our audience here that you're insulting. Been reading the Japanese volumes, trying to learn so I can read Oroka Monogatari, which will probably never get translated. Well, let's hope. Shueisha volumes are great with Furigana. Well, that's nice. G-Kids. I don't remember what that was a reference to, but the Belle Delphine thing. I'll do it. I'll do it. Trust me. I bet you somebody that I know either knows Belle Delphine or knows what's his name? Nuxtaku. No, knows Nuxtaku, and Nuxtaku knows Belle Delphine.
Oh,
there's a will, there's a way.
Fucking Nuxtaku doesn't know. Like that guy's getting around. It's impressive.
Like all his latest videos was I showed YouTubers, streamers their worst content or like that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I showed streamers their own fails. Yeah.
I subscribed him for the one interspecies reviewers one. It's like he hasn't been doing any anime stuff lately. It's like,
well, nothing good at least. Yeah. No, I got to be honest. I like him. I think that if I knew him in real life, we would be like. We would hang out and be decent friends, right? But his content is real hit or miss. Let me put it. He's got a one-note content, right? And sometimes you're in the mood for that content, and you could binge it for hours. But I'm not always in the mood for that content. You know what I mean? So, like, it comes and it goes. Occasionally it's great, and occasionally you're like, all right, I'm going to click away after only 12 minutes of this stream fails, right? Anyway.
I haven't actually watched him, but I've watched like a debunking video or whatever.
I'll tell you right now, his content to me is fucking hilarious. I haven't yet seen a video of his where he doesn't have an energy that will at least keep my attention enough for me to.
I feel like his content could be edited down significantly and be better. Like legitimately, I mean this in the most sincere way possible. I think he has the snuff to go the distance in terms of being a huge YouTuber, producing content that gets millions and millions and millions of hits every single day, or every single video that gets uploaded. But I think that he is perhaps padding a little bit of time, a little bit more than is necessary. And if he just changed up the editing a little bit to trim stuff down, still more than 10 minutes, but I think he really could produce good content.
No offense, but I've got to call irony on that, considering 99.9% of your videos are over 3 hours.
Well, yeah, all the streams and most of the content.
We need to live edit, okay, guys? We need to edit while we're live.
I've thought about it. All right, so Jujutsu Kaisen manga exceeds a remarkable 40 million copy print run. The official Twitter account for the Jujutsu Kaisen manga series revealed today. No, this is interesting. This is very interesting. Revealed today that Gege Akutami's hate crime. Sorry for that. Gege Akutami's manga, which serialized in Weekly Shonen Jump, has surpassed 40 million copies printed physically and sold digitally. This figure also includes the Jujutsu Kaisen Zero manga that is being adapted into an anime film. Blah, blah, blah. Here's the interesting part. The last sales figures from the staff behind Jujutsu Kaisen was from March 4th at 36 million copies. This means this month alone, the manga series has printed and sold 4 million copies, which is slower than the previous month, but still better than some manga sell in their entire lifetime. Jujutsu Kaisen has also outsold the lifetime sales of Shaman King and is on par with Berserk and Yu-Gi-Oh!
Damn.
So
Yu-Gi-Oh's
I don't know how I know literally nothing about Jujutsu Kaisen other than that it's doing well. Because this looks like fucking garbage. This looks great. Like, don't get me wrong. I think that the animation version of it looks good, but this looks like butt. So I don't know. I want to watch it, but whatever. Now,
Hey guys,
40 million.
10, maybe 15 minutes. I got something I gotta take it for real quick.
All right.
I'm not gonna leave. I'm
Enjoy
just
your
gonna-
dump.
Bye.
Okay. We'll see you soon. So this is 40 million copies, right? My Hero Academia manga exceeds 50 million copies printed and sold worldwide. Now, Reese, you were telling me 17 volumes for Jujutsu Kaisen?
I think so. Yeah. Is
30.
that including Zero or?
It is. Yes. It said specifically in the article. So My Hero Academia is 30 volumes.
Mm-hmm.
So almost double. And it's only 10 million more? How come I know so much about My Hero Academia and almost nothing about Jujutsu Kaisen as though nobody is talking about it? Anyway, so they go on to say here.
Honestly,
this
I
kinda
actually
weird.
hear way too much about Jujutsu Jukin.
Okay.
But I'm not saying that. Yeah, Jew. I don't know where I was going with this. I'm just saying that I hear about it a lot. So
Great artwork.
maybe you're just in the different sphere.
That looks bad.
Yeah, I guess so. It does look great, doesn't it? The Dobby dance?
Yeah, Dobby.
Yeah, does he dance?
No.
It says Dobby dance. Anyway. All right. So with 50 million copies of My Hero Academia in the world, the series has overtaken the lifetime print runs of Tokyo Ghoul and is on par with the classic series such as City Hunter, Great Teacher Onizuka, Yu Yu Hakusho, and Haikyuu. Yeah, that classic Haikyuu. The last time we checked in with the series was at the start of 2021 with 30 million copies printed and sold, which means in 3 whole months, the series has increased by 20 million copies, which is no small feat, though this does count worldwide sales for the first time. So that seems, why would you phrase it like that? Are you telling me that your previous number of 30 million is only in Japan, and then you're like, what, 20 more million? That actually makes the number seem small, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't know.
I like how they're saying it's catching up to Yu Yu Hakusho, even though that only has 19 volumes.
Right? Still, interesting times. Moving on. Oh no, Taihen, Horikoshi's dead. No, wait, that's not what it said. My Hero Academia manga on break this week due to Horikoshi's health. Apparently he's already on the mend, so skip. Okay. Deadpool and All Might join forces in latest Deadpool Samurai manga chapter. Feels so appropriate. I think this is I Am Here. What am I doing? I love the font just screams fanboying, right? I like this a lot. I hope that we get an anime of Deadpool that has all the anime characters show up. I think that would be very funny. Anyway.
That picture with that one picture with Deadpool and All Might, just how that like without any text, fully covered, like as a poster or like a wall or something, like a big ass poster you could have on your wall. That'd be awesome, in my opinion. But
I mean, it might work its way into the thumbnail.
It looks funny. Like oh my god,
it does look funny. I like it. Yeah. Okay, Attack on Titan's final chapter is completed, says the manga editor. So it's interesting. He said, on Aaron's birthday, I received the final chapter of Attack on Titan. Everyone, please look forward to reading the chapter in the May issue of Beisatsu magazine. Thank you for 11 years and 7 months of hard work, Izayama-kun. So, I mean, why you got to call him Kun? Like,
I mean, at least deserves a San or Sama.
Yeah, right? Yeah. Like he's put together this masterpiece, but we're going to belittle him. Makoto Shinkai. Was it Shinkai-kun? Right? This is how the editor gets him to deliver on time. He belittles him.
Probably like an editor who was in his 50s when he started and just like always treated him as the child that you always saw him as a kid when he started out.
What if it's his actual dad or something? Anyway, moving on. Okay. Kodansha promised... Yeah, so also in that tweet, they were threatening manga spoilers. So Kodansha promises worldwide prosecution of illegal uploaders of Attack on Titan. Warning posted in English and Japanese comes just days before the manga series finale. Probably should have just read this one.
Well, you guys know the drill. If they say don't do it, you do it more.
Yeah. Come get me, bitch.
Harder, better, faster,
swat me. How is that belly button all the way over here? It's not even like it's printed all the way like 2/3 the wrong direction. Anyway. Okay. Some anime and manga series are all about maintaining the status quo. Their whole appeal wrapped up in allowing fans to leisurely spend time with the settings and characters established in their earliest segments. That's not the case for Attack on Titan, though, whose roller coaster ride of mysteries, betrayals, and warfare is about to come to an end. The final chapter of creator Hajime Izayama's tale of fearless heroes and pantsless monsters is set to be published in the next issue of the manga anthology Beisatsu Shonen Magazine. No matter how Attack on Titan's conflicts resolve themselves, though, publisher Kodansha is making it very clear. Wow. Thank you, Kimbo Slice. Might get a 15th hand job out of that guy. That is a callback that I probably should have established before.
There you go. Your wife will be calling you any minute now.
I lost my place. Kodansha is making it very clear that its fight against manga pirates continues and will be in a worldwide one as well, as shown in a tweet from Shintaro Kawakubo, the Japanese editor for the Attack on Titan manga, in which he says, regarding illegal upload and pre-release leakage of Attack on Titan, we've begun to take legal actions. I love this. You literally just got the final fucking chapter. You're like,
and you're all high horse
leakers, guess what? We're coming for you. Like, you better not think about leaking. Don't let anyone know who the Armored Titan is. We've begun to take legal actions against several accounts and individuals. We'll take measures against illegal uploads of images and texts regardless of country. Thank you for choosing our official products. I can't wait till they take down
the logo.
No, I can't wait till they take down my OCA podcast clip where we talked about the manga spoiler videos getting booted off YouTube because my thumbnail has the girl holding the speech bubble that says I'm the Armored Titan. Anyway, so while Kawakubo doesn't mention Attack on Titan's final chapter specifically, the timing, coming just a little more than a week before the next Besatsu Shonen magazine's issue street date, can't be a mere coincidence. Of particular note is the assertion that Kodansha will pursue legal action against unauthorized uploads regardless of country, implying that the company is in no way willing to turn a blind eye to uploaders located in countries where the final chapter is yet to go on sale and or local fans may object to the pricing and or localization choices of the officially licensed version.
That also means that but until now they have been just okay with that, you know?
Yeah, I can't wait till Funimation inserts just take the L, Titan.
Oh God.
Cringe. Okay. The same statement was issued in Japanese, with the Japanese tweet currently having some 4 times as many likes as the English version. What are you trying to say there? Attack on Titan series finale will appear in the May issue of Besatsu Shonen magazine, which actually comes out on April 9th. Okay, well, there you go. So this is probably just going to recap, but it doesn't have the word Attack on Titan in it, so I'm curious of what it says. Tokyo Court rules that manga spoiler sites infringe copyright. No. Spoiler sites? Tell me the definition of what you call that, of what that means. Spoiler sites have been posting lines and images from series before the official release date. Okay, I will tell you this. I learned in college from a teacher that apparently Mosquito Mane is in agreement with Kimbo Slice. Is that Kimbo Slice?
I don't
Faith
know who
Fit
Kimbo
Fun
Slice
02.
is.
Tell me who your profile picture is. I think Kimbo was bigger. So when I was in high school, there was a popular like world star hip hop style street fights kind of video floating around on the internet about this felon named Kimbo Slice who would just obliterate people. He was like a monster. He was so big.
Kimbo
and the only guy
Slice?
I think ever. Yeah.
That's a girl with the Snapchat dog nose on her face.
Yeah.
Is that what you guys are seeing?
Yeah, you don't see that?
No. Here, I'm going to screenshot this, and I'll post it real quick.
Go into full screen on the thing, on StreamYard.
Yeah, let me wait for the. Yeah, I'm. This is definitely. If you guys, okay, please, Reese, I'm going to ask you to take your own screenshot while it's full screen and load it into the brand thing real quick.
I'm pretty sure that's a bot.
Well, I can't wait till you guys get to see the difference in what we're seeing here.
Oh, okay, hang on. Let me get to Facebook.
No, just upload it into the. Don't put it in Facebook. Just upload it.
No.
Yeah. Upload the
Okay, hold
screenshot.
on. Fuck. Hold on. I gotta. God damn it. I used print screen. I was just gonna paste it. Now I gotta take a regular screenshot with the windows and the print screen. There we go.
I'm gonna wait for yours to come up before I post mine.
Private. Nope. Brand. I can delete this thing. Delete. Add overlay. Pictures. Screenshots. Nope.
All right, here we go. You guys, I still don't believe you.
Right. It's uploading.
I don't believe you, Brad.
Are you ready?
Yeah, please show me. Son of a bitch. You weren't lying. Are you guys ready for this?
Yeah.
Are you ready for this? Now leave that one up until I put here. This is what you guys see. This is what I see.
What the fuck?
What? How the hell?
How is that? What the hell? Hold on. That's what's on YouTube too. What the hell?
Good. Good. Then
Wait, so why do Reese and I have the thought?
I don't know. That's very weird. Lance, you've come at an interesting time.
That's so bizarre.
So what is Mosquito Mane a picture of for you guys?
3 children that are compound.
In one shirt. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm seeing too.
That's what I'm seeing too.
Oh, that's weird. So I think this is what probably happened. This is a master level troll who attempted to post the comment with the one image of the Snapchat and then switch it so that when I answered, like, I see that one, but everybody else is seeing the Kimbo slice. I think that was the goal. It failed. A brilliant strategy, though. I very much love the work you put in there. Seriously, excellent attempt. All right. Okay, let me.
Good morning, Danny.
Yes, good morning or good evening. So, a Tokyo District Court ruled last Friday that spoiler sites, websites that post images in story sections from leaked and unreal. Oh, I was going to tell you a story. When I was in college, I learned from a teacher that because one of my classmates managed to gain access to a 3D software before it had been released. I think it was like 3ds Max. I don't know, like 2012 or something, right? He got it before it came out, and he was using it. And the teacher's like, you need to be extremely careful with that, because if you were to distribute that, it is a felony. So I don't know if that is the same for Japan when it comes to merely having, a photo of the spoilery bit of a manga or whatever before it comes out. But yeah, it probably does have a hefty, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Christopher Barker is back from doing the dishes, and he says, I went on this Poindexter's Lounge and tested a theory. I typed reject the Snyderverse and got timed out instantly. Okay. I mean, it would be interesting if you could find something that would get us to kick you. For a second, I thought this was Faith Fit Fun 02. Right on, man. Well, have fun getting banned from wherever that occurred. Anyway, so back to this here. So a Tokyo District Court ruled last Friday that spoiler sites, websites that post images and story sections from leaked and unreleased manga chapters, infringe on the copyright of the author and publishing. I can't believe this wasn't established case law yet. The court has ordered that the domain and server information for a certain website be handed over to the publishing company who brought the claim to court, Shogakukan. So this is Shogakukan, not Kodansha, which is what we were looking at before. Shogakukan brought the claim to the Tokyo District Court with the author of Kengan Omega. No! Is there a sequel to Kengan Ashura? I don't know that. Yeah. Yabako Sandrovic, yeah, that's him, had flagged a... Oh, shit, I hope he's not coming after my video. Had flagged because I did record that video before Kengan Ashura came out, but there wasn't anything in it from... I don't have any clips from it, so I guess it doesn't matter. Anyway, had flagged a certain website that was posting information and pictures on 63 chapters that had not yet released on Shogakukan's Manga One digital manga service prior to the release of the chapters. So this is an interesting concept because remember we talked about that one guy who got arrested for hacking the Shonen Jump app or whatever to give himself 16,000 hours of free manga per day, or 16,000 chapters or something like that.
Uh-huh.
You remember we covered that?
I don't.
I wonder if somebody was able to, like, it seems like iOS apps or whatever in Japan aren't very secure. I wonder if somebody was able to reverse engineer it and unlock a bunch of stuff that had been uploaded but not made public yet or something like that, you know? Staff at Manga One has claimed that spoiler sites have become a major issue with unreleased chapters, especially during the pandemic, and has alleged that these sites have earned a substantial amount of advertising revenue from these leaks. Shogakukan and other publishers have been going after unauthorized uploaders of manga chapters that popped up, with the editor of Attack on Titan at Kodansha publicly saying that they have begun to take legal action against several accounts and individuals. The website information of the owner of a certain spoiler site has been ordered by the Tokyo District Court to hand it, great phrasing here, to Shogakukan and the creators of Kengan Omega to claim damages.
So I actually have a solution for this. The mangaka just has to make a chapter that doesn't suck, and then people will actually want to buy your thing.
See, I don't think that works.
Because the only thing that it would really take away from is people wouldn't want to read it then if they just heard the synopsis or whatever, right? Now, if it sounds really good, they're like, damn, I need to see this. You know, that's,
well, I'll tell you this
much.
So Dan's not here to elaborate on this, but something that's really interesting about Dan is that I don't know if he owns any video game consoles. But what's interesting is that he knows just about everything there is to know about video games, like popular video games, like Halo,
like Mass Effect and stuff.
Well, because he reads the Wikipedia entry. Like, he's interested in the games. I don't know that he plays them. I don't think he has any consoles. I don't know. I've never seen it in his house, but he knows the lore of all the games. All he does is he reads the Wikipedia entry and learns all about it and gets. He's one of those people who can get really deep into storytelling and stuff. Yeah, like so he'll get sucked in no matter what we're watching, no matter how crap the anime is. He'll get sucked in and be paying very close attention to what's happening. You know, whereas I'm like, oh god, this animation is trash. I can't even pay attention. He's like, you know, focusing deeply and like you have to really call out his name for him to hear you, kind of thing. Anyway, Lance, I can't hear you. Would you like to leave and come back? Or check your audio settings and see if your mic is connected? Anyway, so Christopher Bark says he can never be banned here. He's too lovable. And then apparently RHYS, as me, chose to say this, even though RHYS has clearly been on his own YouTube. Thank you for giving me the heat. And you finished Dragon Ball Super the manga. I'm so sorry for you. You blocked it from your memory. Well, that's good. So whoever typed a bet there, I just want to say, you cut me deep. You cut me real deep just now. I think he's made his point. He can't be banned. He is too lovable. Okay, so here we go into into some gaming news.
All right,
I hope
where's
Kimbo
Dan?
Slice is still
No.
here. Yeah. CD Projekt Red completely changing its marketing strategy for new games. Now, FDDNM, you said this was interesting to you.
It is.
Was the headline interesting to you, or was the actual article interesting to you?
Well, I didn't read it, but it's interesting to
That's
me
what I thought.
because CD Projekt Red, everyone is attributing the quote failure of it to of Cyberpunk to the marketing because A, they spent a massive budget on it. B, people could say they were deceived and everything, but I don't know. I feel like people just got way too invested on the flash of the marketing material over the fact that I don't know, they're still working on the game and they haven't actually shown a ton of it and stuff. But yeah, so I was like, okay, so basically they're gonna be like, sorry guys, we won't do it again. That's what I'm expecting, unless they say we're gonna do only in-game cutscene trailers, no gameplay whatsoever.
It seems to me like CD Projekt Red got cucked on Cyberpunk because they were forced to release a game that was unfinished.
Yeah,
and I feel like especially during COVID, you had a perfect excuse for taking like.
The thing is, they delayed it already so many times. The problem was that they kept on saying stuff like "It's gone gold." It's gone gold, so it should be, ready within the year. Oh, delay. They just needed to make a big enough delay.
We can hear you.
Y'all can hear me? You know what sucks
Yeah.
is I made such a good joke because you went into all this description about Dan, and then I was like, is that why you fell for it?
Well, on that, I do want to address this comment. Wikipedia is just surface level. Take Warhammer 40K, for example. Sure, I can look up Wiki, but you got to read the books and stuff to get real deep. Dan owns the 40K books. I'm almost certain. He is an avid reader. So there you go.
Okay, fair enough.
What's CD Projekt Red's new strategy? Taking their time making a good game. So here's the thing. Here's their strategy. They are no longer going to be promoting a single game. It says here, during the presentation, the company stated it will shift into developing multiple franchises at the same time instead of creating hype for one singular release over many years, like in the case of The Witcher 3 and the incredibly buggy and unfinished Cyberpunk 2077.
So when the one game fails and flops, they have a backup game for people to maybe like.
I don't know. I think that this is a situation where they've been turbo cucked by getting forced to release a game that wasn't finished, right? And I think that there was probably look. So you were talking about the fact that they were saying like, oh, it's going to be great, it's almost done, and it was like ages from completion. I feel like that was like that. You brought that argument up against them being like when I was giving the benefit of the doubt saying they were forced to release a game that wasn't finished. You say, well, that might be true, but they shouldn't have been saying all this stuff. Here's the thing, though. The department that was saying all that stuff may have also been getting forced to say things by the same people who forced the game out when it was unfinished.
It sounds like... what is it? The upper management is basically responsible, like the production committee type deal.
Right. I think it was largely that. I don't know. I didn't play literally any of the games that they made, but that's what it kind of seems to me. So I mean, I don't have anything against them. I just don't have time for gaming. But yeah, I'm gonna move on because I don't think we need to actually.
I don't have time for gaming.
Former NecoWorks April Fool's joke, Catboy's Paradise, being developed for real. Now I'm realizing this might not actually be a game. I think it is. NecoWorks, who are responsible for the immensely adored Neko Para Eroge, is now dabbing in the realm of otome games as a former April Fool's Day joke known as Catboy's Paradise is now being developed for real. I think that's enough said. Yeah, so Neko Para Man Edition.
Buddha Simulator.
Fuda,
There you
Fuda,
go.
pussy, pussy.
Okay, Capcom enlists life-size Lady Dimitrescu standee to promote Resident Evil Village. I think we talked about this a little
We
bit.
did not.
maybe.
I sent you guys a image
I've
of
already-
this.
Holy crap.
I feel like this got up on stream at one point though. I don't know.
A
maybe
buddy of
not.
mine was just showing me her the other day for some fucking reason.
Well, either way, it would be nice if
Or it.
we got this treatment in our game stores, which you're not going to be able to visit.
Yeah, he's not wrong.
So Christopher Barker says, sounds like, hey, we couldn't make one good game, so let's pump out as much crap as possible. I think what it is that this is the higher ups trying to salvage a loss by saying, well, we're just going to do, we're going to at least have one hit because at least one of the games is going to be successful. So keep giving us your money, right, for this shareholder meeting and all that. That's what I think is going on. What about anime games? No, you don't understand. The thing is that literally I have no time. The fact that I finished JoJo was that I sacrificed lots of sleep to work both jobs and do the watch club.
And to be fair, just leaving Brad and his insane process aside, most people don't have the money to be like, hey, I'm a super otaku and I'm going to collect every fucking anime box set and then go, hey, I'm going to also collect every fucking anime video game. No, you have to usually...
Yeah, but it's like even games I already
that or have
own
a
that I
hard
would love to play, like Minecraft is getting the cave updates going on right now. I'd love to play that shit and find the warden and all the stuff going on, but I don't even have time for that.
I would love to watch you play
literally-
that and just talk shit about you the whole time you play it, because, man, that game is dumb.
I
X2.
ultra
No, I was going to say
hardcore you so hard.
X2 to repel, but that's the wrong meme.
So anyway,
The only control in Minecraft that I find interesting is Alt F4, and that's only on PC.
ouch.
Oof.
All right, well, moving on from there. Japanese Apex Legends players banned for saying "nigero." So there you go. I hope.
What if they
Kimbo
just
slices
mispronounced
stuff here.
Figaro?
No, it's a Japanese word that means run away.
This is a wholly big misunderstanding.
This is like banning U.S. players for saying retreat. They're being banned for saying this, right?
Mhm.
So when
That's
your
sad.
one group is higher up on the oppressed totem pole, that you can literally stop people from saying words in their own language, you've done fucked up. We've gone too far,
Yeah.
So EA, the publisher of Apex Legends, has tried to take their awful reputation to new heights as they have decided to temporarily ban some Japanese players for saying nigero, despite it being an actual Japanese word and not the N-word. The publisher wishes it was not the N-word. Who wrote this? Was this Ayanami? Rift. Screenshots were shared online of players being handed bans, a 7-day ban in one instance, for saying and/or writing out the harmless nigero, which means run away in Japanese, and would naturally be said rather frequently in an online game. So real quick, since we're doing our JoJo podcast,
You're banned.
I'm gonna share a screenshot from the opening. Now the translation here is it's combining the line that you're going to see and the next line. So it's not actually what the translation is. You're seeing the wrong context of what the English line at the bottom says it is.
Mhm.
But the opening to JoJo Part 5. Oh shit, my internet sucks. It's taking forever to upload. The opening to JoJo Part 5 says, careful, Christopher Barker, careful. You don't want to get banned off of YouTube.
What the fuck?
How is it still loading? The real question, how did I not have this already uploaded before the stream? Reese, can you hang out there and wait for it to pop up and then just tell me when what just happened? No, I want, okay, whatever.
Wait for it to pop up and then catch it when it does.
There it is.
Screenshots were shared. Post it. Okay, don't worry, I'll do it. Doko Nemo Nige Renai. It's struggle as I may, I cannot run away, which is the other half of the sentence that isn't written up here. Yeah, so I just throw it out there. I thought it was interesting. It is a very common phrase in Japanese. That it was. I even noticed it before this article. That it was in the opening, right? Couldn't help but notice. You know.
You had your eyes peeled for that 4-letter word.
So, ro, in Japanese, there's a form of the verb that makes it a command, and that's what it is here. Nigero is like fucking run, you know, rather than it's not a request; it is a command, right? Which is why I love Odoro in the soundtrack to Katamari Damacy when they command you to dance in that song. Anyway, all right, so which means runaway in Japanese naturally would be said frequently in an online game. So yeah, they've been banned for this. Further context for one of the moments.
Japanese companies ban Japanese people for using a Japanese word that they obviously know the context.
Is Apex Legends Japanese? I don't know.
No.
I don't know. It was a question that I
Maybe
wanted to
the
clear
people
up.
that made Titanfall too.
So a team member was trying to revive the player, but he realized that an enemy was approaching and told the chat to run in English. The person reviving him did not seem to understand, and so assuming that the other player was also Japanese, said nigero, same meaning instead. I've seen some disingenuous suggestions around the net that the player who was banned was using the word as an attempt to use a racist insult that would get around filters. It was actually a Japanese person trying to communicate with another Japanese person in Japanese. And the only racists here are people who find that offensive. Sadly,
I
incidents
agree with that last part.
where-
That is the only racism here.
Yeah, sadly, incidents where people are banned for simply saying words that sound like racial slurs but aren't actually is not that uncommon. As those saying the word Naga, a fictional race, have been permanently banned from streaming platform Twitch. Well,
Fictional
I guess
race?
we're banned. Yeah, you know, the snake-bodied people.
Oh yeah.
Anyway.
Naga.
All right. Ninja Gaiden Master Collection won't contain breast jiggling either.
Well, I'm
Something
not
is
buying it.
Very,
Done.
what is she on the moon? What's going on? Are they both independently breathing?
Yes.
Ninja Gaiden Sigma
they're
2's
alive. They're taking the life away.
Ninja Gaiden Sigma 2's inclusion in the upcoming Ninja Gaiden Master Collection has now been thoroughly neutered, as the once great title has not only removed its violence and gore, has not only had its violence and gore reduced, but its controllable breast jiggle will be removed as well. A move that many will immediately blame on the now puritanical and censorship-happy Sony. Ninja Gaiden Sigma, Ninja Gaiden Sigma 2, and Ninja Gaiden 3 Razor's Edge are the 3 games present in Ninja Gaiden Master Collection. And the bundle will see the games on modern consoles, Nintendo Switch, PS4, Xbox One, and PC come June 10th. Ninja Gaiden Sigma 2 was well known for its breast jiggle physics that players could control through the PS3 controller, the feature being so celebrated that there's even a commercial that's centered on it. Well, I'll have to watch that later. I gotta know what this crap is about, because this looks weird and unnatural. Considering the overly sensitive... What?
I was gonna say it's weird and unnatural, aka it's not real.
Yeah. Considering the overly sensitive and politically corrupt nature of the modern games industry, the concept of controlling a girl's sweating breast is apparently too offensive in a game where the player massacres hordes of foes, the act of violence also being horribly censored in Ninja Gaiden Sigma 2. The breast censorship was confirmed in a short interview with producer Fumihiko Yasuda, courtesy of Noisy Pixel, upon being asked if the feature would be preserved in the bundle. Was this the guy who left RHYS? Fumihiko Yasuda? No, that was Yohei Shimbori and Shunsuke Saito. Okay. Seems like everybody's leaving. Okay. Breast motion is not included. Not surprising, but he did add there are no changes to the character design, and the costumes added in Sigma Plus and Sigma 2 Plus are included. Ninja Gaiden Master Collection will at least possess all the DLC, according to Yasuda, who said it will include the costumes from the Plus versions, also bonus costumes such as Sigma 2 bonus DLC of Joe Hayabusa's costume, and the save data bonus for Ninja Gaiden 3 Razor's Edge of the Nightmare Brought to Life costume can be unlocked in the game. None of that means anything to me because I have not played these games. Moving on. All right, let's find out finally.
I want to quick address this one particular comment from Christopher Bugger. It's like you buy movies that you haven't seen a single one of them.
But that's like real life.
Yeah, I want to direct your attention to this is my to-read list.
Oh, I looked up and all I saw was the waifu, was the anime character or whatever the hell it was.
You can't even see the bottom of
with
it.
Big boobs, and I was like, oh my god,
these are books that I own.
Yeah, but you actually are reading them.
Say, huh?
You actually are reading them.
Yeah, but like, just it keeps getting longer and longer and longer and longer.
That's my anime collection for you.
My decision to buy all the slime novels made me reorganize my reading order. This is the order I'm reading them in.
Well, I'll tell you this. If I weren't doing the podcast and I didn't have the channel, I'd be getting through a lot more anime. Or more specifically, I wouldn't own as much, and therefore I wouldn't have as many things that I didn't watch yet. So Final Fantasy 14 localization team explains why they changed lines.
Okay, let me make clear what I was saying earlier real quick.
Go ahead.
Was when I looked up and Reese said, "This is my reading list." That was the picture on my screen.
Right, I got you.
All right, well, I'm sorry I wasted your time.
No, you didn't. I'm just saying I understood your reference before. I appreciated it quietly in my head. I liked what you.
It's okay.
I don't know how to make this.
He'll give you at least one handy later.
Yeah, gotcha. I do a good job of making this awkward.
All right, so let me get through the chat real quick. We covered this. Your internet speed decided to go back to the 90s. Well, you know, no.
Well, that's where mine lives.
Mine's right next door.
Me looking at reading list, and my reaction is, damn. All right, so let's see. I'm curious what they have to say here. So, in an interview with Final Fantasy XIV's localization team, has divulged much about how the title is translated in English and why the team decided to translate things in certain ways, potentially upsetting those who don't tolerate censorship and despise localization teams that don't stick close to the source material. English translator and lore consultant for the game, Catherine, dear God, how do you pronounce that? Quinner?
Quinner?
Okay.
Quinner?
C. Wiener, I'm going to go with that.
Okay.
Discussed how the team keeps the NPCs sounding consistent over the years. Our translation tool does allow us to search by character, thankfully, but a lot of the consistency and characterization comes down to old-fashioned human work. Usually, when we're writing a character, we search them up and read a bunch of their old text to remember how their speech sounds. If it's a character we're not particularly familiar with, we'll get one of the translators who has done a significant amount of work with that character in the past to check our translations and point out any elements we might be missing. Look, I would like to say right now that the fact that they're even doing that is a huge boost, in my opinion, of localizers, right? Like, that's pretty. I'm happy to hear that they're actually putting in that kind of effort, right? So C. Wiener also disclosed why certain terms are chosen for different Final Fantasy XIV localizations and mentioned that, quote, names are discussed in advance, with English names sometimes being chosen before all the other localizations, and whether or not they are, quote, easily understood or, quote, sound cool are issues they consider. Regarding why the English that appears in the Japanese version and the localized English is sometimes different, there are a couple of different reasons. One is that the fundamental localization philosophy of Final Fantasy XIV, as established by Yoshida-san, goddamn, is that all languages should offer an equivalent experience to the players. If something makes the Japanese audience go, cool, it should not make the English audience go, okay, I guess. Well, I'll say this. Whenever I'm watching anime and the character goes, sugoi, or whatever they say, kakoi, I don't think, wow, that character is so cool. I legitimately do go, okay, I guess. Right?
Well, it's because anime should be this niche medium that it used to be, rather than this mainstream bullshit that's now being censored.
I'm just saying that.
I know
well,
what you're saying.
Okay. There have been times where a character will say something really badass that was obviously a localization choice, and I'll be like, fuck, they nailed it, right? I'm just saying that most of the time, and I'll bring it up again. Get out of my way, I said go, in the Dead Zone for the Ocean Group dub of Dead Zone is such a great line that it actually made Goku cool. And then Funimation's dub make Goku stupid. So
there was the line. I forget which. It's been a minute since I cared enough to look into it. But I'll tell you right now, Goku's speech is very different from the Japanese to the English. The one he does for Frieza. Yeah, I really think the English dub though, that right there was what made me love Dragon Ball. That fucking moment. Like Dragon Ball Z became my show. The
Ocean Group one or the Ocean
I am
Group
the
one
hope of the universe.
Is that the Sean Schemmel one?
Yeah, he did. He did that one, and I think I forget. I don't remember if I saw the Ocean one as a kid.
So I'll say real quick. Totally agree. Black Lagoon dub makes that show. In fact, there are a couple shows. Is it the Black Lagoon one?
Yeah.
Oh, the Black Lagoon is badass.
Black Lagoon is freaking great.
The Black Lagoon is one of the few shows, even a lot of people I know who don't like anime will literally say, yeah, I like Black Lagoon.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, okay.
Yeah.
I don't remember anything in particular about Romeo X Juliet's dub. I just remember that they didn't have the guts to kill Tybalt, which was great because he's a great character, and also the ending being different was a happy change to Shakespeare's original.
Speaking of that, I want to bring this up real quick because we're talking about things being changed and localization. I got two things, if you don't mind. Let me hit y'all with this.
Go for it.
First thing, in Beyblade, did anyone other than me watch all of the original Beyblade with Tyson, Kai, Max?
Augie.
Okay, Augie. Okay, well, the thing is Kai dies at the end.
What?
Well, yeah. Spoiler.
Well, I'm sorry. The show's like 15 fucking years old. But no, it's not going to happen in English. So if you only watch the English, you're not going to see. You're not going to notice.
By the way, happy Easter, everyone.
Oh,
yeah. Speaking of dying,
happy Easter. Yeah. I don't think that character came back after 3 days.
May the Lord make his face to shine upon you. Anyway,
that's weird though. They kill a character in a kids show.
Yeah, well,
that happens all the time in Japan.
I don't want to overcucks it, but I'm telling you right now is that the English does everything they can to deny that it happens, and it kind of as a kid it didn't make any sense.
He's asleep.
It didn't make any sense.
He's in a coma now. He'll be fine.
And I rewatched it, and I did a bunch of digging, and they changed it so hard. And then another thing, talking about Final Fantasy 14, I have a true story, and I'll try to keep this short, but I want to share this. Me and some friends of mine, a lot of my friends actually used to play Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2. And the thing was during when that game, like after my PS4 fucked itself, there was a character released in the Supreme Kai of Time.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, a friend of mine, we were talking crap on mic, and we were in there with a bunch of people, and this guy, gonna not dox him, starts laying into us because he hates this Japanese shit, and he starts talking about how Supreme Kai of Time, how she looks and everything, and I'm like, You're saying a lot about this, but have you even looked at Final Fantasy XIV, aka one of the biggest MMOs out there? Is literally a race of character called Lalafell. And he laid into us over,
Sorry,
over the spring tide of time. And yet Final Fantasy XIV, I've had a lot of people play it, and this is the first time I'm hearing anything like even partly substantial about censoring, because they actually care about that game.
Well, let's see what they say here. They say,
okay, sorry.
Words in foreign Englishes sound pretty cool. They just do. When anime was taking off in the U.S., people would say kawaii and neko, even though we, of course, already have the words cute and cat. But when you start taking those words and putting them back in the original language, they often sound more boring than anything. That's not going to give us the equivalent player experience we're looking for. So we indeed do deviate from the Japanese for this reason sometimes. Another thing that people may not consider, though, is that in some cases we come up with the English names for things first. Coolness problem solved. But the name might still be difficult for Japanese players to understand and look like a key smash when translated into katakana. So there are cases when the Japanese side is like, cool, English, be ashamed if something happened to it, just as we do at times when localizing Japanese terms. Okay, so are you saying that they're like writing the script in every language for this game all at once?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I've talked to a lot of people who played the game and who have played it, and they're just not there. I've never really seen many complaints. It's just from what I've just going from my perspective that I've been given. Of course, I've never played it. It's just the game seems to be loved by the people who make it. They didn't really say anything about censorship. This just means like them trying to give a decent word for something that.
Yeah, I got to be honest. I don't. So I am not. They're talking here about something around here. They said something about the types of people who don't like it when. What do they write? Who don't tolerate censorship and despise localization teams that don't stick close to the source material. I am not one of those people. I don't think you should stick close to the source material. If changing, look, I'll just use this example. Michael Clark Duncan was a perfect Kingpin in the Daredevil movie that we were talking about earlier. He's black, character's white, but he fits that character so perfectly that it's better to use him than some random guy, that wouldn't quite fit.
It wasn't at a time where it was for diversity points either.
Exactly. Exactly. They didn't pick him because they needed to hit the checkbox of we got a black guy playing a white guy in this movie. They did it because he was a good actor for the role. Back when it meant something and making movies was an art form where you were actually trying to make art. And you picked people to make your art good versus jerk off your virtue signaling points to people.
Now, when you say a black guy playing a white guy, do you mean a black guy doing a white face, or you mean like they did a Captain Marvel exchange type deal?
I'm not sure I follow the Captain Marvel.
Because Captain Marvel was, is it Captain Marvel? Or wait, no, I'm thinking of, who's Samuel L. Jackson?
Yeah.
Nick Fury.
Nick Fury.
Yeah, he was.
I believe he got changed to a black character in the comics before he was portrayed by Samuel L. Jackson in the movies.
Oh, okay. Well, either case, I'm just saying, like, originally it was a white guy, and now it's just a black character.
Yeah. So so you know the character Kingpin in Spider-Man and all those shows.
Yes.
FDDNM?
No. If I saw a picture, I might.
I'll bring him up right now. It won't take long.
I played the
Have you played the new Spider-Man
FDDNM? What was that?
Have you played the new Spider-Man for PS4 or the newer one?
I'm waiting for the PC Master Race version, or at least to get a PS5 that will run it at 69 frames a second.
Okay.
4K.
Did you see the new Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse film?
No, because it looked like they had frame chop, and
Here he is in Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse.
Okay,
Here he
I
is in the
think I
comic
actually
books.
do recognize him.
Here he was
I've watched
in the
a lot
Daredevil
of
movie.
Spider-Man. So,
I mean, hey,
Right? So they used Michael Clark Duncan instead of just, oh yeah, let's get this guy.
yeah, I'm colorblind,
Right.
so I can't really tell anyway. Woohoo!
Right. So that's what I'm saying is that Michael Clark Duncan fit the character because he was able to portray the role of what the Kingpin was in a very effective way. Now look, I think
Yeah.
Vincent D'Onofrio was a great Kingpin, or he was a great character, but he wasn't a great Kingpin, right? Because he's too small, right? Michael Clark Duncan is fucking huge, and he
Yeah.
fit the look of the character and the and sort of like let me put it this way. It's kind of like the whole one of the things that I think Ben Affleck did well as Batman is that I thought he played a good Batman and a good Bruce Wayne. Like, I felt like one of the problems I feel like I have with Christian Bale's Batman and some of the other Batman Bruce Waynes is that they literally just become a different character. But with Ben Affleck's portrayal of Daredevil and Bruce Wayne, actually, or Daredevil and Batman, I feel like he's carrying the other role with him as the alter ego. And I think that is something that I legitimately feel is overlooked with his performance that I don't see in a lot of other superheroes. I think Tony Stark, Iron Man, I think that Robert Downey Jr. does a pretty good job with it. But I think that there are other ones, especially Batman adaptations, where the Bruce Wayne version of Batman might as well just be the actor playing a completely different character because it so poorly feels tied together. You know, I'm the playboy. I've got the women on my arm and I'm pretending, but kind of just playing this douchebag, right? Whereas I felt like Ben Affleck's version, I felt you could feel
the bat in him.
Well, you could feel what was. So look, I'll just say I kind of want to have a dedicated stream for this, but in Batman v Superman, I haven't loved the movie, but one thing that I felt really came through in that director's cut that I've been watching is that I get Batman's motivation for hating Superman in that movie. I don't get Superman's at all. It seems like a selfish prick and a kind of a douchebag. I'm really annoyed with him. The one part I don't like about it is the branding. Apparently, Batman is branding people with the bat symbol. And there's a throwaway line that Jeremy Irons, as Alfred says, about becoming cruel or whatever. We're just like, I'll accept it, but I never saw the motivation to start branding people. I mean, if he branded Superman, yeah, I get it, but just random crooks for no reason. And then also them getting killed in prison for the brand doesn't make any sense, So,
but the thing is, like that right
Batman
there to me,
doesn't
I've
kill
never
people.
seen this movie, and I kind of want to watch it now because Batman is literally my favorite superhero.
well, that's the thing that pains me about
that doesn't add up.
DC is that Batman's the only thing that's good about DC live action.
The thing is, hold on, I can agree with you there. The thing is, sorry for my slight smacking. That doesn't add up to Batman's code.
What, the branding? Right.
That's not the way Batman would handle something. Two,
It
Batman
felt forced when it
literally
happened
never
to.
kills. That is his mantra.
That's why he'll never be as cool as the Punisher.
But the thing is that it doesn't. None of that story plot line adds up. So I'm just going to end it there because I don't know what the hell the movie's about other than fighting. But
yeah, well,
to me,
I gotta finish it.
bullshit.
I gotta finish
Well,
it.
doesn't Batman kill someone in that movie?
I haven't finished it, so
That goes against his motto.
So I'll just say I think that the Batman movie with Heath Ledger as Joker, I absolutely love, but I do not like Christian Bale at all in those films. And I like the idea of, I wish Ben Affleck had been there for that, because I feel like there would be more chemistry between him and the lady character in it. And I think that he would have pulled off the struggle a little bit more. And I almost feel like in Batman v Superman, I almost feel like Offset, Ben Affleck is just hammered. Like, he kind of looks like he has an alcohol abuse problem in the movie, but he doesn't, like, he's not moving like he's drunk. You know what I mean? But he looks like something's weighing on him, and it really comes through in the character. So anyway,
Also,
let me
one more comment, and I'll keep this short, but just food for thought. I said this when I first heard about Batman versus Superman. How the fuck does Superman fight Batman when literally in Batman's tool belt, one of his many things he keeps is a chunk of kryptonite?
So you're taking the canon from like one thing and not applying it to the other. In Batman v Superman, a major plot point is that they are trying to figure out how to kill Kryptonians or whatever you call them. No, like the world, like Lex Luthor, like the whole thing with Lex is that he's looking for ways to take on the Kryptonians. Because Superman might be here to largely help us, but I could make $1 billion a second if I got the U.S. government to want to buy a weapon I could construct using kryptonite or whatever, So there's a whole plot point about Batman trying to get some kryptonite and Lex Luthor also trying to get kryptonite or whatever. So like it's a point. It's a story. The story's written in such a way where Batman doesn't have the utility belt with the kryptonite at that time.
Okay,
Anyway.
so this is another goofy ass multiverse situation to where you have to take the context of what it is. Okay, I can appreciate that, but I see where you're coming from.
Yeah. Anyway, so let me address these real quick. So regarding Romeo X Juliet, Jason South says Romeo X Juliet at least didn't have the letter arriving late BS of the original play. Shakespeare may have been a great poet, storyteller not so much. It's been since high school since I've actually read some Shakespeare. I'm very interested in watching a play actually.
What
of like
light through
Macbeth.
yonder window breaks?
I don't really care about Romeo and Juliet, but I kind of want to watch Macbeth or Hamlet. What's the one that Patrick Stewart did? That's like at the beginning of some DVDs, like an advertisement for his thing. I want to see that. Anyway, moving on though. Dub was great, but the soundtrack by Hitoshi Sakimoto from Final Fantasy Tactics is freaking amazing. Dude, it's been so long. I have not watched it in ages, and mine is in those plastic DVD protectors because of the stupid 2-disc, like the stupid thing that Funimation did with their collections for it, where they were the 2 skinny discs in the thing. Anyway, Romeo X Juliet going off script, source material, and making it work.
Badass.
Yeah, they are. And then it's Marvel in the comics. What? Cavill Superman seems okay with murder. Yeah, which I'm okay with. I really like Henry Cavill like actor wise, but I don't like Superman. And I wish they had just left the mustache on for the original take of whatever it was that he had the mustache for, because I thought it would have been a better Superman. Justice League, whatever.
Yeah, that was specifically.
Look. You got to understand. You've got Superman, which is a trash character, and then you have the Injustice video game, which goes off the manga, which was pretty fucking badass.
Manga?
Oh, well, yeah, Injustice is, I guess, does anyone know what that is?
I've heard the game. It's based off the manga?
From what not manga. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Localization team in progress. Comic books.
Okay. All right. So Seb says morning. Good morning, Seb. How are you doing?
Morning.
All right. So let me see. I think I've got them. Yeah, I've got the new tabs. What am I doing? Here we go. Add stream. All right. Here we go. So this is something we didn't cover last podcast, and perhaps also the podcast before that. I can't remember. 7 Seas offers new editions of Classroom of the Elite #7 and Mushoku Tensei 1 and 2 light novels. New digital editions are rolling out this month, paperback versions in April and May. So 7 Seas Entertainment reports on its website that a new digital version of the Classroom of the Elite Volume 7 light novel has been issued on all digital platforms as of March 2nd. In addition, the publisher has been re-editing Mushoku Tensei Jobless Reincarnation Volumes 1 and 2 this month for a new edition on digital platforms.
Huh.
The new paperback editions of the books will ship from the printer in the following timeframes. Classroom of the Elite Volume 7 will be mid-April. Volume 1, Jobless Reincarnation, will be early May. Volume 2 will be early April. Seven Seas advises customers who bought the earlier printing to return or exchange it at the retailers from which they purchased it. Yeah, it's a collector's item. Just buy it again.
Don't do it.
Good luck with that, trying to get those into brick and mortar stores that have like a 30-day return policy on books that you bought like 4 years ago.
Retailers will have access to the new edition. I think it's an exchange thing. They probably have something worked out where it's an exchange thing.
Yeah, but why the hell would you? Why that? Who?
Dude,
okay, answer me this. Riddle me this. Has anyone ever known anyone who understood this shit and was like, I am going to take this misprint back? What are you doing?
Okay, so there's a tear in the paper, right?
Uh-huh.
Right here.
The books were damaged?
No. So there's a tear in the paper here, right? On the cover.
Uh-huh.
It's not doing this, but at first glance, it looks like this is an alpha channel. Like his arm is supposed to be partially in front of it, but then they moved the cell or the layer over.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what's happening. You can tell when you look at it closely, but that kind of messes with. Do you see how like it's almost exactly? It's an approximation of where his arm is.
Arm a little too well.
It follows it so well that it bugs design-wise. It bugs your eye, doesn't it?
Also, not mine.
Why is the logo, the title, like this little itty bitty thing over here instead of like front and center somewhere? You know.
I've seen worse, honestly.
Well, we are talking about manga here. Anyway, so the new versions address complaints of omitted or rewritten text in the English releases. Seven Seas acknowledged the issues in a statement last month, announcing that it would reissue Classroom of the Elite Volume 7 and that it is reevaluating its editorial choices on Mushoku Tensei. So it's interesting to see. Like it feels weird to address this because it's like we're so used to addressing
companies are fusing,
going woke and going broke kind of thing, that it feels weird to see. I mean, I would say I guess Sonic was the first one to dial it back and like, okay, well, hold up, let's not fuck over our actual customers here or whatever. I remember I was rewatching, I think it was Podcast 50, and there was a bit in it where we were talking about how the Sonic movie has an edge to it. It's a bit edgy. And I was like, then I was thinking about it after the fact, having seen the movie. I'm like, where was that edge? Like, what were they talking about?
You talking about
was
the
it
Sonic
the part
live
that
action movie?
They tied up the sister-in-law or whatever? Like,
you talking about the live action movie?
Yeah, the live action Sonic.
Yeah, I would not in any way say that movie was edgy. It was more touching and better than people said it was, but not edgy.
Like don't get me wrong, it's a kids film, but it has a bite to it, or whatever they phrase it as.
Oh my god, tying up your sister-in-law, everyone's dream. That's a joke.
So I'm not gonna read the rest of this. I feel like it's just gonna be a rehash of all stuff we've already covered. So I'm gonna move on. But those are the dates: mid-April, early May.
I hope that they don't screw over Mushoku Tensei because I have been informed a lot about that show in the last 48 hours, as in more than I ever thought I'd know. It seems like
it's going to be a good one.
And all I'm sitting here wondering is that will it survive this? Because if they don't stay unwoke, then they're probably going to censor that to the point that it's
that manga.
Well, the thing is that they're pretty early on. They're on volume 1 and 2 of it, right? So it looks like they're going to be hopefully correcting their mistake early and not ruining it, right?
That's only the light novel, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's up?
That's only the light novel. The manga's actually been like substantially released to a decent point.
There's a
light
lot
novel's
of
already on volume 10 as well.
Mushoku Tensei Jobless Reincarnation has been out for a while. Like
Okay.
I did not realize
Have
that.
they not released?
Hmm?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I was just gonna say the amount of this story that's out is mind-boggling, considering how the tiny bit they have covered in the first like 8-10 episodes of the anime.
The volume
They
10
have
of
at
the,
least 12 volumes of the manga out.
volume 10 of the light novel comes out on 420.
Oh,
Nice.
so Crunchyroll and Viz Media to bring Burn the Witch, Tower of God, Jujutsu Kaisen, and more to home video.
They're finally
So-
making good on that deal, and it's funny because Crunchyroll's Funimation now, and they're like, "Well,
Crunchyroll's not Funimation now.
I thought you said that
the-
Funimation acquired Crunchyroll, though."
No,
That hasn't gone through
FTC, the
Oh, son of
FTC
a-
is doing antitrust probe.
Wait, what? Antitrust?
Were you not here for that? Was that last podcast
Probably.
when you arrived 5 hours late? You might have
I
missed
mean,
it.
I would have been
there's
here,
the
but you know, someone doesn't notify people right.
Well, you know what? You just pulled a me with the whole like notifications on Discord. So sorry about that. That's your own fault.
And on your phone,
so-
and on YouTube, apparently.
So what's the TLDR again?
Okay,
Antitrust?
so the Federal Trade Commission is probing the sale of Crunchyroll to Sony as a violation of antitrust, meaning that it gives them too great of a market share. So Sony
Wait a
is
minute.
arguing.
Someone is fighting against monopoly?
I know, right?
For once?
They're probably going to fail, but the FTC is actually doing something for once. So Sony is arguing that anime is just an adult form of animated entertainment, and because they don't, they've got like freaking Disney Plus or whatever has The Simpsons or whatever that it's not even comparable. Like we're not competing with them at all. We don't have a market share.
Or HBO Go or HBO Max or whatever has the South
The
Park
Simpsons and fucking
Yeah.
Family Guy and all that stuff is not anime.
I know, but Sony
Continue.
is trying to make the argument that anime is just adult entertainment, right? Therefore, whatever. Anyway, so Crunchyroll is not yet owned by Sony. Sony wants them to be, but they aren't
How do
yet
you fight
because
that?
the Federal Trade Commission has come in to do a probe to find out if this is a antitrust violation. Anyway, so in the
So you're
partnership with
telling
Viz
me
Media,
that you're telling. So let me summarize this for anybody listening, because I'm gonna cut my usual trash bullshit and I'm just gonna be straight with you. What's gonna happen right now is somebody has way too much power and they are going to be allowed the choice as to whether or not, in their eyes, even though they probably don't understand the entire situation or the effect this will have on people, the community, anime itself, even the future of animation and media in general, that they will have the power to say that if this series, this genre of media, okay, we can now hand this over to Sony, giving a huge corporation even more power over something that it has no business controlling. And then that one choice by this one person will literally change practically everything that people do. Because when you think about it like this right here, I'm going to make this very clear because I've had this discussion. If Crunchyroll and Funimation, two of the leaders, are owned by Sony, if you think the censorship that they're doing to the video games is bad, we will be lucky.
Oh no, trust me. Yeah, we know.
We will be
Yeah, we made
100%
this argument.
lucky if this does not completely fuck over the industry and the thing that everyone here, everyone right now joining this podcast, loves and got to this point in this passion.
Look, you
Will not
gotta
be.
understand that it's an inevitability. Okay, the best thing that we could have happen is that this is no, you don't understand. Well, okay, you do understand, but I'm trying to say to emphasize, Sony and Crunchyroll are on production committees.
Oh wow, he's breaking up really bad.
Oh, so that's not just me.
Funimation.
I
I'm
can't
back.
hear him.
Good. Okay, I'm back. Can you hear me?
Say something.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay. So Sony and Funimation and Crunchyroll, all these woke companies, they're on the production committees. So they're out there saying, no, you can't have an upskirt here. No, you can't do this. No, you can't do that, right? So here's the problem with this, though. Like, first of all, so it is going to happen, right? We are going to lose what made anime great, and it's not the upskirts, obviously. I mean, just to be clear, it's not the lewdness that made anime great. But what it was is that it was an American comedy, or it was an American action. It was something different, right? It didn't have American sensibilities. It appealed to people who were more free in their form of expressionism that they were allowed to consume, right? You could do things in anime that you absolutely could not do in Western production, right? But
Like Boku no Pico.
well, yeah, I mean, yeah, actually. So in the way that this is going to go well, like the only way this is going to get better is if we are able to create effectively some sort of like breakaway civilization outside the existing infrastructure, where we get the people who get ousted from the industry for doing the things that they've always done, who have never hurt anybody, throwing a panty shot in here or there, or whatever the thing is that they're deciding is taboo this 1 month or the next, using the word runaway in Japanese, for example. Those people are going to find a new home, creating content with some form of other infrastructure in what is effectively going to be a breakaway civilization, where we create content with new, new studios, new productions, new things, and it's all going to come from the willingness of people like us who don't want to stand. Who will not stand for censorship, supporting them.
Studio
right?
woke.
I am going to say something that I've been saying for years.
Say it.
And this is going to make sense. Well, thank you. I'm glad I have the floor. I don't know why I always. No, I do know why. That's just me.
Just get into it.
The thing is that everything good in life must be fought for. And if people aren't willing to stand up and defend what they care about and accept other people's values, then all values and all things we care about will be taken away.
Like, you don't have to accept other people's values. You just have to tolerate them.
You don't have to like love everything someone does, but if they're not in your circle or causing you a problem, then you shouldn't be going, hey, this person likes anime, so let's go beat down their door and call them everything you can. I've been insulted my entire life. I really don't fucking care. But the thing is that here's how it is. You can either sit back, take America. When the War for Independence and everything went down, the American people stood up and said, okay, look, we're tired of this. And they fought for what they believed in. If you're not willing to stand up, and it's just like you said, people are going to have to separate themselves from it. But if you're not willing to stand up and assert yourself and defend what you care about, and we sit back and we keep taking this lax shit. Like, think about it like this. Everyone bitches about what Sony does, but then they turn around and buy it. It's like Call of Duty or any of these games that are being released. I got a friend of mine who's a big FPS player, and these games are copy-paste, yet people still buy them. I'm like, if people don't stand up, make a stand, and make it as that there's a consequence to these big corporations, because remember, money talks and bullshit walks. If these big corporations don't realize that, hey, fucking these people over is going to screw us over in the long run, then they will continue to, under the table, change your ass over. Everything. Yeah, exactly. And we're going to lose. And it's like Brad said. It's you keep using panty shots as a fucking like nervous tick for the any explanation.
It's the thing that it's the obvious answer of the things that they're censoring.
The eccentricity of anything.
Put in natural breast physics, and then like the removal of natural physics in anime that happens to do with genitalia or boobsicles or whatever you want to call them.
Anything
anime titties.
You've got to understand is that the people that usually cause these sort of uprises and call out on something like that, I say this all the time, and people have a hard time understanding it, but then some people get it. The people who make these big issues are the exact people that are so guilt-ridden inside themselves that they need to attack something, because all it does is help them feel better about themselves, because they realize that this is a medium, or anything. Think about it like this. People, okay, look, I'm not going to get into the gun rights argument, but I don't give a damn what anybody says. A knife or a gun sitting on the table can't hurt anyone.
Of course.
It's not going to do anything. So the point I'm trying to make is the same protection for everything else, for books, for medium. Hell, people attack the Bible all the time because what's in it. That can't hurt you, because it is the worst thing you do is someone to pick it up and beat you over the head with it, which would be fucking violence.
So the argument that you're unwittingly making is the argument for individual responsibility. Right? Because as you say, it's not the gun that kills people, it's a specific person who does. Exactly. Right? It's same thing with the Bible. The Bible on its own isn't harmful to people.
It's completely harmless.
But especially where you grew up, Lance,
no kidding.
People weaponized it. People weaponize it against you. They've weaponized it against other people. They create, systems and cult groups in order to
like cults.
They manipulate the minds of those around them to see something as a monster that is literally no bearing on the
Which is
real
a monster,
world.
Pocket monster? Jesus Christ.
I'm telling you right now, Pokemon is so satanic, Pikachu's going to kill somebody. But the thing is that was a joke, by the way. I'm reminiscing on stuff I've heard. The thing is AC's got this on that point. I have seen it. I have seen this radical bullshit that makes absolutely no sense. And I have seen a 70-year-old man who had more sense than anyone I ever met, who picked up a fucking Pokemon figure, put it on a shelf, and said, "Don't pray to this," and then handed the toy back to a child. Because he's like, there's nothing wrong with this. This doesn't exist. I'm like, this guy is 7 years old and he gets it. Guess what? No one listened to him. But he was my fucking hero, because I realized at that moment as a child, I was like, reality and fiction aren't the same fucking thing. And then it goes back, like I said, it's all that same reality of people are inherently evil, and people have to accept that. But any form of medium, including anime, video games, manga, any sort of activity like hunting, fishing, collecting guns, collecting knives, collecting books, anything, cannot hurt somebody. But if you make an active choice to harm another person, that's what we need to fight against and stand against. Because it doesn't matter what someone is collecting or doing. I'm not going to get into super, because people can try to manipulate anything they want to. But you have to make a conscious decision to do something, to give into, oh, hey, I'm mad with this person, so I'm going to do something wrong. And you can't go attacking because there's violence in video games or sexuality in media and say that is influencing anybody, when it's them themselves that have to make that conscious choice to change over.
Lance, the issue that human beings have, it's not so much that they are inherently evil, it's that they're inherently authoritarian. People want control. They want power over other people.
That's
so. And yes, I agree, but it's a specific thing, like it's not just that they are evil, because if you say that they're evil, then it's like they want to just do bad things, when it is a specific thing that people tend to have, that they want control over other people, or that they are so vain that they believe the world would be put right if they held the controls, right? And your power just went out? Your internet's still going. Well, I'll continue with my speech, even if you don't hear. So the problem that society has right now is that we've got people, it's so cliched, but it's absolutely hits the nail on the head. There's two types of people in the world. The people who want to be left alone and the people who won't leave you the hell alone, right? And effectively what we have is we have a frenzy that people get whipped up into by people wanting to control how other people act, how they think, what they're allowed to
Exactly.
like, and effectively what, like I said, like what they're allowed to think, And so, like, I'm going to pull in an article here that a couple articles here that I wasn't going to cover. I'm just going to throw them out here since we're at a kind of a good place, and if we're going to split in stuff, we might as well do it here.
And while you're pulling it up, I want to make this quick point. Think about it like this. Context is king, and perspective makes all the difference. When you sit there, and if you were to take a time and watch some of these popular, I'm not going to start naming names, but popular freaking talk shows on TV, how they introduce some of this stupid shit, they use this eerie-ass music and this psychologically working tone and choice of words to manipulate the audience into seeing, I mean, don't take me wrong, they could take this duck, oh my god, this is the greatest mobster that ever lived. He is on every wanted list ever. And the way that,
let me give you this. Here's an article that I wanted to bring up because what we're talking about here is important to me. But I'm too fucking tired to audit every article and not have the podcast be a million years long.
Yeah.
But since this one has gone at a pretty breakneck speed for most of it, I feel like it might be worth having this conversation. So Sororities24 wrote this article. Anti-Asian racism social experiment restores our faith in humanity. So this Japanese YouTuber hired this actor. So when this YouTuber goes and talks to people on a campus asking where the McDonald's is, this guy comes out and says, "This is America. You should probably leave. Are you Chinese?" He's like, "Actually, I'm Japanese. I don't know the fucking difference. You should get out of here. We're doing this because of you." And he's holding the mask and stuff. Basically, he's making an ass of himself, right? And here's the restores faith in humanity. The test was to see if any person that he interacted with would side with the quote-unquote racist guy or side with the Japanese guy. Guess what? From what I saw, not a single person started chiming in with the racist slurs and stuff. Not a single person chimed in and said, "Yeah, get out of here. This is fucking America." Do you want to know why? Because those people effectively don't exist. They're a boogeyman that gets created in order to control people, in order to control weak-minded people. And this is the sad thing. A lot of the people who buy into these things, hook, line, and sinker, you know why they believe that there's an anti-Asian racism epidemic going on? Is because they themselves are the racist ones. They themselves have prejudice. Right?
You mean in the same way my grandma is the what is it? Like she sees the me avatars hands and calls them breasts and says, "Oh, this company's perverted," type deal. She's the perverted one.
What I'm trying to say here is that when you look at, so this is a perfect analogy here. What's going on with the Vic Mignogna court case? Vic is suing because he was accused of things and attacked by a guy guilty of those things and worse,
I feel really
and
bad
that's what's happening here with the media that we consume, that they want to control and censor.
It's because look, Racy, I'm gonna help every one of us out and just go on and say it because I'm already cucked as it is. I don't want to say anime fans because it's not just them.
What did you say? Okay, there we go.
Sorry. Check your text, by the way. Check your phone. Context is needed if I just immediately disappear. Oh, wonderful. Never mind then.
I'll pull up my messages app. Right.
My power might be going out. Okay. The thing is that I don't want to say, I don't know how to put it to encompass like people, this entire culture, but they have the ability to think for themselves. And it's like you said, to manipulate weak-minded people. Well, 98% of the people that I talk to about video games and all that kinds of stuff generally have a clear enough head on their shoulders that they can separate, fiction from reality and do some research of their own accord to find out like what is fact and what is fiction, and then shuffle through the shit. And our our leaders and people like who have power in this world do not want that. They want everyone to sit there and go, okay, I'm telling you this, so you must accept this. It is literal abuse. It's God, it's Stockholm syndrome. And see, everyone is accepting this because they're like, okay, if I listen to this, this will happen.
Let me give you another article here
I need to find that link you guys got for that one because I need to read that thing.
Well, I'll send it to you. So Japanese beauty brand shop, or I'll undo my close tabs so I can send it to you. Japanese beauty brand drops the word whitening from its products. So again, because
it's cultural sense, they're slowly making you sensitive to it, and it's not a thing.
No. Look, so the Japanese kanji for beauty or for the skincare industry uses the kanji for beauty and white. But the reason that there is a quote unquote white bias to beauty is because women who aren't tan are indoors. That's the point. It is a more feminine. You know, the point is that being of fair skin is a sign that you're not outside working your ass off, meaning you come from means, right? Same thing as the king being fat. Sign of wealth. Yeah, and it can be, sure, but the thing is that the world has gone completely insane when it comes to, I think, treating Black people like children who can't not have their way. Like it's like a bad parent, and it's disgusting to me that they treat Black culture this way. That it's like, okay, so you've got a group of people who are effectively using terrorism, which is violence for a political aim, in order to get what they want, and so you're capitulating the way that a parent with no backbone capitulates to a child who screams in the store that they want this or that, and you just get them to shut up by giving in. Like, that's what's happening here, is that we're losing culture, and we're losing it over loudmouth people. And the thing that is so offensive to me about this is it's largely not even a Black culture or Black people forcing this agenda. It's a bunch of fucking overly sensitive time on their hands that they go out of their way to try to white savior a group of people that they see can't do anything for themselves. And that's why when we get back to this about the whole, the boogeyman of the racism exists because those people themselves are racist. They hold thoughts about they're inferior in a way, and it's like it's so disgusting to me that they not only do this broadly, openly, and hold these beliefs, but that nobody calls them out on it.
Yeah. And I'll give everyone a real quick analogy how to understand this. It's like this. I was hanging out with some friends of mine a long time ago, and I made a joke. Me and my buddy were sitting there, and I made a joke regarding he was dating this girl. I'm not going to go into details. And I made a joke, and then person C comes in here and chimes in how my joke was offensive, and no one else in the room took it that way. No one. And my literal response, as the asshole that I am, I'm like, well, you sound like you got a guilty conscience. Because my joke was completely innocent, and you read all this through. It's exactly what they're doing to people. And because that person chimed up, that little thought, was he thinking that way? And since I spoke back and defended myself, unlike a lot of people who are completely afraid to speak up to people who are total assholes, then you get this whole precedent and then this ball rolling. And it's just like, that's just a good analogy that I can think of to explain to anyone who's on the fence or not understanding what we're talking about. You have to understand that these people will make up anything, but it's because they have a guilty conscience. It's just like anyone who goes into a bookstore.
Well, again, it's like when you like right now there's this thing going on with the left and the right over voter ID laws, right? And so like I'm not a fan of sports, so I'm gonna get it wrong, but apparently the MLB like boycotted a state for enacting voter ID laws while something to do with China. Hold on, I'm looking for something in particular to illustrate a point. But the point is, the thing that I find so hilarious. Have you guys seen the comparisons of the far left and the far right agreeing on everything and just calling it something else? I don't know if I can find it.
I can't say I have for some reason.
Here, let me see. Let me see. Let me see if I can find something.
It's just amazing to me that if I remember correctly from studying actual history, not the censored bullshit that you can get in schools, that George Washington himself literally said, "Let's not have a party system. We need to be for people and not fucking people." But no one's talking about that.
Yeah, let me see.
And also, I have to say this because I get my ass laughing real hard because people bring up racist crap, and I'm like, you can't really use that on me too well because I'm fucking colorblind.
Legally speaking,
I don't think that's a valid argument, but
legally speaking, he's colorblind.
I've had a lot of people who like I said, oh my god, actually a true story while he's looking this up. I was hanging out in the Walmart one day, and me and this lady, she was a big mama, if you know what I mean. She was one of those big older mamas, and she was a black lady. I didn't know this. And a friend of mine saw something someone I'm related to did, and they're like, "What is wrong with your family? Why are they?" And I just looked at her and I stopped and I said, "White trash." And this lady broke down laughing. And she was right beside me, and I said, "Don't worry, I'm colorblind." And she slaps for the shoulders. Are you serious? I'm like, "Yeah." I said, "Racism was completely lost on me." She's like, "Well, She said, you're not black." I'm like, "I don't care." I was like, "White trash is white trash."
You gotta be kidding me. You guys will never guess what just happened. Oh, no, I just froze. I thought the keyboard did that thing again where it stops working for anything besides
the hard drive.
And I immediately got us banned off YouTube for that story.
Okay. Look,
the lady's cool. She talked some trash for me for a minute. I was like, I was not expecting her to be cool with both sides of the aisle.
Well, again, see, this is the thing. I can break it down this way real quick, is that it's about perception, right? It's not actually about perception is reality, right? So the goal is to get you to believe that you are in the minority by elevating the voices of people for which there are very few. And I always say this, that the loudest voices are the voices you hear. And typically, the people with the lowest amount of information speak the loudest.
Exactly.
It's called the Dunning-Kruger effect. The idea is that let me show you Dunning-Kruger. Yeah, that's how you spell it. my computer added my keyboard, added about 1 million N's to that. Okay, so here's the Dunning-Kruger effect illustrated here. This is your confidence level, and this is your expertise. So this could also be illustrated as knowledge of the field, right? So confidence versus knowledge and experience, right? So this is when you watch the news and they do the old Cowboy Bebop at his computer, right? And they actually aren't giving you good information, but they've given you enough information that seems right that you think you're an expert on a topic, right? And this happens to everybody, right? Mm-hmm. When you know a little bit about, what's happening with the recount or whatever it's going to be, your confidence level peaks and you feel very confident about what's going on. But then when you start looking a little bit further into it, you realize, or basically you start mouthing off and people start asking questions, then all of a sudden your confidence drops, right? Because you realize you actually don't know shit, right? And then over time, as you gain more and more information and start to understand, the situation more and more, your confidence grows to the point where you are able to have those debates because you actually know the ins and out of everything, rather than just guessing or not even having considered it at the beginning when you had the 2-minute YouTube video tell you basically all you thought you needed to know before you started mouthing off, right? So I want to address some of the chat. In a minute, but
I have a question.
Go ahead.
When do we get back to anime?
We're coming back to it.
In all fairness, I'll say this was directly in defense of anime. So
true. So I've got another article here. I didn't read this one. I assume it's going to be some of the same garbage about Family Mart recalls skin-colored women's underwear. Again, I didn't read it, but
I assume because it's racist to assume that that's the skin color. Well, what's the word that you use for a white person's or skin?
Nude. They call it nude.
All right, and also I have to say this, from someone who has serious color issues, white people aren't actually white.
No, they're not. They're like that's why we call it skin color, because we don't know what the hell to describe it as.
Yeah.
If they want to make arguments like that, we really need to get into the meta. All right.
Well, no, see, again, and that's the sophistry of it, is that they're making an argument. It's not inclusive to people who don't look like you, and you're a racist for having ever made nude a color that only represented you. Even though when that term was created to represent the clothing industry or whatever for underwear, it was for a demographic that was like 90+% the color or whatever. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It's like you're selling directly to those people, therefore you're marketing to them. Just like how you probably have more niche markets that have terminology or use the same terminology with a different application because you're marketing it directly to a different demographic. Same thing with this. This isn't what we would call nude in the U.S., but it's appropriate for what do you call that, homogenous a place as what is the word for it, where it's like all one race effectively.
Yeah, homogenous.
So they're much more homogenous culture in Japan. They are much more, or even just Asian in general, right? No matter where you go in Asia, people are largely going to be roughly this color. Yes, there will be some variation, but guess what? When a white woman goes to the store and buys a bra that's colored as nude, guess what? It's not like a fucking chameleon that's exactly the same color as her skin color. It's not. The purpose of it is to be close enough that it's not going to show through when she's wearing a white shirt. Okay? It's not about fucking it's not about it being some what do you call that? White supremacist terminology or whatever. Anyway, so I want to address the chat. One more thing, I'll just throw this out here. Tokyo Disney will now use gender neutral terms during announcements. Just throwing this out here. This is what I'm talking about perception of reality. If I asked you how many people do you think are in the LGBT community, you would say I don't know, goddamn 90% if I look at Twitter or whatever. And it's like less than 1%, but the perception is reality, right? So we have to have every show, whatever. And again, it's nothing against LGBTQ people, but it's not about
extremists in anything are a problem.
Well, it's not about being for or against. It's about the sophistry and the brainwashing and the controlled speech and the advocation for groups based on something as trivial as who they're attracted to or what they have between their legs or what color they are. And I got to tell you, if the most interesting thing about you is what color you are or who you're attracted to, you're a very boring person. Anyway, so I want to address the chat. Let me address the chat real quick. Let's see. Superman isn't supposed to be okay with murder. That's okay because I like the version of him that is. Just throwing that out there. Just checked. Hamlet is the Patrick Stewart. Patrick Stewart is in Hamlet. That's the one I'm thinking of. Thank you.
They can't kill people because they'd run out of weekly villains or something.
True.
In the comics.
And yeah, you're saying the reasoning behind. So one of the things that I kind of liked about Marvel comics versus DC comics is that Marvel comics are set in the real world, like New York, rather than like Metropolis, Gotham. Which I'm not saying that's wrong for them to do Gotham and Metropolis. I think it's an interesting idea in itself. But the thing that's kind of neat about Marvel comics is that they just have the thug, you know. Not everything has to be the Joker's master plan. You know what I mean? But
They just have the random jackass doing something stupid.
Yeah, and I don't know, whatever.
I don't
and
know.
yet
The
I
Marvel
still can't.
versus DC thing is lost.
You know, when I think about it, I have to say that that's probably a really retarded observation I made because they probably do that in DC as well. But whatever. Anyway, Jason South says, and yet I still can't get Yorimoi on Blu-ray. I don't know about Yorimoi. I don't know what that is.
Plays farther than the universe.
Okay. Sony doesn't care about the difference between anime. Oh no, of course they don't. And this is the dangerous thing. I'm glad that this comment is here because I wanted to get back to this topic real quick. This is the thing about the antitrust thing. I don't know how this works, but I don't know who argues against Sony's argument. Do I just trust some 80-year-old jackass at the Federal Trade Commission to?
They need to get all the weed.
Yeah, I don't know. Like who stands in opposition to their assertion? I don't know.
See, the thing is, when someone does stand up for something niche in any capacity, they are quickly made out some villain or a bad person who doesn't.
No. What I'm saying
right
is that I'm saying that Sony is going up against the Federal Trade Commission because they're arguing that their purchase of Crunchyroll would effectively give them a monopoly on anime distribution.
That's exactly what
right?
I'm saying, though. And if anyone,
Right.
depending on which side you're on, they're going to villainize each other.
Sony's argument that it's anime is just like any other adult cartoon, like The Simpsons. So we are still competing with Disney Plus because they've got The Simpsons, and South Park is on HBO Max. So we don't. You're really blowing us out of proportion. We don't know shit.
Disney Plus is not as big as Crunchyroll and Funimation put together.
But what I'm saying is that Sony is making that argument. So who is
opposing it?
Debating against the argument.
I've heard no one, honestly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I haven't heard a single name.
It's like the FTC is going to be the one to make that argument.
I don't trust.
That's why they
paid off.
That's why they're that's why they're always going to fail at this, and that's why I don't see this actually holding up. I'm just saying to address FDM's comment about it. They do not own Crunchyroll yet. Anyway, you can break the streaming wars and win in 3 words, but then also simultaneously destroy the entire entertainment industry.
Well, they'll have no offense if they're going after Funimation. I'm concerned for when they finally go after HYYS. Not Funimation, Crunchyroll.
Seb says his grandmother said Rolling Stones was the devil. Well, Yeah, I do wonder though. I do wonder the overly conservative types from the 70s who looked at the rebellion and the behavior. What if people didn't behave the way that they did in the 70s? How different would the world look today? Now, of course, you ask that question. Well, the thing is, you ask that question, you've also got to ask the question, what caused them to rebel the way they did? Oh shit! It was the overly conservative nature of the 60s and the 50s. You know what I mean? You got to look at it as the swinging pendulum is. But I do see, when you think about the metaphorical story in the Bible of the devil tempting Eve, saying, "You will not surely die." The Lord doesn't want you to have the power that He has, and you will have it when you eat the fruit from this tree. And then you look at what we're dealing with, And that's the same sophistry being used right now.
It's the
to-
exact same
to
mind
convince
game
people
of
That's what it is, because it's an archetypal story that expresses in simplest terms what we're dealing with in terms of the temptation for evil.
Mhm.
The devil must have good taste in music. No, the devil
was
likes
God's
that
leader.
band from Comet Ping Pong.
The devil's favorite.
So
band
like,
is Baby
like
White
two of
Pig
you
Pong.
understood
I'll
that
tell you
reference. All right. I hate talk shows like Talking Dead. Overrated as crap. All right. I don't know where that came from. Now I'm hearing Havoc's intention to deceive. I don't know where that's from either. Teeth whitening is bad now. Time to let them go rotten. Oh yeah, I heard about this whitening toothpaste being offensive. Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah, because
Again,
it's whitening.
This is the problem. This is the problem, though. Listen, think about this for a second, though. So, morons lack comprehension skills. This is true. But here's the thing. There are far fewer morons actually arguing this point than we are led to believe, because it's not about actually getting people to believe things. It's about getting you to believe that they believe these
People
things
believe
in
that.
great numbers, right?
It's that old philosophy that some people have. It's not who you know, it's who you pretend you know. And I'm like, okay, well, that retarded statement works for some people apparently, because people will see someone on Twitter like, oh my god, it must be true.
We live in a perfect
Also,
blend of
Christopher Parker,
shenanigans.
I gotta give him a shout out. I'm loving how many comments he's put down. I respect the hell out of that.
See, the thing is, we've just been, you haven't realized, but we've been going for like an hour and a half on off topic, and we're just now getting back to the comments that have accumulated in that time.
Which of course are partly my fault, but in my opinion,
so this is the thing I love. I love this question. What kind of general neutral terms? I bet they're all stupid. So here's the thing. Japan doesn't really have gendered language in the you department, like talking to people, I don't really think, unless they're going, ladies and or gentlemen, I don't really think that they're doing that. But it would be interesting to find out about what the article said. If we didn't have the satanic panic, we wouldn't have awesome heavy metal music. Yeah, well, look, again, there's an equal and opposite reaction to every input of energy, right? So you're going to get
talking about black metal, because that's the only predominant
I
subgenre
think
that's
he's
really
addressing my comment about the 70s and the Rolling Stones and all that. I think he's addressing that. So anyway, we're caught up on the chat. So let's jump into this topic here finally. So Crunchyroll and Viz are going to bring Burn the Witch, Tower of God, Jujutsu Kaisen, and more to home video. So Burn the Witch, Inspector, which apparently didn't make the cut for important things to put on your headline. Jujutsu Kaisen, the God of High School. Interestingly, also the God of Tower of God. Oh no, yeah, because Tower of God's the
Tower of God of High School.
Yeah, the Tower of God of High School. Children who chase lost voices of a distant star. What? How did I do it? Anyway, so Tower of God. Boy, these look bad. Shading is bad.
I'm honestly
it's webtoon shading.
Here we go. Let's talk about Robert's Anime Corner Store. Reese, you still there?
Yeah, I guess.
He divorced us, dude.
Downed out for quite a bit.
I hear you.
Hang on, I gotta.
Do you want to give us our what do you call it? The speed.
So
explanation?
apparently, the thing about Funimation Movie Warehouse, Warner Brothers is doing the same thing, so Viz is affected as well. And also manga and light novels are also kind of getting hit kind of hard with just because of COVID. But yeah, you can move on.
Cool. By the way, Danny, I did not have a chance to read the rest of the binding thing from Sean Kleckner, but I intended to. I just haven't yet. Here's some fun inside baseball about the release for the woman called Fujiko Mine. They're I should be careful because of what's on some of this.
This is just a trailer, not the.
Okay, this is not the opening.
Yeah, it doesn't show anything.
I almost said something that would have started another discussion. I'm sorry. Continue.
Actually, I can just show you this part. So they're putting the English logo with Japanese logo, and the way that they're accomplishing this is by making a font of the logo as the letter A to put in the subtitle track. So that's kind of an interesting idea.
The thing is, what is it? Aegisub, is that how it's pronounced? I think I've seen the ability to do that in Aegisub.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that
they haven't done this sooner.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised that this wasn't a something that was already like a standard, because even I thought of this like years ago. But anyway, I'm pretty sure I've seen it done before too. But whatever, it's cool that they're doing it. Also, apparently, rapper DMX continues to be on life support and is in a vegetative state. Well, that sucks.
Damn.
May he rise from the grave in 3 days. DMX. He's a pastor. If you didn't know that, I'm trying to. I'm going to move on before I get any more sacrilegious unintentionally. Okay, Justin Savakis also had this to say. The raw 35 millimeter negative scan of ACO is in 4,800 by 3,486 resolution. We wanted to make sure we didn't miss anything. It's the entire film, sprocket hole to sprocket hole. Even my 16-core Xeon Mac Pro cheese grater can't be doing anything else while I work on it. So what he means is like they're scanning the entire frame, and then they're going to crop it in. So you even see this tape, right? Like this tape holding the cell on or whatever it's doing. So he says, since it was shot open matte, this means we're seeing all sorts of stuff we weren't supposed to. The tape and shadows at the edge of the plate and glass, edges of cells and backgrounds. And yes, we're already making out jokes that nobody was able to see before. Hey, man, why am I literally living in the ACO studio, an animator in 1986? So, like, I guess that's an address. Right? Then there's more. The film is in pristine condition. So what's to restore? Quite a bit, actually. There's some minor film dirt and scratches, likely there from the start. Also, minor photography exposure errors. ACO was a pretty slapdash production, and it shows. Some cuts flicker a little, others shift around in the frame, depending on the camera used and how well calibrated it was. A handful of just outright exposure mistakes too, which we're fixing to the best of our ability. With film, colors get thrown off with exposure errors. So he says, so in situations like this, how do you reframe it, aspect ratio and all, and keep everything stable from frame to frame? So film restoration tools are pretty good stabilizers. Yeah, basically they're tracking it.
They have a template.
It's actually not that hard if you're willing to do it frame by frame. So we've got, talking about the yellows, whatever. You can look in the
yellows. The whole frame's darker.
No, but he's talking specifically about. He says, here's an example of exposure error. Same shot, but about 6 frames before the end, it gets dark all of a sudden. This has always been there, but if you just boost the exposure, it's suddenly full of dark yellow grain. Can't smooth it over entirely. You can get close. So obviously, if the image isn't moving, you take parts from the previous frames because it's basically a still shot, and you put it back in. It's not that I don't understand why he's making it harder than it has to be. Obviously, if there's like smoke and stuff added, then it's going to make it a little difficult. But one more before I crash out. This slow panning shot across Biko's eyes as she's checking out Seiko reveals the quilt used as padding behind the cells to press them firmly against the plate and glass. So you can actually see the blanket underneath the cell, right? And here's the lunch monstrosity with like a crab coming out of it and everything. God. Looks
It's our
great. I
thumbnail.
can't wait. Yeah, I mean, maybe. All right. Anyway, moving on. Got more here about discotheque stuff. So George J. Horvath from Land of Obscusion said he finished the first Blu-ray disc for Hajime no Ippo, and the upscale job that Justin Savakis and his team did on it is top-notch. I can even see grain, dirt, and the occasional scratch on screen. All absolute proof of it being a cell animated product, which is really cool.
Which adds to the truest form of cuckening that, there wasn't, I guess, masters for it in HD.
True. Another thing that I really notice on this restart of Ippo is that it really couldn't be started over in today's anime industry. Like the later two series, the first anime for Ippo was a late night anime for all 76 episodes and benefits from having time to breathe each episode. To be fair, these first 12 episodes could be recreated as a first single core season, likely ending with Ippo's debut match against Oda. Actually, that couldn't be returned, blah, blah, blah. I guess I'm remembering the next one here and not. Yeah, he says, well, this sucks. 7 episodes into the first Hajime no Ippo Blu-ray set, and already I'm experiencing massive playback problems, like video glitches. I switched from my Xbox Series X to a really old Blu-ray player and managed to get to episode 8, but even that hit playback problems. Not saying the disc is poorly made, maybe I just got a bad disc, but it's a shame to see this happen with a discotheque release, and for a show I've been wanting a new release for a long time. I can go to Crunchyroll, but that defeats the purpose of me buying the set. This just isn't my day. My Ippo disc is defective, but I can't submit a replacement request to RHYS at the moment because the website won't allow me to sign in. Probably a server problem on their end. So that I can get my order number so that I can make the request. I mean, check your email, bro.
That really isn't his day.
Yeah, so it looks like only episode 7 and 8 had problems on the disc. As after using Crunchy for 8, I went back to the disc for 9 and everything worked perfectly again. Hey, that's always the risk when you have so many episodes, 12 in this case, on a single disc. It says, at the very least, watching episode 8 of Hajime no Ippo on Crunchyroll showed me that the stream literally just uses Genion's old release as the source right down to the translate the English in the OP theme to actual English. That's funny. He says, Discotheque's BDs removed that bit of hilarity, sadly. I want to dive Lost Mind. I want to immerse myself in my dream till I can't think of anything else. Why? I want to die feeling over. Yeah, so I never realized they're actually singing that in English, and now it kind of ruins the song for me. So anyway, he said, we haven't had any other complaints, so it sounds like a bad disc slipped through. Please email discothequemedia@gmail for a replacement. Anyway, so that's the main point I wanted to get through that. And then what do we have here? He said, in other news, our new Violet Evergarden discs for all the anime got a rave review in French. Quote, this Blu-ray finally does honor and justice to the series. The video quality is one of the strong points of this edition. Bravo, 5 out of 5.
Meaning that if our inferior version, I haven't actually looked at the disc, but our inferior version has like compression issues and garbage, then likely this is a better option. But it already is a better option in the sense that episode 13 has both versions on it.
Mm-hmm.
Episode what? 18?
13.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up. It says here, we should note that the English dub was only made for the broadcast version, so we had to do some tricky editing to get it to sync to the revised home video version. Episode 13 was fairly drastically recut and wouldn't sync, so both versions are included. I don't understand. Who dubbed it?
Netflix.
Well, that explains why they couldn't redub it, because if that were the case, Funimation should have been all over that. Okay, here we are. Paper Tigers, Great War of Archimedes, Undercover Punch.
Do they have the Media Blaster stuff up here?
Yeah. I think so. I think that's what those 3 live action movies
3?
were.
I'm talking about the 7 they just announced.
No. Those haven't been solicited yet.
Do we want to bring it up? Have we?
Sword Guy, Dororo.
I mean,
Can
We'll bring
I
it up
open
when-
this?
We'll bring it up when they get solicited.
This isn't explicit, right? The Queen's Blade cover?
no. They never show
Anything-
Nipperu
In the whole show?
Not this
on
is
the
a Sentai.
front.
This is a Sentai release.
Yeah, so they're going to be extremely lewd over it. That's how they are.
Yeah, but they won't show
Um,
new.
I love how I honestly love how Reese's consoling you moment was this is a Sentai release, and you're like, that's not. You're going in the same direction. I'm concerned.
Can't you see it on the screen?
I'm not.
I thought that was going to be Michael John White, and I got excited for no reason. Anyway, there's the Paper Tigers. I'm sure you wanted to see that. I'll just close it. Great War of Archimedes. I'm curious. Directed by Takashi Yamazaki. Stars blah blah blah. Pre-World War II, the Japanese Navy commissions the creation of impressive supership Yamato, opposed by an admiral insisting on more battle-ready warships. Once ignored, Admiral Yamamoto recruits a math genius to uncover a suspected conspiracy. Is there more? Wow, show more. Great job. Anyway, closing. Undercover Punch and Gun. Closing. Okay, here we are. Dear brother, if you guys want this set, pre-order it right fucking now. As you
What?
can see, I already- dear brother, because it is a very limited release. They said on their stream, once it's gone, it is gone. You'll probably never see it again.
As much as I'd like to, I mean, why are they making it so limited? Is my question.
It's a
It's on the
licensor
license.
issue.
Licensing issue. They can't. They can only do so many for it. The licensor doesn't want them to overprint them or something, so they're only letting them do like 3,000 or something like that. I forgot what they said.
God damn. Is it good? Is anyone? I haven't seen it.
It's. I'd watch it for a watch club. I haven't seen it, but I own the version that was released by Anime Souls.
Now, if
was that the one that was complete, or was that the incomplete one?
it was complete, but yeah, they burnt it.
Yeah, they're burn discs. Anyway, so there's this Video Warrior Lacerion, which I think has the ugliest font that I wish they had fixed parts of. Whatever.
Serio.
What I was gonna say about Dear Brother is when they run out of stock, aren't they just gonna print more until they hit the year mark, and then it's like, well, we have 17,000. We'll be good for the next 7 years until we get the license again.
I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what they do.
That
Neon Mode.
I see where
These
photos
are-
are coming from, though. It's interesting.
Well, yeah, but that's if they're allowed to do that. They may have been told you can.
Well, it sounds
only
like they
print.
just have a year-long distribution license.
That's possible. Yeah, that's possible. I don't know.
I think
Anyway,
they said that.
I'm going to keep moving because we covered all of these on that stream. So Eggloaf, that's her name, right? Did the artwork for these. They look pretty good. I ordered this, as you can see. I did not order this because I'm an idiot and forgot. After Justin Sudeikis has made it clear that it's his pride and joy. Sorry.
What show? I'm sorry.
Memories.
Memories.
Oh.
So Sword Guy, who very much just kind of disappears into the background there. I don't know. Sentai Filmworks is releasing it. Do you guys have anything to say about it?
No.
Okay. move
It's a
on.
Netflix.
Dororo. Complete-
I'm really happy to see that.
I was about to pay pissed at myself for not buying. Oh no, it's Sentai. I'm gonna wait for the stupid sale where it's 10 cents.
Huh.
You know how we be. All right.
It's another Amazon jail one, and with the trend that
With dub.
I'm
With
gonna
the-
close this.
that
So is this a new series or is this like a collection?
No,
of-
unfortunately, it's just season 3 plus the OVA collection into one because I assume because season 3. Why are you zooming in on?
I was reading it.
I assume because season 3 has the soundtrack in it, so it's like, well, we can't just keep printing the soundtrack. Geez, we're spending so much on
Yeah,
printing.
can we? I'm going to close it. To Love Rue Darkness with dub.
Really happy because that means that basically they can't pull out now, because if they don't dub season 4, it's like, well, that's stupid. And I'm sure Lance and I are both really excited for this to come out.
Fundum has been informing me greatly on how the show works, what's happening, because apparently season 2 skips like 12 episodes. Like you skip at least an entire series going.
No. You skip 6 episodes that are OVAs, which actually are important because it introduces A, these 2 characters you see on the front, and B, another character. And if you just watch it without the OVAs, you're like, where'd these people?
I've literally messaged him twice, going, "Who the fuck are they?" Because you just already know them.
But I just want to make a quick note because I had to find out is the Black Cat character Kyoko Kirisaki is voiced by Monica Rial again. I confirmed, which
I confirmed that too.
I mean, because it's again, that's like that's actually a good thing. But because it's Monica Rial, I'm upset. But I understand.
Isn't it unfortunate? Like, so I always talked about how I don't like knowing what the people who make the music I listen to look like.
Or like
the least I know about actors and artists and stuff, the more I can enjoy their work. Like Monica Rial, she's been good in some stuff. Sometimes she's a little grating, but now I can't enjoy anything she's in because she's such a cunt.
I have spent a majority of my adult life separating the performer from their work. So I still greatly enjoy what she does as an artist. But whenever I talk to you guys remind me, and I have to remember myself, because I already have my own personal feelings. I don't like it when people can't prove anything.
Can't prove anything.
And I'm like, you have no right to attack anyone without substantial motherfucking proof. But the thing is that you guys have found that one loophole in my brain to where it's not only a medium that I love, whereas it's like, okay, she is in almost every fucking thing. And I'm like, every time I look around, I have to completely remind myself of, oh yeah, it's Monica Rial. And then I'll be talking to someone like, she's in this, and then they pause, and I'm like, oh, right.
I totally forgot she was in Air Gear, and I was like, oh yeah, this is one of the best girls she was referring to. I forgot she voiced.
Dude, she's in my favorite anime of all time.
Wait, which one is she? Simka? Right.
Yeah, she's Simka. Yeah, she's the freaking Simka the Swallow. She couldn't swallow Vix.
Oh god.
Guys, she is literally the second main character, basically, of my favorite anime of all time.
Which is what?
Murder Princess.
Ah.
Well, rip.
To me, the best anime ever created. 6 episodes of nothing but beautiful. Continue.
We'll have to take your word for it.
World Trigger is getting like a
hybrid release.
Crunchyroll.
You'll notice that it says dubs and then sub and then back dub in the description.
Oh, that's good.
On separate discs.
I mean,
dub
that's
and sub
good.
on separate discs. Dub and sub on separate discs.
Because they never dubbed the quote filler arc, which is going to be weird if they dub the rest of the show. The sequel, I should say.
That's cringe.
This is Ocean dub though, which I'm really happy about because it's like their most recent Ocean work.
Glad to know they're still around. Last but not least, Mysterious Girlfriend X, another show that I want to own but won't spend $40 on because I know it'll be $10.
No.
I got it at a sale since I was having their sale.
Yeah, I don't. What's up?
I was gonna say I've seen Mysterious Girlfriend X, and I don't. Even for its quirkiness, I wouldn't say it's worth $40.
I
Oh
would.
yeah, no, I'm gonna buy it
I
for
would.
$5 when it's on sale.
This
And
is
it's
also
I
a re-release.
don't
Yeah,
have
yeah.
any desire to see it.
Thank you.
Let me rephrase that.
Reese just made the full point. It's not
This is
only
gross, but I kind of need to own it because it's
Yeah,
gross
I know.
and weird and
Oh,
quirky.
Dude, this show's
No,
so
no,
good.
I'm not saying because of that it's bad. I'm just saying I'm like it's a re-release of a show. Thank you, Reese. It's a re-release of a show, and not only that, it's like I don't know, the show's not great. I would say
It's great.
it's good, but it's not great.
It's great and good, bitch.
And for
Fight
what I
me.
consider full price of an anime box set, which is $40,
Even
around
if
the
it was
40
like my
mark.
favorite anime, I still wouldn't pay $40 for it.
Just 'cause
I'd
it's
honestly
hentai?
wait. I'd honestly wait for a sale.
To clarify, though, just because it's Sentai,
So you're saying this is a re-release,
Mhm.
but it's a pre-order, and it's the only one I see.
Mhm.
well, yeah,
No,
because
they've
the old
made-
version is clearly out of print. Oh no, what the hell is that? Domestic Girlfriend is out of print. Uh-oh, I don't have
Oh, yeah.
that.
Uh-oh.
Great,
Now,
that
what
was
I
on
was-
my list to pick up. I heard it was
That's it for
garbage.
Kickstarter news. I'll just address that Christopher Barker said he was talking about Primal from Jendy Tartakovsky. And then he said, "Good night, y'all," which he said in a southern accent for the lulz, and it sounded terrible. Well, you're already gone, but take it easy. Have a nice night.
Later, bud.
What I was trying to say about the Dororo,
Yes.
before you cut me off and continued, was that it's another Amazon release, and the more Amazon releases that Sentai
better.
is getting is making me worried that Sentai is going to be getting Vinland Saga, because that's an Amazon release, and that
And
show
you
is
want
actually-
Aaron Yeager and every one from the Titan cast?
No, but the dub is going to suck probably because Sentai.
God, you know, I'll restate
I'll tell you
this.
this much. Sentai has done a couple of great dubs. The problem is they're all
No, a
slice
lot
of
good
life
dubs.
girl shows. So I don't think the full.
I disagree. But okay, I disagree. I
I'm trying to think of something that. Yeah.
But the thing is, like, I want to say this. God, I completely lost my train of thought. Never mind.
Well, people have to stop. Licensors have to stop being pussies and license Amazon anime besides Sentai.
Amazon's got to get their freaking claws off of it and give it to other people, not just not do something with it.
Well, I think Sentai is just jumping on it because no one seemingly is, I guess.
And
Well, we'll see. So is it not dubbed on Amazon?
No.
All right. So I am going to skip a good chunk of these, or like skip over them quickly because they're not that important. Let's see. Oh, by the way, the dream theme from Mysterious Girlfriend X OST is pretty cool. Pretty good, according to Jason South. I'll take your word for it. I haven't watched it yet. All I know is the slobbery thing, which means it's Juden Chan 2.0, and I'll watch it. All of Tokyo is now available as a free 3D scale model right now.
Dude, we need to take that to make our video game that's about Japan and stuff.
We're making one of those?
Yep.
Oh.
Now. Officially.
It
Done.
also has the textures and everything, so if you are interested in 3D Tokyo, go for it.
Dude, hold up. This is great because mangaka can take it and just angle it and trace it and Shinkai it.
Or at least just use it for a reference, which they could have already done most of the time with, what do you call it, Google Maps or whatever, Street View. So Funko Pops are officially debuting in Japan with a Dragon Ball Z line. So if there was anything that hadn't corrupted Japan yet, this is one of those
It's not
things.
there.
So it's nice to know that awfulness doesn't know how to not go to the places we love. Trying to think
One
of
day
more
you're gonna
bad.
have to explain to me why you
They
don't like
suck.
Funko Pops.
Look at them. They
ugly
look
as
terrible.
sin.
I mean,
They're
they look
ugly as
stupid.
sin.
I'm just like, you seem to hate them with a passion, and I respect
do
you
too.
for like doing something, but I'm like, what the hell?
What did they do to
I
you?
never could understand.
All right. Amazon. Reach, right?
Did they sleep with your wife or something?
They did.
Oh God. Well, that'd be a good reason to hate them.
Amazon is still removing anime figures and insisting they
Yeah, they are.
promote child exploitation. Okay, Lance.
First of all, they removed. Oh my God. Huh?
I'm going to
Go
address your take real quick.
Well,
Anime
I
is not
completely.
real.
Thank you. No shit. And second of all, they're not. Dude, they're removing fucking figures of Hatsune Miku that are in no wise explicit.
So, real
I
quick.
have a lot. I know a lot of
actually,
people
you know
who are
what?
picking up with this, and it's really weird.
There was something in here that was worth reading, but I'm going to skip it and just read this one and hope it's also in here. Because they talk about specifically what's being removed, and it's pretty fucking ridiculous. You know, I'm not even going to read it. I'm just going to script through. You'll be able to see.
It's
These are what's
hilarious.
being removed. Holy shit.
Amazon's
Look at all this shit. Familiar of Zero. Nendroids. Nendroids getting removed because they're children. Keep going.
Guess who doesn't have a Prime membership? Me.
Me?
I also won't sub to Netflix again for a while because they can go fuck themselves. I'm punishing these people for being stupid. They're not gonna get my money.
That's the way.
Okay. So can't be sold. Let's say
Dude,
you
I
have
have like 30 fucking One Piece figures that are gone from my fucking wish list.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So Amazon thinks
You're
that
gonna
you're
tell me that
selling
Nico Robin?
child porn. Yes, for selling Nico Robin, who looks like this. Yes. Or this,
Oh wow, I wouldn't even
Well,
look at the
this-
screen.
or that. And there's more. Not going to bother with it. Got to keep moving. Toys R Us plans another return in the United States. Reese, I think you shared this. Is there anything you'd like to say about
I'm
it?
interested.
Other than, oh, that's
Please
interesting.
talk.
Lego Lupin. Yay.
They need to start stealing all the
Reese
anime
is
figures
here.
that Amazon keeps losing.
That'd be funny. Reese is not here. Reese, I hope you're okay. I'll save it for you next podcast. I guess.
Reese with an E.
All right.
Come in. That usually gets him.
Okay, Lance, since you're here, I'm gonna cover this one. We're gonna skip around a little bit. We're gonna
What
cover
is
this one. Okazaki City gives all elementary and junior high students portable Vocaloid software.
Well, that's
Way back in
interesting
my
as
day,
shit.
yeah, way back in my day, we had to make music by hitting and blowing into pieces of wood.
Same.
Although it generally isn't thought of as such, music is probably one of the most challenging subjects for students to learn. Proficiency in it requires a combination of mathematical, technical theory, and with the muscle coordination of phys ed simultaneously. But now, children in elementary and junior high schools all across Okazaki City and Aichi Prefecture are getting a huge leg up in the form of Yamaha's Vocaloid software. You know that these are recent images because they're all wearing face masks. For a long time now, Vocaloid has been the go-to tool of online songwriters. This package, which helped launch the career of virtual idol Hatsune Miku, allows a computer to do all the singing and instrument playing, letting anyone express themselves through music without requiring the physical traits often acquired through years of practice. For those unfamiliar with how Vocaloid works, it simplifies musical performance and notation by visualizing all components of a score as blocks on a grid. Singing is done by simply typing text into the block and assigning it a note by positioning it on the grid. Last month,
I don't know what to say other than this is the reason that that most people who actually play instruments don't have a very good job right now.
I don't hate
Really
to
good
break
at.
this to everyone, but this is the concept of VSTs. It's not exclusive to Vocaloid.
Yeah,
It's
that's very
existed long before Vocaloid, as far as I'm aware.
GarageBand
No,
basically
they've
works the
had
same way, right?
this kind of
GarageBand literally is that.
They've had
Yeah.
this kind of he's right. They've had this kind of digital studio around for a while. It's just now it's so easily accessible. It's like I told a friend of mine when I shut down my studio, like I had tens of thousands into it. Now to get a similar setup would cost me about $800.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the thing is, you can already do this on your computer for free
Exactly.
because you can get Reaper, I think it is. It's like WinRAR where it has an infinite free trial. And then you can just download free VSTs online and you can have arguably probably better sounding fake instruments than Vocaloid because that's all of this, I don't know, turbo synthetic sounds. So you can literally do this already and have it sound better. That's my advice to you as a musician.
Mm-hmm. Real quick, Reese, is your computer okay?
I hope
So
so.
check our Discord, bud.
My browser
Making-
crashed twice, and then
Ooh.
I got a black screen and had a hotkey to turn it off, and then had to
Add
restart.
to hard R.
You have to alt
How
F4 that
much
shit.
do what are those called Chromebooks cost? They're pretty cheap, right? Like $300
$450,
or
I
something.
think.
How much?
I think like $450 last time I looked at one.
Okay. Well, obviously, Reese, if your computer went down, we would want to get you something comparable or whatever, like something as good or whatever. But yeah, chat. If you want to help our resident Shota, he seems like he's having a not so good
Having a
time.
tough time over there.
Help a
And don't
fellow
forget-
N out.
I'm wondering, Reese, if it's all the screenshots. Do you think that might be hurting it?
Yeah, that's. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
Alright,
no, I hate to say this, but
Let's.
everyone needs to realize computers for some reason aren't designed to actually hold the amount of memory they say they are.
Do you
So
mean
if you have
memory
more
or
than
storage?
50% of your well, both really. The hard drive. If you have more than 50% of your hard drive taken up, you have pretty much fucked your computer. A friend of mine was explaining this. He's like over 50%. Like if that storage meter, you go into your menu wherever you check your storage. If it goes over 50%, you have pretty much started wrecking the way your computer is designed to work because it has to process all of that at once. So you got a ton of screenshots. Oh Lord, I'm sorry, buddy.
Yeah, so I was just gonna say maybe we should rethink that strategy because I don't want it to be hurting your computer. So perhaps next podcast, let's just not do that and see if it runs a little smoother because I don't want to be the reason that for those in the audience, Reese is taking a screenshot when we go to the next article so that we get a general idea where the timestamps are going to be so that we can keep timestamping the older podcasts as we do them, which has been fucking fantastic for having that be something that we do because I think it makes the show more enjoyable if you need to come back to it. But obviously, I'm not going to do that at the expense of burning out your fat machine.
The link wagon. Listen, look, I had a million planned for that last podcast. The thing is, have y'all ever considered doing an audio line, like with Audacity or something? It's pretty easy, and just putting in a marker for each and every podcast because I know that would probably be as much, but that would be something you could pretty easily deter because it would immediately give you the timeline. Just
What are you talking about? Putting it through Audacity? You mean like in post?
Well, no. What I'm talking about is like while the podcast is going on, you can mark like different points. It would give you the points already, and then just get rid of that without having to actually
hold up. How do you set that up?
Yeah, but that would require him to be recording the audio for the entire several hours.
Yes.
Yeah, look, we've we came up with the screenshot idea because it was something we could do that was relatively easy.
Well, I brought up you can take your phone, put it on the, what is it called, the stopwatch, and just hit lap every time there's a new thing that changes.
Oh my god!
Yeah, except that my phone routinely is dead by the time we start the show.
I'm not saying specifically you.
Yeah. You know what? Look, we can figure this out off show. But yeah, Reese, I just want you to don't worry about it the rest of the thing. Okay, we'll figure something out.
The screenshot folder for this podcast is only at 49 megabytes.
Yeah,
and I delete them every time I'm done with this timestamp. So I don't. I don't think it's the size of the screenshots. I think it's asking the computer to do them while you're also streaming, and I don't know. Let's just not do it for 2 or 3 podcasts and see if you continue to have computer issues, so we can nail down what's causing it. If you don't have any issues for 3 podcasts, then we start doing it again. You immediately have issues, then we gotta figure out what's going on here, okay? Because I don't want this to be something that affects your computer and your ability to watch your DVDs and all that stuff that you do on your. You have a DVD player. I don't remember why you.
He's got a Blu-ray player.
I got Blu-ray plug in my laptop.
Yeah. So anyway, let's just make sure that we don't screw anything up. Let's give it a rest, okay? Anyway, I'll finish this up.
Yeah, no, back to the Vocaloid software and stuff that we were talking about. No, this has been around. Putnam's right on the money.
So
it's just now it's so fucking prevalent. Go ahead.
Well, the reason I want to have you here is I was, and again, we had this in high school with kids using GarageBand and whatnot, which So we had band in my high school. We had a couple kids using GarageBand. I don't think it was part of the curriculum though. But what I'm getting at is it's interesting to see digitizing music making,
everything,
and having it be like music theory taught through that form of doing it, rather than knowing
Sounds more
the actual,
economical.
Let me put it this way: when I went to college and I studied typography, I had to draw fonts by hand.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the equivalent here would be jumping straight to the computer. Yes, it's probably more efficient time-wise, but there is a reason behind learning the analog version of it and being introduced to the theory through the analog version, right? So I don't know. I was just curious what musicians thought about this.
Okay, what I think about this is, one, this is robbing this. Okay, one, it's not a bad thing. Let me just be clear. Let me not be that guy. But let me be the guy that points out that this is also not a good thing. This is literally robbing the future of their talent that they could develop to actually be a musician. Because to be a musician is to be able to take an instrument and create something from that. And yes, technically there are digital instruments and everything, but if you take someone who picks up an electric guitar and plays it, and then you take someone who picks up a synthesizer and then has an electric guitar track built into it, they just change the keys. You've gone from someone who has developed the dexterity and talent to play an instrument. Basically, it's like building a house from square up, to someone who orders a kit and then just puts a few things together and bam, you have a shit.
Well, I'll put it this way. The tool is really good for the teaching aspect of music theory. But in practice, they won't become like proficient players of any of the instruments, really. Now,
they're skipping all the talent that they can develop.
Well, if they did that, they would effectively not be, I'm not going to say not a musician, but they wouldn't be the musician that plays an instrument, but they'd be just composer. They would write music. This is good for composition.
Let me
It's
When
just up
I
to their
sat down-
integrity if they want to play real instruments and include them in their songs.
When
It's
I
like
sat
how I
down to
get
work
people all
on
the
the
time
logo,
who.
I did it on paper.
Mhm.
I didn't start in the computer. I took it to the computer, but I started on paper, right? Because the creativity as an artist, boy, my connection probably sucks. I feel like I had more control, and I could have ideas flow out of me faster by doing it analog.
I
And
think
I'm
that
curious-
varies person to person.
It
Yeah.
probably does,
It
for
truly
sure.
does. The thing is that the electronical age that they're pushing music into, electronical,
No, the background.
the fucking crotch. The thing is the age they're pushing music into. I'm sorry, guys. I'm going on like 4 hours sleep over the last 48 hours. Like I tried to get some sleep earlier, but I was like, oh my god, the podcast is happening. I need to wake up.
Oh, that was me, except it was, the kids won't stop jumping on the bed.
I don't have that problem, thank God. The thing is that the age they're trying to push into is an efficiency age in music. People want things to be fast. They want them to be technical. Yeah. They want them to be technical without any sort of the work. And it is sickening right now. Like, I'm just going to use me and Footham as an example. Since I've known him, like a few years, been talking to you guys on YouTube in this last year or so.
Jesus, I guess it has been years.
And technically, it has been. The thing is that he has come. I have come. I know it's coming. I was waiting for it. I was like, God damn it!
I was drinking water as soon as you said that.
Listen, he has come as far in a very short amount of time that I did in a few years. Like, my shit started before I was graduating high school. I was about 17, and I was busting my ass to make my studio a dream. But within 3 or 4 years, I got to the production skill that he's already reached. And he has done this, and he has shown me from the time he sent me the first thing that he has showed me that he was playing to now, which has only been several months, give or take. It
was basically last year that we got to this level.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm glad we have this moment to give 14 hand jabs to FDDNM.
What I'm just saying is, and it's due to the fact that when I was playing, I mean, I can drop this. I don't want to hijack your thing, but what I'm just trying to say is, when I was starting everything, I want to use my words right, because people are using what I say against me, which is, I understand, but I've got to be extremely specific on how I say things when I'm being serious, is that I had to play everything individually. A 3.5-minute piece took me a few weeks outside of those miracle sessions, or someone just needed, they had a premise and they wanted a background track. Like, I would have to play each and every instrument individually, lay the tracks, lay them over. Hell, I did work with tape decks where you had to run everything individually. Like, I had all that knowledge burned into me. But he can literally press a button, duplicate and copy anything. And I've been learning this with Audacity, because I used Pro Tools and stuff years ago. I just never used it to any decent extent. But with what they have now, that you can literally download on a smartphone, can take someone from 10 years ago needing $10,000 in equipment to all you need is a daily device that you already have.
You have a laptop, yeah, or even a phone, yeah.
Yep, and it is literally fucking the mind process. People think, okay, yeah, you're a music producer, but your ability to actually play an instrument is gone. Because you have not developed any of the motor skills or any of the time and dexterity training you need to play that piece of music. But it doesn't mean you're not a musician. What it means is that you can't play any sort of... That's physical media versus digital, I guess.
And it has to do with the integrity of the individual if they really appreciate that quality. And the thing is, some of these people might have not been making music to begin with, though.
Well, I I'm speaking as somebody who never learned how to play an instrument, and musical theory is completely lost on me. But says here, last month, the Simplified Vocaloid Education Edition 2 for iPad, seen in the video above, was made available to all students as part of the city's version of Japan's Giga School concept, which aims to replace all paper textbooks with individual tablets for every student. Yikes. The easier to program you with. A trial run was conducted with a second-year class at Okazaki Municipal Minami Junior High School. The teacher in charge reported, quote, "By using Vocaloid, it's possible to express yourself musically regardless of your strengths or weaknesses. It felt like the possibilities within each student were greatly opened up. The software may have applications outside of music class as well. This version of Vocaloid has English support, and its geometric interface could also be applied to math or science lessons." Okay, not sure about that. "Above all, it looks really fun to use. In fact, I checked out the App Store to find out if I could get my hands on a copy, but US $184, and there's also a version that charges an annual usage fee of $55. Yes.
Well, you might as well be paying for an actual digital audio workstation software
that you could probably get for
Oh,
less.
of course. So here, all right, plan B is to send someone down to Okazaki disguised as a junior high student so that they can procure a free educational Vocaloid, and I know just the man for the job. Mr. Stock.
The thing is that it literally just put it right there. Okay, yeah, the horizon's open as to what they could do, but the problem is that it is literally the mind control thing that you just stated for one reason. They cannot do anything that they're not already given the process to do. Everything is built for you already.
Well, look,
so you take
here. I've got perfect
ratios.
I've got a perfect example for this. So when I was a wee lad, when I sounded like RHYS, I had Windows
Vista
98 and Windows. I think maybe it was ME, and I had a program called 3D Movie Maker, and 3D Movie Maker had pre-rendered cutscenes, pre-rendered backgrounds, right? That had a clipping attached to it that effectively made it so you could put things in perspective in a 3D environment, and like you could have characters like walk up a set of stairs where there was like a railing, and they would like clip behind the railing if you put them in the right place and everything. And effectively, you had preset characters and preset animations. You couldn't adjust any of it, right?
Yep.
But what you could do is if you needed the character to look like they were running around the corner, grabbing the pole and like swinging around because they're going so fast and they're trying to, take that momentum for changing direction to keep running fast. You could use like a frame of the karate kick animation and position them manually and have them, you know what I mean? So like there were things you could do to manipulate it, but
you were stuck within that.
So that was an animation software, where you're working within the tools, and eventually you work beyond the bounds of the program. You reach the limit, right? So what people started doing, can't do camera moves with the pre-rendered things. So you know what they did? They would take a letter, like a 3D text. They would type the letter I. I looks like a building, right? When it's got a certain font, right? So it's like or L. Let's say lowercase L. It's just a cube or a rectangular cube, right? But it's in 3D space, right? So what they would do is they put that and they would animate it in space, moving over time into the distance or whatever, or rotating. And you know what they would do? They would copy that I and they would paste it and they would change the text to be something else. And they'd turn that thing into a tree. They would change the color to be brown, right?
Okay.
And then it still had the same position data as the one they copied. So the camera would move with it,
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I just thought of a good way to explain this, but continue. I just don't want to lose my train of thought.
Well, I just say the point is that sometimes the limitation actually causes you to start thinking outside the box and doing more and more complex things. But eventually, there is always going to be
those are the rare few, though.
Yeah. So
most people.
Go ahead.
I was going to break this down really simple because I for once found a decent answer as long as I don't drop it out of my brain. The thing is it's like this. You're talking about all this stuff that you can do with that software and how when you got it, you found your limitations. But you got to understand, this software that they're being given as a general rule, I don't know a lot about it, but it does have its limitations, of course.
Dude,
But
it barely sounds like real instruments, so they can't replace that. They'll have to learn it sometime.
Okay, but what I'm saying is here's this. You've got to understand this. They don't have any of the fundamentals that it takes to understand how to break that down. So they're going to have to start from square one way or the other. So they're skipping you to the middle or to the near end of this musical life process, giving you a taste of the good life so that you skip every process that you need to get there. It's like, think about it like this. That system that you were using. Well, let's just imagine that you weren't the kind of person that was like, I'm going to push this boundary. That was going to be your limit. Well, it's the same process.
I've got a perfect way to explain it. Having exactly as you said, jumping you into the middle gives you the experience where it's actually rewarding. Mm-hmm. And that carries you through the hard part. So, for example, if I wanted to learn computer animation, but I started with nothing, no pre-made models, no pre-rigged models, no pre-made backgrounds and stuff. If I started with nothing, I would not have gotten as far as starting with something to get my feet wet with the fun part of it.
But you've got to also have you're getting part of what I said, but you're not the rest of it. You're not realizing is that you got to accept that there are other people. That most people are not going to have the drive to do it. They're going to accept what they're given, and they're going to lose that ability. So eventually,
they'll make 300 SoundCloud tracks a day.
Exactly. But the thing is that you're gonna reach the point where there is someone who's like, okay, we're going to Movie Maker, we're going to make this movie. Well, they're going to use the confines of that. But just imagine that if they had not only had that, but they had their feet wet into, okay, this right here is how you break all these frames down, and then they used that to make the shortcuts they needed, and then went back to the detail part and having an understanding of the whole picture, which is what these softwares were really meant to do in a way, because musicians needed a way to expedite the process. Because instead of spending 45 fucking hours, re-editing or getting a guitarist who not know how to play to play this piece of music, you've got this piece that you're playing and you can't get this riff right. Well, edit each and every individual note, and lay it together. Yeah. And you can do it kind of in post or hell in pre, and just slowly lay it out. You get it to this point, you cut it, and you edit it. It happens. But the thing is that this right here, in a way, is a good thing to get them interested. But in a way, it's also another one of the world's ways of going, hey, look, and I've overstayed this, but I just want to make, this is the point I'm trying to make. It's going, hey, look, this right here is all these things you're capable of. But remember, don't look outside this box. Because if you do, there's not, eventually we're not going to have all this access to knowledge and shit. They're going to slowly pull that off. Go on the internet and try to understand, get a decent explanation of how music theory and everything works, and get someone to break this down clearly and precisely. It's slowly getting more and more obscure.
Are you sure? I can't get away from recommendations.
Yeah, I disagree. I don't think that they're taking it away from you. I think what's happening is that they're taking away the general public's desire or value in learning it. Right?
Well, I'm speaking from a teacher's point of view, because it's like students always come to me like, I want to learn this song. I'm like, well, if I taught you these chords and this right here, you'd immediately be able to play that song. And you have I'm saying is that there's always going to be a student who actually goes to the library and picks up the book and has the ability to learn the old way of doing things. As long as there's still guitars or pianos in the world, somebody is going to be able to make that
lesson happen in their own way. But it may be by making it easy, or by getting the instant gratification of being able to do something quickly, may remove the desire to ever actually learn the theory and get to the point of actually, doing or whatever.
And what it's doing is it's taking the talent that other people have and minusculizes it, and then you literally, it's this whole thing.
Okay,
I don't know how to break it down.
Well, that's all pop is right now. There's no real talent involved. It's basically just really strategic construction.
Well, here's what the last bit here that they say hopefully this will catch on in other cities too, because it's a great way to tear down the barriers to musical expression. In the meantime, if a sudden wave of hits on par with Melt and Senbon Zakura starts coming out of Aichi, you'll know why. Okay.
Okay,
right, so
I have to say this. I have
idea.
to say this real quick. Let me say this.
It has
As a
pros and
musician,
cons.
as a musician, I have to say this. It kind of pisses me off for one reason, and I shouldn't say pisses me off. It gets on my nerves, and it's rare that something actually gets on my nerves. This makes actual musicians look like not good musicians, because you have some fucktard who can pick up this and play a piece of music that would take someone 5 years to get to that skill level. And then you have someone who's been playing their entire life, sitting there fucking playing something, actually being able to play it. And then they have to live up to this shit, which is a professional musician who's been playing for 30 goddamn years, who has now made this any sort of development software. So this person who has never picked up a 5-year-old can literally produce a piece of music that sounds on par with someone who's been playing their entire life.
I don't think so, because the only people that would appreciate it in that light is the uncultured swine who don't know how to, for example, play guitar. They'll hear these VSTs.
That's most dude. Look at Daft Punk. They are an amazing group, but not a fucking one of them play an instrument. I love their music, but you got to understand that this kind of process is literally not demoralizing. It's devaluing the actual musician, because
that's pop in general. Because the thing is, Hatsune Miku
You did a very compelling argument against the point you're making by bringing up Daft Punk.
They actually know how to play the instruments, though.
Yeah, I actually think that's true. What Reese is saying, don't they know like 13 different instruments or something?
They play the guitar, they do drums, the keyboard.
Yeah.
They
have you ever
actually
watched them play? It's all techno based.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's more of a pop thing than it is this VST thing, because what the Vocaloid is a specific style of music, whereas if you compare it to playing band music like guitar, drums, and all that stuff, you can't. That's apples and oranges, really. But the sad truth is that a lot of the masses are they're zombies and easy to please, so they'll eat up this pop stuff that comes out and be like, oh, this is great. But I don't know if they'll exactly attribute it to musicianship. If there's no instruments on it, they'll just be like, oh, this sounds good.
And also, I did not cuck myself, because you got to understand that their style of music is techno process. Yes, they can play the music. Yes, they are great musicians in and of themselves, but you got to understand that the same style of music is produced by the press of a button. It's technoized. It's not, hey, we have, there's only like 4 people in that band. I have a friend of mine who is literally one of their greatest fans.
I think you've picked a bad example. Let's get into the watch club, because I don't know how much longer I will be able to stay up.
Oh wait, we're at the end?
Well, we're not. But I'm gonna hold off for now, just because Can of Worms will continue.
Okay.
Also, you really called out Danny by using 4 social platforms to reply to him.
Yeah, that was
uncalled for, man. Well, I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm okay just having one discussion. I don't know, in the podcast following the next one. I don't know.
Oh, Green Line, how's it going? Are you
Sentient?
I
Are you still
am
here?
sentient. I just don't want to, like if I've got like something going on in the background, I don't want to disturb
Oh no, I hear you. I just wanted to
the
check in.
flow
Jackpot
of
has
what.
2 members.
What's up?
The 2 members.
We're talking about.
I'm
Felix
sorry. I'm just
and-
defending my thought process here. But I'll drop it. You got me on a tangent. Thanks, Brad.
I know. What have I done?
I previously had a roommate just come on in here, and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna stay muted. So I've just been
That's
doing
fine.
some other stuff on the
I
on the
just wanted to
background. I've been here for the most part.
Well, I'm a quote unquote ex-professional musician who, that part of my life has kind of been ruined through this technological bullshit because it's almost impossible to keep up. So yeah, Brad
you
knew
do
what
have
button to press.
You do have a bit of a bias against it, and I have chosen the perfect article to trigger your Vietnam flashbacks, which I apologize
I mean,
for.
it's like having a radio station and then fucking Radio Disney comes along and hey, look, we're bigger than you, stronger than you. We can put out more than you can. Bye.
Another factor is the music industry just really forcefully pushes such a style of music for whatever reason. Because I love my style of music to be very widely available, but that's never going to happen.
And then I'm sorry to the chat and everyone watching that I got on a tangent, but no.
I'm sorry to the chat.
That's literally my life. That's literally my life gone down the tube. Because hey, look, your talent's no longer a talent anymore.
I don't know these people who are saying physical music isn't talented.
No, they compare. They're comparing you constantly to other things, and I'm just gonna digress because I'd have to go into a story to make my point.
So I don't know.
So about
do you
the
guys
anime
want to
we're
hold
gonna
on
talk
off on the Watch Club? Because
Can we just give like at least like a little bit of
a summing up of how we're feeling, I guess.
Well, I kind of want to say that there's a couple of things that have been going through my mind regarding Part 5, which is Jotaro and Koichi just disappeared.
Jack
Like,
Yeah,
they just
I
disappeared.
noticed that. So I'm not totally familiar with Part 5 because the last time I saw it was when it was airing on Toonami. So I'm a bit like fuzzy in the beginning,
That's still
especially.
more than enough.
But yeah, no, they just vanish. If I remember correctly, it's
Yeah.
just like, wait, what? No,
They-
what? Like,
I mean,
Well, Jotaro was never
I'm kinda
there. He was just
okay
on the
with it.
phone, and it's like, oh, we're dealing with a guy. We better be careful. We
it
can
would have
barely
been
even
nice
talk.
if Koichi stuck around for a little bit longer. I don't
Oh,
know.
yeah.
Like, I like having certain not continuity, but like that. You know how it would
You want it to
slowly-
carry over a bit, you
previous
know?
JoJo's
Like how
would have,
Jotaro was in part 4.
Yeah, I really like
Yeah,
that
yeah,
part.
how,
Or how
they would have
Jo-
characters
Joseph
from previous
Joseph.
parts
yeah.
in the show. Like,
That's
so
why I'm
we had-
dreading part 7 and 8, because it kind of gets rid of the continuity.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the whole redo the world kind of thing.
Hmm.
So,
Well, so
I mean, I don't know.
Continuing with weird observations. So I'm worried that the whole his hair is turning blonde because Dio cells are awakening in him and all that is like well, you know what, Jotaro, he's a cool guy and he's not our enemy, and then okay, so we're just gonna drop it. You know,
Yeah,
you know
that
what I
seems
mean?
like they glossed over it way too quickly. It's like you're not going to investigate into, whoa, he's Dio's son.
Yeah. So yeah, it's look. Basically, all I'm saying is that it's kind of a weak setup for Part 5. But I do think that one of the things Hirohiko Araki does really well is he writes damn good characters, right? Their eccentric is all fucking hell.
He
But he
makes
writes
characters that
well.
have really good personalities because their depth is usually pretty lacking. Because as you'll see in Part 5, every character gets their own flashback chunk, at some point. And that's
the
kind of the
backstories
depth
are
you
like
get.
in the first half of the episode, so the last couple of them.
Yeah. Well, I'll also say this. Something that really kind of disappointed me. So I don't think I showed this on stream yet. I drank, first of all, 0 calories. Really, G Fuel? I guess Bang is also 0 calories. So I drank purple smoke while watching JoJo today, and I gotta say, the whole. I don't know if you guys can even see that because my connection is so bad. But the whole thing about the Purple Haze character, the stand, had like a. Okay, so I'm realizing as I open my mouth to say this that I'm going beyond the scope of episode 13, but it's like episode 14, so maybe people will forgive me. The character on the train effectively has the purple smoke power, but like a more interesting version of it.
Yeah, I guess.
You know, where everybody's getting affected by the gas or whatever. It's the same damn power. It's like
you're talking about Fugo's. It's called Purple Haze in the Japanese, I assume.
Yeah, Purple Haze, and the other one was the Grateful Dead one, the Thankful Dead.
Yeah, I fucking hate how they had to change it for the localization. It's like, well, that's
fucking Fisherman is a Beach Boy. That's
I
the
blame
thing,
Rocky for just for doing that because I don't think there's.
Tell me how Viz can't use the word Purple Haze, but Bang Energy Drink can, and they've got it trademarked. Is it because Bang holds the trademark and Jimi Hendrix doesn't?
No, I'm pretty sure this part of JoJo's came out before Bang came out.
Right.
Like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So how is it that Viz can't use Purple Haze?
Well, my question is, in the Japanese, don't they verbally say some of these words like?
They say the true word. They say that.
So how are they allowed to get away with that? I'm surprised they're not beeping it out.
In the commercial. That'd be fucking annoying.
I love that, even though it's terrible.
Honestly, it would be like, wouldn't Viz just release it with dub only kind of thing?
Ew.
Yeah, that would be worse. Anyway, so
I don't know. I don't know if it's something we've brought up before, but it's just really annoying me that I don't get that there's a reference that I'm supposed to get that I don't get because I'm watching the dub. It's just like, why is this?
I don't like that either.
I'm trying to use both to make it clear. But I gotta say, what was the name of the guy that he turned the banana into a gun to kill him? Pulpo, yeah. I want to call him Pulpovich for some reason. I really liked that character. He reminded me of somebody. I can't put my finger on where it's from. Maybe a character from Berserk. I can't think. Like just like the design. Anyway, I liked that character. I liked what they did with him. But I was really confused because when they killed him, I thought, Dio's boy got his goal already accomplished. Way to go. Oh, wait. No, that's not the boss?
Yeah, that's the exact thing I thought.
I guess the hierarchy goes a little bit further than
the boss is at the top of the pyramid.
Are like the generals kind of thing.
Yeah. I figured after a while, yeah.
Or like the commanders, the colonels, whatever.
So the characters, Misa. Have you guys noticed that number 5 is a whiny bitch?
Yeah. And number 3 is a bully.
Do you know why?
Why?
Because that's actually number 4.
And he was raped into being number 5.
4? Yeah, because it goes 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. Because he doesn't use the number 4.
Yeah, they literally explain that in the show. He's like, "You'll notice that I don't have a number 4."
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that the bullet that's kind of the whiny bitch or whatever is number 4. Just because he calls it number 5 doesn't mean it's not actually number 4, right?
Well, the thing that's funny is when he's emptying his sorry, I don't want to say the wrong gun term, Brad, because I know you'll bitch out on me. When he's emptying his gun, he'll get to 4 bullets left in the chamber. Always.
Eventually, yeah.
So
No,
I'm surprised he doesn't like for a flash second go, oh, number 4. Oh, good. And I'm like,
Yeah, every time she loads, he gets the flashbacks of Nam.
Bob Munson or whatever the quick shooter. Have you guys seen that quick shooter who can shoot 2 bullets so fast that it sounds like he's only shooting at once?
no, but I wouldn't be surprised.
I know
I'll
of
send it to
it,
you
but I
after
don't know the specifics.
Yeah, he's this guy on YouTube. There'll be 2 balloons that are like 15 feet apart, and in the blink of an eye, you'll hear one gunshot and they'll both pop because he shoots them so fast. Anyway, I'll show it to you later. Anyway, so yeah, I've been I'm enjoying it. Like I'm having a good time watching it. I like the characters. I love the guy who made things shrink and made the guy eat his own car. Whatever.
Oh, that.
And then the car ruptures out of him, and the lady's like, ah! And then it just crushes her.
Oh yeah, that was a creative way of assassinating.
Yeah, so I'm having fun with the show a lot, but it's not as good as Dio versus Jotaro, which I think has been the highlight of the series so far for me, obviously.
Yeah.
Which is why it's a little bit disappointing that they bring back Dio and call him Giorno, and then don't really bring back Dio as Giorno. You know what I mean?
They didn't bring back Dio though.
That's what I'm saying is that they start the show by bringing back Dio. Oh no, we just defeated Dio, and then we had the whole side story with Kira or whatever his name was, and then now we're bringing back the villain that you care about, Dio, through his son. Jotaro, he's a cool guy. Let's leave him alone.
It seems like a weak link, yeah. But I actually had a pretty easy time isolating this from, I guess, the rest of the JoJo lore.
Yeah,
like standalone, it's actually quite fun,
entertaining for sure. Yeah. So the thing that I've always liked about JoJo was the shonen aspect of writing. It's the world building effectively that it's like it is monster of the week, right? Effectively it is, which is something that I would never, normally catch myself saying that I enjoy a monster of the week type thing, but it is monster of the week. And, but what's interesting about it compared to other shows is that there's like a mini world building happening with each monster, right? And of course it's the stand, right? So for instance, Darby the Gambler, they set up a premise. And then you watch them struggle within the premise. You watch them struggle within the video game in that one episode. You watch them struggle within this or that. And
yeah, it's kind of like a mystery shonen.
Yeah, well, most of the time, the setup, the execution, all of that's great. Occasionally, there's like some real cop-out ones where you're like, that was crap. Or like it's like in Dragon Ball Super when they wish for information on the Super Saiyan God, and then they don't get the other wishes that they were supposed to get because of the changes to the lore. There's stuff that happens in JoJo where it's like stuff doesn't actually make sense under scrutiny, but you'll let it go because you're enjoying the show or whatever. But anyway, so what I'm trying to get at is that they have a couple of cool stands. Uh-oh. Who did we lose? Oh, Lance is coming. We have a couple of cool stands, but we actually are at the point where we're kind of reusing stands. Like during the Stardust Crusaders arc, they had the one that existed in the reflection, right?
Yeah, I thought wasn't that a thing? Now I don't think they actually reuse much more than that. There was the one thing in the very beginning. You know how leaky-eyed Luca, when he hits the frog, it reflects back onto the guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which from what
does
I've seen
not
so far,
come back.
basically does not happen again.
No, it doesn't.
That's fucking Goku using his laser eyes to dig Vegeta a grave.
It was such an insignificant part, though, because it's literally the first conflict, and it's like, oh, he beat his own skull in. I thought that would have been a cool premise to use as a stand, but it was actually just hippie stuff, which I actually like that as well. How he's able to like breathe life into the things. He's like a Josuke 2.0. It's just a more jank method of healing.
Well, what it feels like to me is that what's his name, Araki. It seems like he started this part, and then his editor was like, "This is dumb. Do something else," and so he did. That's kind of what it feels like. And I'm not saying that it legitimately was dumb. It just feels like the direction he was taking it all of a sudden takes this weird turn, because Giorno is kind of a dickhole at the very beginning, right? And that's, he steals Koichi's bag. There's all that mayhem going on. That's true. And then just like all of a sudden, he's not a dickhole anymore, right? All of a sudden, he's like,
good point. Good fucking point. Holy crap, I forgot about that.
It's like a fucking switch goes off when it comes to the lighter thing, Oh, that's the scene. That's the scene, Reese, that I was talking about. It kind of looks like a BJ scene. It's when the policewoman is frisking him.
Oh.
Reese, you there?
No.
I'll let you back in, Lance. There you go.
Whoops. So
anyway,
I guess
Reese, we'll talk later. But that was the thing. I was trying to tell him before, because when we started the stream, we had the wrong backdrop, because we were talking about Reese nabbed the still frame for you that you wanted for the next.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
So anyway, So I'm enjoying the show a lot, and it's one of those watches where I want to be clear with you guys. I'm going through hell with work right now, because I'm doing a lot. I'm putting a lot on my plate, and I'm already doing too much to do the podcast, right? Like, the amount of work that it takes for me to be able to do the podcast means that I do not take a break during the week, right? And adding this additional job for which I've sunk in 10 hours that I've cataloged is a lot, right? But JoJo is a show that I can sit down and put it on, and it's not a chore,
And it just watches itself. For reference, I got part 2 yesterday, and I completed it yesterday.
There you go. So anyway, I think I've pretty much exhausted the things I wanted to say, just because I'm growing. Look, let me just revisit that thought real quick about me doing too much. I am experiencing what happens when a kid is cramming for a test rather than studying, where you forget everything, right? That's me with watch clubs all the time now. With anything I'm watching, I barely remember Demon Slayer. I don't remember these shows, and it's because I'm not investing relaxation time into them, enjoyment time into them. I'm putting
stress time into them.
I'm putting myself through it rather than relaxing through it. You know what I mean? Anyway, so I just wanted to make sure that I had a chance to sort of talk about a couple of things that were on my mind. But if you guys are cool, and you want to do more of the discussion, next week and then the week after for our sort of full thoughts on it, I'm
okay with thoughts next week and thoughts.
Calling all thoughts. Enjoyed the show. Jason South says Demon Slayer wasn't worth remembering. I want to address some of the chats real quick. So Danny was asking if the snippet tools would work better. He says he doesn't think print screen uses more memory, or he does think print screen uses more memory. I don't know.
I'm using the Windows print screen button.
Yo, right. How much RAM you got?
The thing is that we are, regardless of what uses more or less memory, we're just going to chill for now. We're just going to cut it out of our routine so that we can ensure that we don't harm the computer, because that's not something we want to do.
I think it's something in the display.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, look, when I take a screenshot and I'm taking like several screenshots on my Mac, it
will
chugs a
freeze
little.
up. Yep.
You know, so I don't want us to we don't need to do that. You know, we don't have to. We can have another method of doing it. Not having a timestamp isn't going to kill us, right?
How much RAM you got?
What's that?
Dell.
I said how much RAM you got.
How much RAM do I have? How do I find
That's
that out?
Chromebook. You probably got 4.
It's like properties on my PC.
Yeah, like go to like where you can see the actual like.
Go to File Explorer, right click my PC properties.
Installed RAM, 8 GB, 7.9 GB usable.
That should be enough.
It should be plenty, yeah.
Yeah, that should be working fine. But what's probably happening is when you have the stream open, it's processing your mic, your camera, and everything. When you have it all running, it does 8 gigs of RAM for today's bullshit. Not to mention the backlying cookies and other things that are going on your computer.
He did say that 7.9 gigs available, so that means that it's not using too terribly much right now.
Yeah, but you got to understand that. You got to also understand it's 7.9 gigs of RAM, but that's probably not reading what the computer's using when he's processing everything at once.
Yeah.
And remember, computers tend to have this moment of heavy stress where it processes things really fast and then gets back to calm.
So here's something else. We should be having this conversation off show, but I'll just say that I am working towards trying to, like, every show I want to be improving the show. You know, obviously it doesn't always happen. Sometimes I fail catastrophically. Sometimes I've had too much coffee and whatever. You know, it happens. But one of the things that I'm trying to do is because we've been doing the timestamps. RHYS has been putting in some serious work, and I hope the audience really appreciates the amount that he has put in, because it is not easy. I mean, you sit through a 5-hour podcast. It's one thing when you're doing it. It's another thing when you're forcing yourself to pay attention. You know,
I did 2 of them this last week.
Yeah, you know, I mean, it's a lot of work. So one thing that happens though is when RHYS sends me those, it's like, wow, I'm 3,000 characters over the limit for the description here. So I have to get real creative with how I name things in order to cut it down.
I feel like you guys were a bit generous with the things that you were stamping the one time I looked at it.
So I
you could literally put it down to what is it? Gaming news, release news.
Okay, yes, but one of the things that I'm sort of you're going to get me off on a tangent that's too long for this idea. But one of the things I'm trying to do right now is I am trying to cut down the show, because there is a lot of stuff that we don't actually need to cover. None of us actually care about it. I'm sort of just bringing it up because I feel like I should, but I legitimately don't need to the meat and potatoes, so to speak. And one of the ways that I'm going to be trying to do that is by putting the timestamps in without the actual numbers, so that I know that it'll fit, you know. Anyway, so we'll make this work. It's not the end of the world. And finding that stuff isn't that hard if I've already done, you know, half the work, because all I have to do is find out when we started talking about it. Boom, we can do it. We can figure out an easier way to do this. It doesn't need to be, you know, this stressful, right? So anyway.
No, you guys are honestly putting a lot on you for very little payoff, but I'll shut up at that.
Well, that's very true. We are.
It's just it's obvious.
But you know, we are getting very little payoff. But what we're doing is we are putting work in for the future, so to speak, right? Because one thing that's been very nice about the show is that we are consistently doubling over, you know, year after year, right? And eventually that's going to mean something. I don't know when, but eventually that's going to mean something. And you know what? The other thing is that if this other job starts taking off and I can relax a little bit more, because look, I'll tell you right now, even if I'm only getting 10 hours worth of footage a week or less, even if I'm getting 3 hours of footage a week, whatever it is, if I get to do that instead of the other job for at least one day, that's less stress, Anyway, so it'll be. I think we're heading in a positive direction. I filled out a W-9 today. I don't know that means it's going to be a long-term thing or just we have to have it so we can send him his tax stuff for the 3 things he just did. But I've been.
Is he breaking up, or is it?
Put in a place where all right.
Okay.
Well, let's wrap up. So, real quick, Jason's house says he loves part 5. It's his favorite next to 7 and 8. And he says, I will say though, probably destroying my credibility of opinions. I loved the sun stand in part 3. Okay, yeah, the sun in the desert.
Yeah.
I remember the one you're talking about, but definitely my favorite stand in part 3 was Darby and the one in the reflection. I thought that Iraqi was really hitting his stride with those stands, right? He really got something good going with part 3, and then part 4 was Josuke, right? Which I thought that was handled extremely well too. I really liked the whole serial killer thing going on and how that all wound out. Anyway, Jason South says go to activity monitor. Damn it! Check out the RAM usage. We'll figure it out.
Well, he's frozen for me.
He gone. He paused.
On behalf of the Anime Collector LLC, or is it the OCA Podcast LLC? Good night.
Thank you for joining.
And check out our Patreon Self-Weeb. Next week, we're technically just watching more JoJo.
Yep.
Sorry for my rant, everyone. Brad decided to hit a button.
All right. I'm going to end it for Stacey.
Green line.
All right. Good night.
All right. Good night, everyone.